Chapter 204. Air Mao was on the phone in the bedroom. Ever since Little Rice and Little Rice were born, Black Rice had taken good care of the two kittens. Everything was going well. Air Mao was relieved, and its anxiousness gradually disappeared. It returned to its original state, and it was probably going out with someone recently. Zhang Tan went in through the half-closed door, and stood at the door of the study to look at the kitten's nest. Black Rice was eating outside the nest. After noticing Zhang Tan at the door, it just glanced at him and ignored him. However, if Zhang Tan walked into the study, Black Rice would definitely roar. So every time Zhang Tan came, he just looked at the door out of curiosity and never went in. The kittens had been born for 2 weeks, and they had recently started to grow teeth. They had also become stronger and more coordinated. When Black Rice wasn't around, they would crawl around in the nest and sometimes out of the nest. Air Mao had asked someone to check. The black and white kitten with a mole at the corner of its mouth was male. Air Mao had even proudly posted in the pet forum that its daughter had given birth to a pair of twins. There was a layer of carpet outside the cat's nest, which was specially prepared by Air Mao so that the kittens wouldn't be cold when they crawled out. Air Mao felt that it should be careful even on a hot day. After all, they were kittens, not big cats. Zhang Tan had seen some kittens a few weeks old when he was filming an advertisement at the pet center. In comparison, the special genes of Monseigneur were probably too strong. These two kittens were about the same size as a 3-week-old kitten, and their fur was longer and thicker than 3-week-old short-haired domestic kittens. They were about the same size as their father, Peanut Candy. It was said that short-haired cats opened their eyes earlier than long-haired cats. Not only did these two kittens open their eyes earlier than other cats, but they were also bigger. They often crawled out of the cat's nest energetically and searched everywhere. However, they still couldn't stand straight, and their limbs trembled when they crawled. When Zhang Tan was looking at the two kittens, they had just woken up and realized that Black Rice wasn't there. They started to make a fuss again, and when they saw that no one was paying attention, they leaned on the edge of the cat's nest and looked out. Then, with a push, they flipped out of the cat's nest and rolled on the carpet. Black Rice looked over and continued eating. He was probably used to these two messing around. When the two kittens were crawling on the carpet, Zhang Tan looked at them. Their ears were not fully erect, but they would still move because of the sounds outside. After Black Rice brought the two kittens back to their nest, Zhang Tan left and went upstairs. Tomorrow, Zhao Ma would leave Chuhua City with Little Pomelo, Zhao Yuan, and Zhang Tan to spend the summer vacation in Zhao Ma's hometown. Before he left, Zhang Tan came over to check on the two kittens. When he came back, the two kittens would probably be throwing a tantrum in the house. He just didn't know if they would be like their father. If these two kittens were to stay in the compound in the future, it would be difficult for the compound to be peaceful. However, he heard that once the kittens grew up, the mother cat would chase them away. When he heard Celestine and Air Mao's conversation that day, Zhang Tan thought that Candy Peanut would often patrol this area. If it wasn't for Zhang Tan's mediation, Candy Peanut would probably fight with the sheriff and Depang every time she came to the compound. Then, when the two kittens grew up, would the father and daughter start a war? Cats were very territorial. Monseigneur and Candy Peanut were very territorial. Kittens that inherited Monseigneur's bloodline were very likely to not be kind cats. It was said that there was no father-son relationship on the battlefield. He didn't know if the rule of wild cats in nature would be played out here. Maybe when the time came, Air Mao would have to send these two out. After summer vacation, Little Pomelo and Zhao Yuan stayed at home all day to do their homework. The sooner they finished, the sooner they could go out to play. They didn't want to bring their homework with them. That way, they wouldn't be able to have fun. For Little Pomelo, at most, she would leave some space in her homework for writing essays and diaries. She would make up for it when the time came. Right now, they were almost done with their homework. Zhao Ma didn't have much to do, so she called Old Master Gu and told him that she would be coming over. The next morning, when the sun wasn't that strong, the 3 Zhao family members carried their packed luggage downstairs. Zhao Ma had already driven the car for maintenance. She didn't want anything to happen to the 2 children because of the car. The air conditioner in the car was turned on. Zhang Tan sat in the front passenger seat. Little Pomelo and Zhao Yuan sat in the back, preparing for a game of chess. Zhang Tan took a nap. When he looked out of the window again, he saw that they had already exited the highway. There were many aquaculture ponds outside. There were many aquaculture businesses in this area. It was said that there were almost 4,000 fishermen here. The total area of the fish farm was huge. In addition to the 4 main types of fish, there were also mandarin fish, eels, turtles, shrimps, crabs, and so on. Anyway, Zhang Tan didn't have to worry about not being able to eat fish here. In addition to the famous fish ponds, there were also some experimental fields here. Sometimes, new varieties of fruits that were about to hit the market could be eaten here in advance. Many people here made a fortune from aquaculture. Many roads in the village were well repaired. That was why Zhang Tan was able to sleep until now. He didn't have to wake up because of the bad roads. Look, someone is fishing. Zhao Yuan had stopped playing chess. He pointed outside and shouted. He liked to come here because he could fish and catch shrimps here. It was fun. Zhang Tan saw that someone was fishing in a pond. He guessed that they were going to transport the fish there. There was also a truck parked next to it. Sit properly. Zhao Ma scolded from the front. Zhao Yuan didn't move. He just leaned against the car window and looked outside. There were some children in the village helping around. Zhao Yuan didn't know what they were doing. Little Pomelo was also very curious. Although she didn't say anything, it was obvious from the look in her eyes. Old Master Gu and Old Madam Gu had been waiting at the door for a long time. When they saw the car, they smiled so widely that their eyes narrowed. Zhang Tan looked around. There was a dog with a tail wagging happily beside the 2 elders. Its back was black, and there were some white spots on its chest and legs. The funniest thing was that there were 2 white spots on the dog's eyebrows. During the Lunar New Year, when Zhang Tan came, he didn't see this dog. It must have been caught after the Lunar New Year. It didn't look like it had reached adulthood. The half-grown dog looked quite energetic. When it saw the car approaching, it retreated behind Old Master Gu. However, it wasn't afraid and looked curiously in their direction. When they saw Zhao Ma and Zhao Yuan, they were very happy, especially Little Pomelo. When Old Master Gu saw Little Pomelo get out of the car, he went up to Little Pomelo despite his old age. You've gained weight. Our Little Pomelo has grown again. After Zhang Tan got out of the car, the half-grown dog that had been standing behind Old Master Gu barked at Zhang Tan ferociously. However, when it was about 20 centimeters away from Zhang Tan, it stopped abruptly. It didn't bite and continued barking. Its eyebrows twitched. Zhang Tan looked at the half-grown dog in front of him and thought to himself, this guy's facial expressions are quite rich. After parking the car, Old Master Gu led them into the house. The room had already been tidied up. Last week, your mother removed insects from the front and back of the house. There are a lot of mosquitoes and sometimes snakes in the summer. But don't worry, I've already done some protection. Pomelo isn't afraid. Old Master Gu held Little Pomelo's hand as he walked in front. The first half of his sentence was directed at Zhao Ma, while the second half was directed at Little Pomelo. Zhang Tan looked at Zhao Yuan. The child didn't care about Old Master Gu's favoritism at all. His gaze fell on the fishing gear in the house, and his eyes lit up. If it weren't for Zhao Ma standing beside him, the child would have probably gone up to play with it. Old Master Gu's dog was called Artong. Old Madam Gu said that she had thought that the dog's eyebrows were very interesting, just like Artong in Mahjong, so she named it that way. Hearing the name Artong, Zhang Tan couldn't help but wonder if it wasn't a combination of Artong and rice bucket. At this time, Artong wasn't just staring at Zhang Tan. 3 strangers had come. It was also very smart. After barking twice at the beginning and being scolded by Old Master Gu, it stopped barking. It probably knew that the 3 people weren't bad people and should be treated with friendliness. Then it followed them around, wagging its curled tail happily. Old Madam Gu washed some grapes and brought them over. Someone had sent them over 2 days ago. The 2 elders couldn't bear to eat them, so they left them for Zhao Ma and the others today. There were also some fruits from the experimental field that had just entered the market this year. They washed them and put them in the fruit basket. Old Master Gu used to be a cadre in the village. After retirement, he still had some prestige in the village and was quite popular. Old Master Gu often said, "What's the use of bank cards these days? Sometimes you still have to show your face." Therefore, Old Master Gu valued his reputation and often boasted in front of his daughter. He had 2 daughters, but he didn't have the face to talk about what his younger daughter had done in the village. The villagers only knew that old Master Gu's younger daughter was earning a lot of money overseas. His granddaughter had the same surname as him, so old Master Gu directly called her granddaughter. He kept asking little Pomelo to call him grandfather. People who didn't know the truth would think that old Master Gu had married a son-in-law who had moved in with his family. After arriving here and resting for a day, Zhao Yuan couldn't wait any longer and wanted to go out to play. Old Master Gu gave them 2 small shovels and a small plastic bucket to dig for earthworms in the backyard. Zhang Tan stayed by the side and watched them dig for earthworms. Little Pomelo was a little scared at first, but gradually, she let go. After a few shovels, she directly grabbed the earthworms with her hands and threw them into the small plastic bucket. When the earthworms were almost done, old Master Gu gave the 2 children a straw hat each and found a few wooden poles of suitable length. He also found a cotton thread that he hadn't used at home. It wasn't too long, so he tied one end of the thread to the pole and went to a wild pond. The wild pond wasn't big. It used to be a fish pond, but it was filled in later. No one cared about it, but there were more prawns here. Some of the children in the village liked to come here to fish for prawns in the summer. There were some trees beside the wild pond to provide shade, so old Master Gu tied earthworms to them. This was the method that the children in the village often used to fish for prawns. It wasn't very particular, as long as they could catch it. It cost almost nothing. Zhao Yuan was experienced, so he didn't need old Master Gu to say much. He took the wooden pole and started, so old Master Gu taught little Pomelo alone. He also prepared a small fishing net at the side. People often said that prawns were stupid, and Zhang Tan felt that it was true. Zhao Yuan didn't place the pole very deep. After all, the pole was only about 1 meter long, and the cotton thread wasn't long either. Zhang Tan could see the earthworms that were tied to the end of the rope moving under the water. Then not long after, a prawn came close. Zhang Tan saw the prawn's action of catching the earthworms. When Zhao Yuan lifted the pole, the prawn didn't let go. Zhang Tan came to the metal bucket and looked at the prawn that Zhao Yuan had just shaken off. The prawn was waving its small pincers at Zhang Tan. Zhang Tan snorted disdainfully. How stupid. Just wait to be eaten. Of course, not all prawns were like that. There were some that were smarter, especially the older ones. Zhang Tan squatted at the side and watched them fish for a while. He started to feel bored again. He couldn't do it himself, so he could only watch from the side. Looking around, Zhang Tan prepared to walk around. Don't go too far, little Pomelo reminded him. After a pause, she added, don't cause trouble. Chapter 205. Zhang Tan leisurely walked around the wild pond. There were some trees at the edge. Although they weren't very big, they could provide some shade under the sun at this time. There were many wild plants nearby. Zhang Tan found them familiar, but he could not name them. Some frogs or toads were standing on some floating branches in the wild pond and croaking. When they noticed Zhang Tan approaching, they immediately jumped into the water. Sometimes, some small fish could be seen swimming under the water. It was indeed a place of aquaculture. Fish could be seen everywhere. It was not necessarily someone who had deliberately thrown them here. It could also be that they had encountered some coincidental situations during the flood season. The cicadas in the trees were also arguing. They seemed to be competing to see who was louder. If it were in other places, there would definitely be some children fishing and shrimp around the wild pond during the summer vacation. However, the children here had probably played a lot since they were young. They did not care for it. They preferred to go to the big fish ponds to watch the fun. Occasionally, they could pick up a few big fish for free. It was said that recently, some college students with related majors had come to a nearby aquaculture base for internships. Some of them were doing scientific research and experiments. That was even more lively. Some children who were good at killing fish were also invited to help. The adults did not have the time. Even if they did, they would not care about the little reward. However, the children were different. For them, indoor work was not only rewarded, but also free air conditioning. Therefore, when Zhang Tan and the others came to the wild pond, they did not see any children in the village. As he was thinking, Zhang Tan's ears twitched. He heard a sudden movement in front of him. Someone was there? In Zhang Tan's impression, even if the children did not shout loudly, they would occasionally talk and laugh in low voices. Sometimes, they would even be in groups of 3 or 5. They would never be so quiet. There was no reason for them to suddenly make a noise now. Zheng Tan walked over quietly. The movement there suddenly became louder. There were some plants growing on the edge of the wild pond, blocking Zheng Tan's sight. At the same time, it also acted as a cover. The people on the other side of the wild pond would not easily notice Zheng Tan. The further they went, the narrower the wild pond became. They were almost at the end. On the other side was a little girl about the same age as little Pomelo. Not only were her clothes old, they were also crudely patched. Although the child looked about the same age as little Pomelo, the difference between her and little Pomelo was that this little girl looked rather thin. Her face wasn't yellow because she was already tanned, but she was really thin. Her little face didn't look like it had any flesh, unlike little Pomelo's fair and tender baby fat. The small arms and legs that were exposed outside also seemed to be wrapped in a layer of skin. There was no flesh to be felt. Her shoulder-length hair was probably cut by herself, as it didn't look very coordinated. When Zheng Tan looked over, the kid was in the middle of retracting his pole. No wonder there was a sudden commotion. Otherwise, Zheng Tan wouldn't have noticed that there was someone here so quickly. The kid was also fishing for prawns. There was a can of earthworms beside her. Zheng Tan could clearly see the earthworms wriggling inside. She was probably experienced. The child set up 3 poles at 3 places not far from each other. One of the earthworms on the pole probably couldn't take it anymore. After catching a prawn, the little girl grabbed a few more from the canned food bottle and replaced them with new ones. Earthworms weren't the most ideal bait for prawns, but the advantage was that they were easy to catch. It was just that they had to be replaced with live earthworms every now and then. Otherwise, if the earthworms died or were soaked for too long, the effect would be reduced, and they wouldn't be able to fool those old prawns. After replacing the earthworms with fresh ones, the little girl sat on the side and rested for 2 minutes. She got up and walked between the 3 poles lightly to see which one had the most movement. Zheng Tan walked over to take a look. There was a cracked plastic bucket fixed with a rope. There were already some crayfish in the bucket. It seemed that the kid had a good harvest. There were also some green prawns. There were many farmers in this place, and there were also green prawns. It wasn't strange to see green prawns here. As for the crayfish, this thing was originally an invasive species. It had strong adaptability and was widely distributed. Otherwise, why would it be called an invasive species? There was also a broken sickle beside the bucket. This kind of sickle was very common among farmers. However, Zheng Tan felt that it was strange for such a little girl to use a sickle. Just as he was thinking about something, Zheng Tan looked up and met the little girl's eyes. Zheng Tan rarely saw such a fierce look in a child's eyes. Even some gloomy children wouldn't be like this. This was because there was a strong killing intent in this child's eyes. Zheng Tan had no doubt that if the child was holding a sickle in her hand, she would definitely slash at him. However, this child didn't have a sickle now. Zheng Tan was really not afraid of this child. Instead, he had some thoughts of teasing her. Afraid that he would cause trouble? Not good for these prawns? I still want to cause trouble. Zheng Tan extended his claws and quickly patted the few bearing prawns in the bucket. It had to be said that Zheng Tan was sometimes so bored that his balls hurt. He wouldn't feel good if he didn't court death. A clod was thrown over. Zheng Tan reacted quickly and dodged. However, the clod of soil brushed past the edge of the bucket containing the prawns. The bucket was originally placed on an uneven surface, so after brushing past it, it fell over after a few swings. The little girl couldn't care less about Zheng Tan. She quickly ran over and caught the prawns before they escaped and threw them back into the bucket. When she looked up again, she saw the black cat half hidden in the bushes. It poked its head out and looked over. When she got up, the black cat was already hiding in the bushes. There were a few rustling sounds in the bushes. When it stopped, the cat had already disappeared. The little girl standing in the same spot looked at the grass and frowned. She had a feeling that the cat was playing with her. However, when the cat was half hidden in the grass and looking over here, there was something wrong with its gaze. Many elders in the village said that black cats were more evil. Some said that they were spiritual creatures, while others said that they were evil. She didn't agree before. Wasn't it just a cat? It was purely to scare her. However, after what happened just now, she believed it a little. Zheng Tan walked in the grass, feeling uneasy. It wasn't because the little girl threw the clod at him, but because of what he saw just now. When the little girl bent down to catch the prawns and threw them back into the plastic bucket, Her clothes, which were already short, were lifted up, revealing part of her back. Zhang Tan saw clearly that the girl's back was covered in scars, which seemed to be caused by a bamboo pole or other things. Originally, the girl's arms and legs also had some scars, but the scars were fainter. Zhang Tan didn't care. He heard from old Master Gu that it was common for some children in the village to fight. When they fought, they didn't differentiate between men and women. It wasn't strange for them to be injured. However, looking at it now, it wasn't strange. The scars on the girl's back were new. Even Zhang Tan felt pain just by looking at them, let alone a little girl who was the same age as little Pomelo. Abuse? Domestic violence? Zhang Tan wagged his tail. Jiao Ma and little Pomelo both told him not to cause trouble, so he didn't intend to meddle in other people's business. Besides, he couldn't do anything even if he wanted to. Every family had its own difficulties. There were many families like this. Whether it was in the city or in the village, there was no shortage of parents who beat their children. Therefore, after strolling around for a while, Zhang Tan caught a frog that popped out of nowhere and played with it for a while. Feeling much better, she looked at the sky and ran back to the place where little Pomelo and the others were fishing for prawns. When Zhang Tan returned, Zhao Yuan was showing off a relatively old prawn. The prawn had two big, fiery red pincers. Zhao Ma liked to eat this kind of big pincers. The meat inside was tender. Little Pomelo was changing the bait and tying the earthworms. Old Master Gu caught 4 fat earthworms and put them on the rope. Little Pomelo only needed to tie the rope. Beside the rope were 2 dead earthworms. One of them had been snapped in half by the prawn. Old Master Gu tied at least 3 earthworms to little Pomelo every time. He guessed that one of the earthworms had been directly caught by the prawn, or the earthworm had escaped on its own. After fishing for more than half an hour, Old Master Gu told the 2 children to stop fishing and get ready to go home. Seeing that little Pomelo still wanted to continue fishing, he smiled and said, "You can continue tomorrow. You still have a long summer vacation." Zhang Tan looked at the metal bucket containing the prawns. It was already half full. It was definitely enough to make a dish. Dinner was very sumptuous, and Zhang Tan also ate a full meal. When night fell, the villagers all took a bath in their own houses to cool off. They gossiped about the news around them and talked about the interesting things that happened that day. Old Master Gu moved the bamboo bed out of the house and even put a mosquito net on it. Little Pomelo stayed inside and listened to Old Master Gu talk about the past. As for Zhao Yuan, he was a restless person. He had already gone to catch fireflies with the children next door. Mosquito coils were lit next to him, but Zhang Tan could still clearly hear the buzzing of the mosquitoes around him. Ertong panted with its mouth open and tongue out. After lying down for a while, it changed to a cooler place to lie down. During dinner, it provoked Zhang Tan. After being slapped by Zhang Tan, it became much more obedient. Wherever Zhang Tan was, it would stay at least 1 meter away from him. At night in the village, the wind was cool, and the temperature was much lower than in the city. Originally, Zhang Tan was beside the bamboo bed, listening to Old Master Gu talk with little Pomelo. His ears twitched. Not far away, Jiao Ma and the old lady were sitting together and chatting with a few other women in the neighborhood. Sold another one? How could he bear to do that? Jiao Ma sighed. What's there to be sorry about? He has already sold 5 before. 1 more won't make a difference. I think the remaining 3 will be sold sooner or later, the old lady next door said. If they stay at home, they will be beaten to death by him sooner or later, the old lady sighed. Zhang Tan listened to their conversation. They were talking about a family in the neighboring village. The man wanted a son, but in the end, he gave birth to 9 daughters in a row. In addition, this man was addicted to gambling and felt that there was no use in keeping his daughters. One after another, he sold his daughters and often beat them at home. Now that he finally gave birth to a son, the remaining 3 daughters no longer needed to eat or drink. Although birth control was the same for boys and girls, thousands of years of thinking could not be changed in a short 20 to 30 years. Moreover, many people were scoundrels. It was useless to talk to them about the law. The people around them did not have the heart to care about this kind of thing. They had probably seen too much and were numb to it. Listening to these women chatting, Zhang Tan suddenly thought of the little girl he saw today. He wondered if that child was one of them. Zhang Tan sighed in his heart. He lay on a bamboo chair and looked at the road not far away. There were some vegetable gardens on the other side of the road, and further away were the fields. Originally, he was watching the Jiao Yuan and the others catch fireflies on the other side of the road. Suddenly, Zhang Tan noticed a few people passing by. One of them sounded very familiar. Chapter 206. Zhang Tan stared at them nervously until they were far away. What were they doing here? Zhang Tan still remembered the phone call that person made at Tsinghua University. It didn't sound like anything good. Other people couldn't hear what they were talking about, but Zhang Tan could. However, they were only talking about unimportant things, and Zhang Tan couldn't make any meaningful conclusions from their conversation. Well, if it was really important, they wouldn't be talking about it here. There were so many people around. Regardless, Zhang Tan's nerves were tense again. Even if those people were far away, Zhang Tan was still worried. He decided to follow little Pomelo and the others closely for the next few days. Even if those people's target wasn't little Pomelo, Zhang Tan didn't dare to let his guard down. There were many perverts in this world, and it was always better to be on guard. Who knew if these people would suddenly come up with some perverted idea? Thus, Zhang Tan couldn't sleep that night. Even if Jiao Yuan caught some fireflies, they couldn't divert Zhang Tan's attention. Looking at the ignorant children, Zhang Tan felt depressed. It wasn't good to know too much. Early the next morning, Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo were still sleeping in. Jiao Ma didn't disturb them. It wasn't easy to get a good night's sleep in summer. Zhang Tan jumped onto the roof and looked into the distance. Most of the people in the village woke up early to do more work before the temperature rose. The Gu family's house was still a tiled house with a pointed roof, but the residents next door had built a 3-story building. It looked pretty good. There was a kitten on the second-floor balcony next door. It was about 2 months old and was happily playing with a walnut. Zhang Tan jumped onto the railing of the second-floor balcony next door. The kitten was startled, but soon began to play with itself again. The window of the room on the second floor near the balcony was open. Zhang Tan could see the situation in the room from the railing. It seemed to be a boy's room. There were some toys like robots and artillery. There was also a 5th-grade language homework on the table. "Big sister, what do you slap on your face every day?" A boy's voice came from another room in the house. It was the boy who caught fireflies with Jiao Yuan yesterday. "Country bumpkin, this is called toner," the female voice said. At the same time, there were also slapping sounds. After a while, the boy walked into the room with a conflicted expression. He didn't have much of a reaction when he saw the black cat standing on the railing. He sat in front of his desk and flipped open his summer homework. He had homework assignments every day, and he was not allowed to go out to play until he finished them. Therefore, every morning after breakfast, he would immediately stay in his room to do his homework. In less than 5 minutes, the boy farted and ran out of the room holding his stomach. He probably went to the toilet. Zhang Tan was rather curious about what these children wrote in their diary and essays in their homework. Whenever he had nothing to do, he would flip through the diary and essays in front of little Pomelo. After all, it was not something private, and they were all about their daily lives. Jumping in through the window, Zhang Tan saw the place where the homework was opened. The boy was writing in the diary at the end of the day's homework. There, he wrote today's diary with a crooked pen. "Every morning when I wake up, I can see my big sister slapping herself in the mirror." Zhang Tan couldn't help but laugh. This child was really funny. He raised his paw and flipped through the diary in front of him. If he hadn't flipped through it, he wouldn't have known that this naughty boy was quite diligent in writing his diary. He even recorded some of his past misdeeds. For example, on which day he dug a trap in the village, on which day he dug another one, on which day he dug another one, on which day some of the traps had already fallen into, and on which places no one had gone and had been left there. Zhang Tan didn't expect to find such a reward. He noted down the places where no one had fallen into the traps. He didn't want little Pomelo and the others to fall into the traps when they went there. Although it was a child's prank and didn't cause much harm, falling into a trap was not a good feeling. When he heard footsteps coming over, Zhang Tan flipped the homework back to its original place. He jumped out of the window and returned to the Gu family's roof. When he heard Jiao Ma calling him, he quickly went down to eat breakfast. Because the 2 children didn't have enough fun yesterday, Old Master Gu took them to dig some earthworms today. In the afternoon, they went to the wild pond to fish for prawns. Zhang Tan stood to the side and watched for a while, then ran to other places to take a walk. Since Zhang Tan's performance yesterday was not bad, little Pomelo and the others didn't say anything. Actually, Zhang Tan didn't go for a walk because he was bored today. He wanted to see if the little girl from yesterday was still there. When he arrived at the place where he met the child yesterday, Zhang Tan didn't see her and was a little disappointed. Just as he was about to leave, he saw a figure walking over from afar. It was the little girl from yesterday. She was carrying the broken bucket from yesterday and carrying the broken scythe on her other shoulder as she walked over. However, when she got closer, Zhang Tan noticed that there were some new scars on the child's body. They were too obvious and couldn't be ignored even if he wanted to. No wonder she looked like she was having a hard time walking today. When the little girl saw Zhang Tan, she didn't have the same murderous intent and hostility as yesterday. Instead, she looked surprised and strange. She paused on the spot, then continued to walk forward. When she came to the place where she fished for prawns yesterday, she took out a wooden pole, tied the earthworms to it, and placed it in 3 places. Zhang Tan was curious why the little girl's attitude towards him had changed. He didn't get closer. Sensing the movement of the pole not far away, he looked at the little girl who was squatting there, thinking about something. He glanced around, bent his claws, picked up a small piece of soil, and threw it in that direction. The little girl, who was thinking about something, looked over when she sensed the movement. She saw the black cat that she thought was very strange. She saw the black cat look at the place where the pole was placed, then get up and walk over there. Zhang Tan retreated a few meters and watched the little girl guard the pole for a few seconds, then pick up a small prawn. After putting down the pole again, the little girl looked at Zhang Tan with a complicated expression, then walked over to the other pole. Zhang Tan saw that the little girl didn't have any resistance. Anyway, he had nothing to do. Seeing that she was pitiful, he helped to keep an eye on the other 2 poles, so that the little girl wouldn't keep walking. Didn't the scars on her legs hurt? So, gradually, the man and the cat formed a tacit understanding. The little girl guarded the pole on the far side, and Zhang Tan helped to keep an eye on the other 2 poles. Anyway, the distance between the 2 poles wasn't far, so it wasn't difficult for Zhang Tan. Once there was movement, Zhang Tan would pick up a small stone or a small piece of soil and throw it over, indicating that there was a prawn on her side that was about to take the bait. The little girl's bad mood from being beaten up improved a lot. She looked down and saw an old prawn approaching the earthworms. The corners of her mouth curled up. This old prawn looked meaty, and there was meat in the big pincers. She was lucky. Just as she thought of this, a piece of soil was thrown over and hit the little girl lightly. Then, it rolled down the slope of the shore and fell into the water with a splash. The old prawn that had just started to use the pincers to catch the earthworms disappeared with a whoosh, leaving only ripples on the water. The little girl was speechless. Rubbing her forehead and sighing, the little girl helplessly looked at the black cat that was not far away from her. It was raising its front paw and was ready to throw the second piece of soil. She got up and walked over. After fishing up the prawn, the little girl looked at the finger-sized prawn that was tightly holding the earthworms. She took it down and twisted off the prawn's head. Before Zhang Tan could see it clearly, there was a white and tender prawn ball in her hand that looked a little translucent. This action showed that she often did this kind of thing and was very familiar with it. After peeling the prawn, the little girl threw it over to Zhang Tan. Zhang Tan looked at it with disdain, then walked to the pole and continued to stare at it. The little girl was puzzled. Why didn't this cat eat it? She remembered that the big tabby cat next door ate it, and the cat at the village entrance also ate it. But this cat just now, its eyes were filled with disdain, right? Did it think that this one was too small? But that shouldn't be the case. Usually, when she cooked the prawns, if a cat came over, it would pick the small ones for her. She couldn't bear to part with the big ones. No matter if it was raw or cooked, the cat would eat it. Why was this black one different? Shaking her head, the little girl decided not to dwell on this problem. If it didn't want to eat it, then so be it. At least it could save some food. Black charcoal. Little Pomelo's voice came from the other side. Zhang Tan didn't guard the pole anymore and ran back. Little Pomelo didn't sound like she was in danger. She was just asking Zhang Tan to go back. Black charcoal? What a terrible name. It's not even as good as Big Black in the village, the little girl whispered as she watched the black cat disappear. Looking at the other 2 poles, he sighed and got up to look at the poles. Running back to little Pomelo's side, Zhang Tan heard the Jiao Yuan bragging to old Master Gu. How was it? I told you that black charcoal would definitely come back immediately. Little Pomelo turned on the kettle and took out the lid to pour Xiangtan some water. She was afraid that Xiangtan would be thirsty on such a hot day. Xiangtan was proud. His child was indeed the best. Old Master Gu curled his lips and thought to himself, "It's just a cat. Look at how much you spoil it." But Old Master Gu could only keep it to himself and didn't dare to say it out loud. He didn't want Little Pomelo and the Jiao Yuan to be dissatisfied with him because of this matter. After drinking the water, Xiangtan stayed there for a while before running to the little girl's side. She was also drinking water, but she wasn't using a kettle. Instead, she was using a mineral water bottle. It seemed that she had been using it for a while. In the following days, Little Pomelo and the others went out to fish for prawns, and Xiangtan took some time to help the little girl keep an eye on the poles. The little girl seemed to go to the wild pond to fish for prawns every day. However, when Little Pomelo and the others didn't go out, Xiangtan also stayed in the house. One day, Old Master Gu took Little Pomelo and the Jiao Yuan to watch others fish. On the way back from the fish pond, they passed by a fork in the road and Xiangtan saw the little girl. They hadn't seen each other for a few days. The child's old injuries hadn't healed, and now she had new ones. Even if her bones couldn't be healed, this kind of physical pain was too much for a 10-year-old child. Little Pomelo saw that Xiangtan seemed to be familiar with the little girl. She looked at the little girl's clothes and the injuries on her body. She took out a few milk candies from her pocket and gave them to him. Because of Zhao Lu, the Zhao family never lacked snacks. They didn't even need Zhao Ma to buy them. Every once in a while, Zhao Lu would have someone send food over. They couldn't even finish eating. Before the summer break, Zhao Lu had sent over a few big boxes of milk candies, and they were all high-end goods. The Jiao Yuan had already brought them over. Because the weather was too hot, they only brought a few with them when they went out. Little Pomelo only ate one today and gave the rest to the little girl. She felt that the person Xiangtan knew should be a good person. The little girl looked at Little Pomelo and the black cat standing next to Little Pomelo with a complicated expression. She said, "Thank you," and left. Xiangtan looked at Old Master Gu's expression and knew that he probably knew something. However, when Little Pomelo and the Jiao Yuan asked about it, Old Master Gu didn't say anything. He was afraid that it would affect the two children negatively. That night, when Xiangtan was outside enjoying the cool breeze, he overheard Old Master Gu and Old Madame Gu talking about the little girl in low voices. He knew that the child was indeed born in the family of the person they were talking about. She was the 9th child and the youngest of the 9 girls. It was their misfortune to have a father who favored boys over girls and would hit and scold them whenever he was unhappy. Xiangtan also heard from Old Master Gu that the child would be sold by her father sooner or later. Luckily, she had 2 older sisters. Once the 2 older sisters were sold, it would probably be her turn. Chapter 207. Although it was hot in August, there were also times when it rained. Xiangtan squatted in front of the window and looked at the scenery outside. A toad the size of a fist calmly crawled from one side of the cement road to the other side of the road not far from the door. The croaking of frogs could be heard everywhere outside. Little Pomelo was lying on the table drawing. The electric fan had also stopped. The wind outside the window was humid and cool. Xiangtan looked in the direction of the wild pond. He didn't know where the little girl would go today. Recently, Little Pomelo and the others only went there to fish for prawns every few days. They didn't run to the wild pond every day. However, Xiangtan went there to help the little girl when he had time. On sunny days, the little girl would fish for prawns at the wild pond. On rainy days, she might be catching frogs. The little girl looked thin and weak. 2 days ago, Xiangtan saw her use a broken part of her sickle to kill a snake as thick as a finger. At that time, the child didn't show any fear. Her expression didn't even change much during the whole process. To be honest, there was a little excitement in her eyes. Snakes were also meat. Xiangtan looked at her. The little girl was probably used to it. Who knew how many snakes she had killed with that sickle? She was brave enough to be stronger than the average child. After the rain stopped, Xiangtan went to the wild pond the next day. After waiting for a while, he saw the little girl walking over with the equipment. Seeing Xiangtan waiting there, the little girl's frown eased and she quickly walked over. Although it had just rained yesterday, the temperature quickly rose once the rain stopped. In addition to the sun in the morning, many places were not so wet. In another day or two, Some of the dirt roads that people often walked on would be as dry as they were a few days ago. They tied the earthworms, set the rod, and then divided the work. After 2 or 3 hours, they could still catch some. However, the wild pond was only so big. After fishing for so long, the harvest was not as good as when they first started. The little girl left the wild pond at 6 o'clock in the evening every day. Zheng Tan couldn't do it. He had to go back around 5 o'clock. Otherwise, he would have to listen to Zhao Ma's nagging again. Zheng Tan didn't need a watch. He could estimate the approximate time by looking at the sun above his head. The little girl also knew that the black cat would have to return every afternoon at a certain time. But today was different. Zhang Tan was looking at the rod, staring at the string. When there were prawns, the string would tighten, and the larger prawns would even pull on the rod. Seeing a shrimp clamping an earthworm, Zhang Tan motioned for the little girl to come over. After hooking up the prawn, the little girl didn't put the rod down again. Instead, she put the fish away. So early today. Zhang Tan was puzzled. After tidying up, the little girl asked Zhang Tan to follow her. Although he didn't quite understand what the little girl wanted to do, it was still early. Zhang Tan followed her. Walking to a small forest area nearby, the little girl hid the wooden rod to prevent other children from taking it away. Then she quickly disposed of the prawns in the bucket, leaving only the prawns and some big clamps. The rest was thrown away. This way she could save a lot of energy. In the forest, Zhang Tan saw that person again. There were 3 people walking by together. Zhang Tan hid in the grass and stared in that direction. He also pulled the little girl who was cleaning up the prawns, indicating that she should hide. Seeing the black cat so vigilant, the little girl thought that something dangerous had happened. She didn't care about the prawns and immediately hid behind the bushes. She lay on the ground and looked in that direction through the gaps in the bushes. After the 3 people left, Zhang Tan's tense muscles relaxed. Who are they? Did they beat you? The little girl looked at Zhang Tan in confusion. Ha! The little girl didn't know them? Previously, Zhang Tan thought that the little girl's sisters had been sold to these people by their father. But now it seemed that it was different from what he had imagined. If they were sold to these people, the little girl should not know any of them, right? For a moment, Zhang Tan really couldn't think of a reason. After leaving the place where the wooden rod was hidden, the little girl took Zhang Tan a little further away and stopped near an orchard. There was a metal net around the orchard, so it was probably heavily guarded. There was a small stone bridge here, but the original stream under the stone bridge had been dried up for many years and was overgrown with weeds. Moreover, it seemed that people didn't often come here. The little girl slid down the slope and parted the grass. There was a hole inside. Zhang Tan watched as she took out some things one after another, including a small aluminum pot. There were some green bricks near the edge of the stone bridge. There were burn marks on the bricks. Zhang Tan watched as she placed the bricks in an N shape. Then, she placed a small aluminum pot on top of the bricks. She placed some hay and firewood in the crack at the bottom. She lit the firewood and began to cook the prawns. It was very simple boiled prawns. Zhang Tan didn't have any appetite, but the little girl seemed to be staring at something delicious. After cooking, the little girl handed Zhang Tan a prawn ball. Zhang Tan didn't eat it, so she finished it all. After eating, she put everything back in its original place. The little girl told Zhang Tan that this was her secret base. She would come here most of the time when it was time to eat and would only go home to sleep at night. When she mentioned going home, there was disgust in her eyes. It was almost dark, so Zhang Tan couldn't stay here all the time. After Zhang Tan had left, the little girl walked to another spot and parted the bushes. There was a wide-mouthed glass can inside, and the candies that little Pomelo had given her were stored inside the glass can. She had already eaten 3 candies. Looking at the remaining 2 candies, she sighed. After hesitating for a while, she picked up one of the candies and carefully tore open the wrapping paper. After taking out the candies, she tidied up the plastic wrapping paper and placed it inside the can. There were already 4 wrapping papers stacked inside. With the candies in her mouth, the little girl leaned against the slope and lay down. The milky and sweet smell of the candies made her like it so much that her eyes narrowed. At night, Zhang Tan was in a bad mood and couldn't sleep, so he went outside to pee. He wasn't used to using the toilet, but seeing that many children here directly found a place to pee, Zhang Tan also went to a place where there was no one to pee secretly. Zhang Tan jumped out of the window and ran out of the backyard. He didn't want to go near it. Anyway, he couldn't sleep now, so he ran further away to pee. Xianxia didn't find it very quiet at night in the village. The sounds of insects and frogs were constant, and occasionally, dogs barked. In the night, Xianxia's movements were not blocked. Sometimes, he would run into cats raised by other people in the village. Some of them provoked him, but Xianxia wasn't in the mood to pay attention to them. Enjoying the night breeze, he walked for a while and then found a place to pee. As Xianxia was peeing, his ears twitched. Someone was coming this way. Originally, he didn't want to pay attention to it and go back after peeing, but the sound made Xianxia stop in his tracks. It was really fate. He met this guy once during the day, and now he met this guy again at night. Xianxia hid in a corner and waited for the people to come closer. Only 2 people came over. One was the person Xianxia knew who he had pushed into the artificial lake, and the other was probably a villager here, with an accent. The 2 people reeked of alcohol, and their conversation was all about the gossip in the village, with some dirty jokes. However, Xianxia noticed that the villager called the person next to him, Snake Head. Xianxia didn't hear them talk about some of the core issues, and he was a little disappointed. However, it was rare to run into someone who was drunk. Xianxia was in the right place at the right time at the right time. If he didn't teach Xianxia a lesson, he wouldn't be able to feel at ease. Thinking about it, Xianxia suddenly remembered something written in the diary of the guy who lived next door. According to the description, there should be a trap around here. Xianxia quietly ran in front of them from the side. Following the dirt road, there was a fork in the road. According to the guy's diary, behind the house of the 4th last house, there was a hole in the backyard between the fence and the dirt road. They didn't dare to blatantly dig a hole on this dirt road. They would be beaten. Digging not far from the roadside, some villagers turned a blind eye. Anyway, they only walked on the dirt road. As for the side, it was obvious that there was a hole there, and even weeds didn't grow. However, in the middle of the night, especially after drinking, their consciousness was not so clear, and they couldn't see or remember the obvious trap. Xianxia easily found the trap. It was about 3 or 4 meters away from the dirt road, and there were a lot of weeds around. It could be seen that very few people came here. The trap dug by the children was very simple. They dug a square pit about half a meter long, and then put a few thin wooden sticks on it, and covered it with some grass. Xianxia also smelled the stench coming from inside. He guessed that the children would pee here from time to time. Otherwise, if it was just a hole, it would be too simple, and they would have dug it in vain. Xianxia tested the carrying capacity of the thin wooden stick. If he stood on it, he would definitely fall, let alone an adult. The 2 people were getting closer and closer. Xianxia hid on the other side of the dirt road, which was different from the trap. Although he had drunk, Snake Head still had his vigilance. He kept feeling that someone was watching him. He held the flashlight and shone it around. Other than a few jumping insects, there was nothing else. Could it be that he drank too much? What's wrong? The villager who was talking excitedly saw Snake Head stop and asked. Nothing. Snake Head shook his head and continued to walk forward. The villager didn't mind and continued with what he was about to say. However, Snake Head still had a strange feeling. Ka! A soft sound came from the side. Who? Snake Head looked in the direction of the sound. However, when he shone his flashlight over, he only saw the wooden fence of the vegetable garden in the backyard of the family. The villager was about to say something when Snake Head raised his hand to stop him. The hand that wasn't holding the flashlight pulled out a dagger from his waist. He first looked in the direction opposite the wooden fence to make sure that no one would sneak an attack from behind. There was no place to hide. Only then did he turn around and walk towards the vegetable garden. There were many places to hide there, such as the outhouse and a simple wooden shed. Xianxia hid in the grass. The grass at this height indeed couldn't hide a person, but it was just enough to hide a cat. At the same time, Xianxia sighed in his heart. This person's vigilance was indeed very high. Last time, he had been able to push him into the lake mostly because of luck. However, this was just right. He had only thrown a piece of dirt in that direction, and he had gone over. At the same time, from another perspective, did this mean that this guy had done something wrong so he had to be more careful? When the villager saw this, he swallowed his saliva and looked around. It was pitch black. He couldn't even see a meter away from him. Only the area illuminated by the flashlight could be seen more clearly. He didn't bring a flashlight. He followed Snakehead, but he didn't dare get too close to him. What if he hurt himself? Xianxia watched as Snakehead approached the trap. However, Snakehead's path was slightly off from where the trap was. If he walked straight, he would probably be able to walk right past the edge of the trap. Snakehead felt that there was definitely someone hiding around. The feeling of being watched wasn't an illusion. No matter what, it was better to be vigilant. Pooh! There was a slight sound from the wooden shed. Snakehead tightened his grip on the dagger in his hand and walked a few steps in that direction. He deviated from his original path and said to the wooden shed, "Come out. I see you." Before he could finish the word "you," Snakehead felt a strong force coming from the back of his waist. This time, Snakehead wasn't directly pushed down. He only moved 2 steps to the side to dodge out of reflex. Under normal circumstances, he would have been able to stand firm. Unfortunately, the place where his feet landed made a few cracking sounds. His feet sank, and his entire body fell to the side. Snakehead knew that the villager was standing not far behind him. He had also confirmed that there was no one else in the area behind him, so Snakehead didn't pay too much attention to his back. However, such a situation still happened. When he fell, Snakehead was still cursing in his heart. F***ck. This is the second time. Other than that time when he was pushed into the lake for no reason at Tsinghua University, this is the second time he's been hit for no reason at all. What the hell is going on? Chapter 208. Snakehead had sprained his ankle. Because it was summer, he was wearing cropped underwear. When his foot sank in, it was cut by a few broken tree branches. The trap was not deep. Snakehead had only sunk up to his knees, but there were all kinds of filth inside. There was rotten melon pulp, other household trash, and the smell of urine. Snakehead's anger soared, but now was not the time to flip out. He did not care about the injury on his foot. He held the flashlight steady and held the dagger, trying to find out who was going against him. The villager standing not far behind Snakehead felt that something had brushed past him. Goosebumps rose on his body, especially when he heard Snakehead say that he was possessed. He felt a chill run down his back. I really didn't see anything just now. I just felt a little cold. The villager shivered. He actually believed in ghosts and gods, and he had done some bad things for Snakehead. Now that he thought about it, he felt guilty. He felt that he had been targeted by some dirty thing. Snakehead had made a lot of noise when he stepped into the trap. This family had a dog at home, and it was barking. Xianxia decided to add fuel to the fire. After he pushed Snakehead, he quickly ran into the vegetable garden. The distance between the fence was just enough for him to cross, so he did not need to jump. He found a stone from the surroundings, and before Snakehead noticed him, he threw it fiercely at the family's window. Pa! The sound of glass shattering rang out. The dog inside barked even louder, and the lights in the house lit up. The back door creaked open, and a big, sturdy dog rushed out. It easily jumped over the fence and bit at Snakehead. It bit the arm that was holding the knife. The dagger fell to the ground. Ah! A scream disturbed the silence of the night. Xianxia was hiding beside the wooden shed. He wagged his tail. It was painful to listen to. Damn it! The dog must have had similar experience in catching thieves. It was too fast when it charged over. There was no hesitation when it jumped over the fence to bite the man. It was unclear whether it had bitten the man's arm that was holding the knife by accident or on purpose. In any case, Xianxia thought that the dog's bite was a good one. The owner of the house who had rushed out with a hoe was murderous. He thought that a thief had come, but after taking a closer look, he recognized the villager with Snakehead. After listening to him explain for a long time, he realized that it was a misunderstanding. However, the dog had bitten. As for the trap, it was dug by the children in the village. Many people knew that it had nothing to do with him. The owner of the house was also a tough character. After seeing Snakehead's dagger on the ground, his expression became worse. How could he take responsibility? In the end, Snakehead could only blame himself for being unlucky. Xianxia took the opportunity to slip away while they were arguing. The dog barked at Snakehead and did not look anywhere else. With the cover of the night, no one noticed Xianxia, so it was easy to slip away. The next day, Old Master Gu took the 2 children to a friend's place to see turtles. He planned to buy a few turtles for the children to play with. When the time came, they could bring them back to Chuhua City to raise. Anyway, these little turtles did not take up much space. Before leaving, someone came to look for Old Master Gu. Thus, the plan to go out in the morning was pushed to the afternoon. There was nothing to do in the morning, so little Pomelo was drawing. Zhang Tan looked at it. It was a drawing of the little girl carrying a broken bucket and a sickle. I heard that she is often beaten. She is so thin. Will she get sick? Little Pomelo said to Zhang Tan, who was lying on the table, as she drew. After drawing, little Pomelo thought of something and asked Zhang Tan, "Do you know where she is?" Zhang Tan thought for a moment and nodded. Although he did not know where the girl was now, it was enough to know where she would go. Zhang Tan rarely played dumb when he was alone with little Pomelo. Anyway, little Pomelo would not talk nonsense outside, so sometimes he had to express his meaning more directly. Little Pomelo got down from the chair, rummaged through her bag, and took out a bag of candy. It was unopened, and there were about 20 pieces in each bag. "Give this to her. I still have a lot." Little Pomelo looked at Zhang Tan expectantly. Zhang Tan nodded again. He quite agreed with little Pomelo's way of doing things. That girl's life was really distressing, and a bag of candy was not something important to little Pomelo. Little Pomelo wiped the edges of the bag of candy with water and handed it to Zhang Tan. She knew that the black cat in front of her was sometimes a little misophobic and did not like to take things randomly. Zhang Tan ran out with the bag of candy in his mouth. He did not go to the wild pond. That girl was usually not at the wild pond in the morning, so Zhang Tan went directly to the secret base that the girl had taken him to last time. Not seeing the girl, Zhang Tan directly put the bag of candy in the place where she had hidden things and went back. Not long after Zhang Tan left, the little girl, who was tanned from the sun, came over. She glanced at the place where she had hidden things and knew that it had been rummaged through. Her eyes narrowed, thinking that someone had stolen something, so she quickly ran over and pushed aside the grass. What entered her eyes was a bag of candy, and the packaging was very familiar. She had just finished the candy last time. Last night when she went to sleep, she regretted that there was another bag of candy in her dream. She did not expect that there was really another bag of candy. She carefully tore open the bag, peeled a candy and put it in her mouth. Then she hid the rest of the candy and looked around carefully. Finally, she found a place where the cat's footprints were shallow. After a while, when the wind blew the dust away, the footprints would not be seen. In a good mood, the little girl decided to go home to see if there were any leftovers. At this time, the family should have finished eating. Then in the afternoon, she would go to the wild pond to fish for prawns. Just as she stepped into the house, the little girl found that there were guests in the house. She had seen these 3 guests before in the forest. The black cat was wary of these people, so they were definitely not good people. "This is my family's little Jiao." Sitting on a chair and smoking a cigarette with a flattering smile, the man said as he pointed at the little girl who had just entered the house. He was the head of the household. Sensing that something was wrong, the little girl turned and prepared to run away. But before she could run out of the door, she was firmly held in place. On the other side, Old Master Gu took the 2 children to see the turtles. This farmer mainly raised turtles and turtles. Seeing that the 2 children liked them, the man planned to give a few Brazilian turtle seedlings to little Pomelo and the others. Old Master Gu waved his hand. He only wanted 2. He could not raise more. After all, they were children. The man also gave them a glass fish tank. Old Master Gu did not like to owe people. The 2 of them pushed back and forth. In the end, Old Master Gu stuffed 20 yuan to the man. "Hey, Uncle Gu, I really don't need 20. The man was about to continue, but after being glared at by Old Master Gu, he stopped talking. He shook his head and went into the house with a smile. When he came out, he took 2 bags of turtle feed and stuffed them into the glass fish tank. Without waiting for Old Master Gu to say anything, he left. On the way back, the 2 children played with the turtles as they walked, so they slowed down a lot. Zhang Tan stopped to wait for them. A toad jumped out of the grass. Zhang Tan had nothing to do, so he went over to tease it. The toad kept jumping forward. When it jumped into the grass on the side of the road, Zhang Tan pressed it to the ground with his paw. No matter how much it croaked, he did not let go. He thought to himself, "Let's see where you can jump to, little thing." After waiting for 2 minutes, Zhang Tan slowly let go of his paw. The toad immediately jumped away as if it was running for its life. It crossed the cement road and disappeared into the field on the other side. Zhang Tan was squatting in the grass, watching the toad disappear. A Santera drove over. It was likely that a truck had been hauling stones in the morning. There were some small stones scattered on the road. When the Santana pulled over, it slowed down to avoid the stones on the side and continued to drive. When the Santera bypassed the stones, Zhang Tan saw the person leaning against the window of the back seat. He also saw the person sitting in the driver's seat. The person in the driver's seat was smoking, and the window was all open. Zhang Tan saw the driver. Last time, this person was with the smuggler, so they should be in cahoots. The window of the back seat was half open because it was tinted. Only half of the person's face was exposed, but Zhang Tan still recognized him easily. The other party had also seen Zhang Tan squatting in the bushes. Why was the girl in the car? And with those people? When he heard what the girl said, Zhang Tan thought that they did not come to the village to buy children, but now it seemed that Zhang Tan was wrong. Without thinking much, Zhang Tan chased after the car. But how could a cat be faster than a car? Besides, the road was flat, there were no other cars around, and the car was driving fast. After bypassing the stones, the car began to accelerate, as if in a hurry to leave, and soon left Zhang Tan behind. Zhang Tan could only watch helplessly as the car drove further and further away until it became a black dot and disappeared from sight. In the car, the girl, who was leaning against the window, moved her gaze back. Even when she was beaten up by her father, she did not cry when she knew that she was being sold. But now, her eyes were red, and tears kept falling. 10 years. She had lived in this village for 10 years. When she finally left, the only one who asked her to stay was a cat. The person who was responsible for watching her looked at the back window of the car and did not see anyone chasing after them. Then he looked at the girl next to her and thought that she was just a child who did not want to leave home. It was normal for a child to cry when taken away by strangers. She did not cry before, so they felt that there was something wrong with the girl. Now they were relieved. Zhang Tan lay on the side of the cement road and panted. The car had disappeared from his sight. He wanted to remember the license plate, but found that it was covered by a screen. He did not understand. Even if they wanted to buy children, didn't the girl have 2 older sisters? How could it be her turn so soon? When he returned listlessly, little Pomelo was calling Zhang Tan's cat name. From her voice, he could tell that she was very anxious. Seeing that Zhang Tan had returned, little Pomelo was about to say something, but she found that Zhang Tan's condition was not right, so she did not scold him. In the next few days, everyone noticed that something was wrong with Zhang Tan. He was usually so energetic, but now he was listless, as if he was not interested in anything. After going out once, he became even more listless and his appetite decreased. Old Master Gu said that he must have missed the female cats. He even specially borrowed 2 strong female cats from someone else's house. In the end, when the 2 cats saw Zhang Tan, they stayed far away from her. No matter what, they wouldn't get close to her. Even if they got a female cat in heat, they wouldn't get close to Zhang Tan. Jiao Ma wanted to take him to the vet, but Zhang Tan did not go. In order to reassure Jiao Ma and the others, Zhang Tan's appetite returned to normal, but he did not look as energetic as before. These few days, after Zhang Tan returned, he went to the girl's secret base a few times to make sure that she did not return. One night, when he was outside enjoying the cool breeze, he heard people talking about it. They sold another one so soon? I heard that they sold Little 9 this time. Little 7 and Little 8 are still around. Why did they choose Little 9? Who knows? Maybe they saw that Little 9 was the youngest and decided to buy it. Sigh, that child didn't even finish 1st grade, but I heard that her grades were good in school. That Little 9's temper is very fierce. She is completely different from her sisters. How could they sell her? A young voice sounded. What nonsense are you talking about? If you don't know, then shut up. An old man next to him scolded. Sigh, what a sin. Zhang Tan went to the neighboring village to find the girl's house, but he heard that her father had fallen into a fish pond the night before when he was drunk. He was rescued and sent to the hospital in town. His life was not in danger, but he had to stay in the hospital for a while. Zhang Tan did not hear any other useful information. The people in the village, including the girl's family, only knew that Little 9 had been sold. As for why she was sold to those people, they did not know. Chapter 209. Before returning to Chuhua City, Jiao Ma took the two children to the county town. Grandpa Jiao and Grandma Yang were living in the county town. She couldn't bring the children out during the summer vacation and not visit them, right? Zhang Tan was familiar with the house in the county town because he had been there on the National Day last year. Grandma Yang and Grandma Yang were very happy to see Zhao Yuan and little Pomelo. Grandma Yang had prepared the dishes in advance and insisted that the two children stay here for a few more days. Anyway, as long as they could make it in time for the registration, there was no need to go back so early. Zhao Yuan and little Pomelo didn't want to go out in the summer. Unlike Grandma Yang and Grandma Yang, Zhao Yuan was afraid of the heat. He spent most of his time in the air-conditioned room. He couldn't stand the heat with only an electric fan because the wind was hot. It was also good to stay in the air-conditioned room and play chess with little Pomelo. Zhang Tan didn't stay in the house. He felt bored and suddenly missed the feeling of running around in the countryside. The sun was a little low in the afternoon. Zhang Tan went out along the shady side of the road for a walk. Jiao Ma didn't force Zhang Tan to stay at home because she saw that Zhang Tan's mental state was not very good. Seeing Zhang Tan go out, Jiao Ma thought to herself, it's good to go out for a walk. As long as he recovers, he can do whatever he wants. Zhang Tan looked at the scenery and buildings on the side of the road. He remembered this place. He had been here once last year, but he didn't walk too far. There was a small stall selling cold dishes on the side of the road. There were quite a lot of people here. When Zhang Tan passed by, he heard a few people talking at the cold dish stall. They were talking about a burglary that happened in a newly built community not far away. Zhang Tan walked over to take a look. The neighborhood wasn't big. It was newly built, and the greenery wasn't particularly good. However, there were quite a lot of onlookers on this hot day. Some people who couldn't squeeze into the shade were holding umbrellas or using fans to cover their heads as they gathered there to discuss something. However, Zhang Tan did not plan to go in. There were two men in police uniforms squatting in the shade beside the guardhouse. Zhang Tan could hear their conversation. We finally caught this guy. We didn't waste our time coming here under the sun. Brother Huang, do you think thieves nowadays can commit crimes in broad daylight? They are really bold. One of the young men who looked to be in his early 20s said. The weather is hot, and no one goes out during the day. Everyone stays at home. This is a newly built neighborhood, and the neighbors are not familiar with each other. As long as there is no one in the house, a thief can just break in. No one will say anything if he moves a big color TV out. But I didn't expect that family to bring back a dog last night. Another middle-aged man in a police uniform took a sip from a mineral water bottle and replied. I didn't expect such a small puppy to be so lethal. When I entered the living room and saw so much blood on the floor, I was shocked. I heard that the owner's friend asked them to take care of the dog. Now the family treats the dog as a hero and sent it to the pet hospital. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't leave here, they would have followed the dog to the pet hospital. Listening to the two policemen, Zhang Tan could roughly guess what happened. When there was a thief in the courtyard, Niu Zhuangzhuang was also fierce. But today, the hero dog that caught the thief was a Pekingese. Compared to the delicate Pekingese in the courtyard, this one was simply domineering. The topic of the two policemen gradually changed. Zhang Tan didn't plan to continue listening. He was ready to leave and continue walking, but he didn't expect them to talk about the Jiao Ma's town. When he heard the words selling daughter, Zhang Tan stopped and pricked up his ears. Hey, Brother Huang, didn't you work there before you transferred here? Do you know about this? The family that gave birth to 9 daughters in a row and then sold them one after another? Of course I know. Zhang Tan inched closer to her. Really? No one cares? The young man's face was full of disbelief. Care? The middle-aged policeman wiped the sweat on his forehead. Yes, but it's a pity that one of them is willing to be beaten and the other is willing to be beaten. If you insist on taking care of it, you will be beaten back. Who is willing to be sold? The young man didn't believe it. Being sold is actually better. Why wouldn't they want to be free from the cage? For them, even if they were sold to other people as wives, they would be starved and beaten at home. They might even have a good life. The man sighed and shook his head. Beating children is very common in the village, but selling children is different. I was also a hot-blooded person. After listening to the gossip of the villagers, I went to take care of it. At that time, I thought that as long as the child admitted that she was sold, I would go all out and investigate to the end. Unfortunately, they didn't say anything. Even at the trial, they would still have the same story. Instead, I would be accused of something bad. Didn't you see that the villagers didn't care? Do you really think that it's just a threat from a hooligan like their father? Many people in the village don't care about hooligans at all. It's purely out of helplessness. What about the last one? I heard that the child has a stubborn temper. I heard from my uncle that the child will not be sold obediently. Then it's probably because the buyer is different. The man thought of something and his face turned serious. He said to the young policeman, "Don't ask about it in the future." Seeing that the young man obviously didn't take it seriously, the middle-aged man said, "I don't want to hear the news that you have been dragged to be fed to the shrimps." The young man's face changed, then he smiled and said, "Don't worry, I don't have that much free time." They had previously handled a murder case. The victim was thrown into a wild pond. When he was found, he was already eaten by shrimps. There was no progress in the investigation until now. In the end, it became a case with no leads. The topic of the two men quickly changed. Zhang Tan didn't need to continue listening. The middle-aged policeman obviously didn't work for nothing all these years. He probably knew some things. However, seeing that they didn't want to talk about it at all, Zhang Tan couldn't hear what he wanted to hear. He was even more suspicious. He had felt that it was strange before. Why did those people choose Little Nine? If it was really like what the villagers said, Little Nine's age and personality were not suitable to be sold as wives or other special jobs. However, they skipped over the two older sisters and went straight to her. This question remained unanswered until Zhang Tan returned to Chuhua City. Once home, the Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo went to work on the two turtles. Zhang Tan followed the Jiao Ma to the third floor to see the kittens. They were more than a month old and were much stronger than normal kittens. They were obviously bigger too. Peanut Candy was the same. The two kittens' destructive power was directly proven by the cloth sofa in Air Mao's living room. It was completely covered in a layer of fur. There were also many scratches on the tables and chairs. There were only two of them, but they were already in such a state. When Zhang Tan entered the door, the two were jumping up and down. When they saw the Jiao Ma, they growled and didn't seem afraid at all. However, when they saw Zhang Tan, the two seemed to be close. As for Black Rice, it was probably annoyed by the two. It was sleeping on Air Mao's bed in the bedroom. It didn't even bother to open its eyes. Only its ears moved, indicating that it was paying attention to its surroundings. The two were now eating some meat with Air Mao. They had a big appetite and strong stomachs. Perhaps it was because the Monseigneur gene was too powerful. According to Air Mao, Black Rice was starting to dislike them. I don't think these two will stay for long. Black Rice has been going crazy more and more recently. Air Mao sighed and pointed to their respective nests for the Jiao Ma to see. They didn't even stay in the same nest. During the day, they would play around and sometimes lick each other's fur. It seemed like they had a good relationship. However, if they stayed in the same nest, they would easily fight. This phenomenon wasn't obvious when they couldn't run. Now that they could run and jump, the more they grew, the more obvious it was. Zhang Tan was silent. It seemed that it was because of the Monseigneur gene. Where do you plan to send these two? The Jiao Ma asked. I think I'll send them somewhere far away. Air Mao was a little reluctant. After all, it had seen them grow so big day by day. It didn't feel good to suddenly send them away. Air Mao had thought of sending them to Celestine or Walnut or some other familiar people. But who knew that these two would directly reject it? Being able to get along with cats didn't mean that they were willing to raise them. The Jiao Ma and Air Mao sat on the sofa and chatted. Zhang Tan watched the two kittens play around in front of him. Although they still looked young, when they were playing around, they looked quite fierce. Moreover, when Zhang Tan listened to their low growls, he found that these two's growls were different from the ones in the pet center. Zhang Tan had worked with many kittens in the advertisement and knew their growls. Although different breeds of cats might have different growls, it wouldn't be like these two. Zhang Tan couldn't quite remember what Peanut Candy's growls were when he was young. After all, Peanut Candy was educated by Li Yuanba all day long at the pet center. Zhang Tan didn't have much contact with him. When he had more contact with him, that guy had already grown up. During these few days at home, Zhang Tan didn't go out too far. At most, he walked around the campus. When school started, Zhang Tan's life would return to the rhythm before the summer vacation. On this day, Zhang Tan decided to go to the construction site and take a look at the blind old man. Was the old man still sticking to his post on such a hot day? When he passed by Zhong Yan's neighborhood, Zhang Tan glanced at it. It seemed that Zhong Yan's house was empty. Zhong Yan, that guy, had directly soared to the sky in the college entrance examination this time. He was in the top 3 of the school and entered the capital university. This made the other members of his family very angry. After running around the construction site, Zhang Tan didn't see Zhong Yan. He guessed that he had already registered in the capital. It seemed that in the future, there would be one less acquaintance here. When he was about to leave, Zhang Tan heard someone calling his name. The voice sounded familiar. Zhang Tan turned his head and looked. A man in a blue vest and a hard hat ran over. It was the man called Brother Ning, who had helped Zhong Yan. "Hey, you are finally here again." Brother Ning took out 50 yuan from his trouser pocket and said to Zhang Tan, "Let's go. I'll buy you something to eat." Before Zhong Yan left, he specially told me that he would treat you to a good meal when you come over. He even gave me the money. Brother Ning said several words in a row. Then he suddenly remembered that he was just facing a cat. Did it understand what he was saying? However, the black cat didn't leave. Brother Ning lifted his feet and walked forward. After 2 steps, he turned back and saw that the cat was indeed following him. He muttered in his heart, "This cat really understands what I'm saying. No wonder it is a cat that the top student knows." Zhang Tan followed him and saw that Brother Ning stopped in front of a restaurant that sold boxed lunches. He picked some meat and fish. After paying, Brother Ning turned back and was about to say something. However, he found that the black cat, which was squatting next to him, ran away quickly. Zhang Tan was indeed waiting for Brother Ning to buy lunch. Not far from them was a bus stop. When Zhang Tan inadvertently glanced over, he found that among the people who had just got off the bus was the driver of the Santala. Chapter 2:10. The man looked in a hurry, as if there was something urgent. When he got off the bus, he almost knocked down an old lady. He was scolded by several young people next to him, but he didn't care. He just walked on his own and quickly left the platform. Zhang Tan followed closely behind. He felt that if he could see Xiao Jiao, maybe this was the last chance to help her. If he missed this chance, he may never see her again. Because he often wandered in this area, Zhang Tan also had some understanding of the surrounding layout, especially the places that had been demolished or were about to be demolished. The direction of the man in front of him was a private residential area, which was not included in the demolition area. At least, this area would not be moved in the next few years. Although there was no construction site nearby, there was a road construction nearby. During the day, the thump-thump sound was constant, which was annoying. In addition to the noise, there was also air pollution. The residents around were wearing masks and hats. They came and went in a hurry, for fear of staying here for a long time. Zhang Tan watched the man take out a tissue to cover his nose, quickly walked to a house, and took out the key to open the door. "Live here." Zhang Tan looked around and didn't see the Santala. It was estimated that the car was not parked here, or it had been disposed of. Otherwise, the man wouldn't have squeezed into the bus. Looking around, the anti-theft window was well installed. It was too close. Zhang Tan couldn't squeeze in. He wanted to find the kitchen, but he couldn't find it. However, Zhang Tan found the toilet on the first floor. How many times had he searched the toilet? Zhang Tan sighed in his heart. He could smell the stench outside. He didn't know how long these people hadn't cleaned the toilet. It was estimated that it was dirty inside, but for the girl, Zhang Tan decided to endure it. The toilet was not the kind of window. There was only one ventilation fan, and it looked like it had been remodeled. It was estimated that it used to be a window, but it was later changed into this kind of ventilation fan. Did the people living here think that the ventilation fan could protect them from people? However, even if it could protect them from people, it couldn't protect them from cats. Zhang Tan jumped up and squeezed through the gaps between the fan blades. This was not the first time he had done something like squeezing through the ventilation fan, so he was very familiar with it. However, the fan blades were very dirty, and Zhang Tan's body was covered in a layer of dust. Looking inside the toilet, it was indeed very messy. Some of the tiles on the floor were already bald, and there were also some unknown yellow marks, which made Zhang Tan, who was a little bit of a clean freak, pull its ears unhappily. "Forget it. I'll bear with it for now. After shaking off the dust on his body, Zhang Tan walked to the bathroom door. The toilet door was only half closed. Zhang Tan listened to the movements outside the toilet. There were 3 people chatting, but the toilet was too smelly. Zhang Tan felt uncomfortable staying here. He looked around and saw that there was no one outside the toilet door, so he walked out quietly. There was a staircase between the toilet and the living room. Behind the staircase was a pile of junk. Zhang Tan was hiding behind the staircase. He was already dark, and the staircase was not well lit. It was full of junk. Even if someone walked by, it would not be easy to find. From here, he could not see the people in the living room. Zhang Tan could only listen to the sounds. There was a strong smell of smoke in the surroundings. The living room was filled with smoke. Listening to the sounds, Zhang Tan knew that one of them was Snakehead. However, from their conversation and tone, he could guess that Snakehead and the others were not in a good mood. The reason for their mood was that recently, someone had reported a group of people who were selling human organs. This had implicated Snakehead and the others. Although Snakehead had nothing to do with that group of people, the commotion this time was a little too much. It had hindered some of Snakehead and the others' transactions. Organ trafficking. These people were actually in the organ trafficking business. Zhang Tan was shocked. No wonder he felt that Snakehead and the others had a strange look in their eyes. From the 3 people's conversation, Zhang Tan could deduce some things. Snakehead and the others were donor intermediaries. They would purchase the kidneys of people who met the buyer's blood type through some channels. After receiving some orders, they would contact the donor and promise a certain amount of money. After arranging for the donor to do a physical examination and match, they would prepare for the operation. Whether or not they had money was one thing. Even if they had money, whether or not they could find a matching organ in time was another big problem. Therefore, more and more people were contacting intermediaries like Snakehead. As long as they could get a matching organ, they did not care how many tricks and dirty deals there were. Zhang Tan had heard of people who sold organs. He had even seen people who sold their livers and kidneys on the news. Listening to the way Smugglerhead and the others spoke and used some sort of slang, Zhang Tan felt that this group of people would most likely use some kind of forceful method for money. This time, what Snakehead and the others were worried about was that a certain organ trafficking gang had cheated the donor of a sum of money. They had even cut a little more during the resection operation. After the donor had found out, he had started to make a fuss. No one had expected him to be so daring. Not only had he attracted the police, he had also attracted a lot of media. Therefore, to Snakehead and the others, the situation had become even more tense. Later on, they also talked about Little Joe. They were not looking for Little Joe for organs, but for a certain order they had accepted. Someone had offered 2 million to find 5 people with ABRH-negative blood types. It would be best if they were children. When the time came, they would buy them back and raise them to set up a private blood bank. Last year's blood contamination accident had made this buyer worried. In comparison, he believed in the blood he had raised more. At least it was safe. They did not lack the money anyway. 5 people for 2 million. Even if they could only find one that met the conditions, they could get 400,000. This was very tempting to Snakehead and the others. However, the buyer had raised a lot of requirements. In the end, he even added that the blood type must be completely compatible and absolutely healthy. Otherwise, the buyer would not buy. These days, many people only had one child at home. They treasured it a lot. They could not even bear to donate their child's blood, much less sell it. Therefore, Snakehead and the others went to some towns and villages, or even more remote places to search. There were more families with several children there. After completing a few organ transactions in Chuhua City, they went to the surrounding counties and cities. Through some channels and connections, after a week of searching, the only one that barely met the conditions was Little Gio. As for Little Gio's 2 sisters who had not been sold, one's blood type was not completely compatible, and the other's body was a little sick. Their only younger brother would definitely not be sold. Therefore, they could only choose Little Gio. And Little Gio's shortcomings were that this child was too skinny. His appearance was not good. Therefore, these people had originally planned to raise Little Gio well for a period of time. When his appearance was better, they would send him to the buyer. Say, do you guys think we should develop the blood business in the future? Snakehead asked. In the past they had also done things like human trafficking. However, later on, A nationwide arrest operation made them stop for a period of time. Later on, they heard that there was money to be made from selling organs, so they started this business. And this time, the order they received made them realize that there were quite a few business opportunities in it. Taking advantage of the fact that more people had not paid attention to these aspects and that the blood donation center did not have much rare blood type blood in reserve, they could make a few more profits. Even if the price was far less than this order, they could still make a few more profits. They would not complain about having more money. Zhang Tan was listening to these people's conversation from behind the stairs. He was so angry that he wanted to kick something. However, he was eavesdropping right now, so he could not make any noise. He could only suppress his anger. If little Joe was really sold by these people, even if he did not have to worry about food and drink, once he lost his freedom, he would have to draw blood regularly. He would become a human-shaped blood bag. Who knew if this would affect his lifespan? As they chatted, they received a phone call. It was probably someone informing them of the development of the situation. Just in case, let's leave early. We'll leave today. Snakehead made a prompt decision. Don't forget whose territory we're in. They know that we've been warned once. If we still dare to do business here. Yes, Snakehead is right. We'll leave tonight. I'll go get a car, another person said. Then I'll go to the clinic to change my medicine first. I'll also buy some food on the way. Snakehead extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray. He stood up and took a deep breath. He said to the person who went out to get a car, "Be careful. I keep having a bad feeling." The person who walked to the door glared at him. "You should take care of yourself. Don't get bitten by a dog again. If your arm gets bitten like that again, it'll probably be crippled." Snakehead frowned. Talking about dogs annoyed him. Furthermore, he did not like things that were out of his control. The two encounters with evil had always been a thorn in Snakehead's heart, but he had never been able to find a convincing explanation. "Sickle, you keep an eye on it," Snakehead said to the person who had just returned. "I know. What can that kid do? The surroundings are all tightly sealed. No one knows that we're here," Sickle said. "I'll take a shower and relax. I'm so tired from running around all day." Today, there was someone at the hospital who almost ruined everything. Because the donor side was also willing, they did not want to be discovered. When they saw that there was a commotion at the hospital, they were afraid. During the examination, the doctor asked a few questions. That person was too nervous. Sickle told him the correct answers in a stuttering manner. Fortunately, the doctor did not look into it in detail. Thinking about it now, Sickle felt angry. After Snakehead and that person left, the person nicknamed Sickle prepared to take a shower and relax. Then he would sleep. He still had to drive through the night. Zhang Tan hid behind the stairs and watched as Sickle walked to the kitchen. The kitchen had been converted into a bathroom. No wonder he could not find the kitchen outside. There was no smoke from the windows. They were all sealed up. After that person went in, Zhang Tan looked around the floor. He did not see any room that could be locked up, so he ran upstairs. There were 3 rooms on the second floor. 2 of them were open. Zhang Tan sniffed at the door of the tightly shut room. The girl should be locked inside. He tried to break the lock. There was no reaction. It was locked. Those people would not let little Nine move around freely. The crack under the door was too small. Even a cat's paw could not reach in. Zhang Tan could not greet the person inside even if he wanted to. Moreover, the door looked very sturdy. With Zhang Tan's ability, he would not be able to kick it open even if he broke his leg. If only Air Mao was here. It would be able to pry it open in less than half a minute. Key. Zhang Tan looked around the few rooms. He did not see it. Then he ran downstairs. These people should be carrying things like keys with them. When Sickle went in to take a shower, he left his jacket in the room. Zhang Tan searched Sickle's suit that looked worth some money and found a bunch of keys. Clearly, Sickle did not think that anyone would come in to steal the keys. If it was Snakehead, with his caution, he would probably take the keys directly into the bathroom. Suddenly thinking of something, he looked around. He did not see anything like a camera. Then Zhang Tan used his 2 front paws to hold the keys so that they would not make a sound when he ran. Then, Zhang Tan ran upstairs on his 2 legs. Chapter 2:11. Zhang Tan felt that it must have been because he had been in low spirits recently. Climbing the stairs made him feel tired. After using both legs to jump up the stairs, the muscles on his legs still hurt. It was probably because he used too much strength. Fortunately, there were no cramps, or else he would have rolled down the stairs. Without any time to rest, Zhang Tan ran to the door where little Nine was locked. She looked at the keyhole of the door lock and then looked at the key. Fortunately, there was only one key that seemed to match the keyhole. She didn't have to try a few keys, which saved her a lot of effort. He picked out the key and held it with one paw. The cat that had just jumped down the stairs exerted strength again and jumped up. The paw that wasn't holding the key hooked onto the doorknob. The key was more complicated than the wooden key of the Jiao family. Zhang Tan inserted it a few times before he could get it in. Inside the room, little Jiao was lying on the metal bed in the room. She looked at the light coming in through the window in a daze. The windows were sealed with anti-theft nets, and the windows were also sealed. It was impossible to open them. Even if she shouted for help, the people outside the house might not be able to hear her. Instead, it would attract the people outside the house. Little Jiao had seen many people in the village. She could feel the dangerous aura coming from them. So she had been very obedient all the way here. When she first arrived, these people took a tube of blood from her arm. It seemed like they were sending it to the buyer to check the goods. These days, every time they came in, they would send food. They were afraid that she would starve and lose weight. Sometimes, little Jiao felt like she was a pig. Once she was fat, they would sell her for a good price. Although she was only in the first grade and didn't know much about books, she wasn't as naive as the other children in the village. Her hearing was actually better than many of the other children in the village. Perhaps it was because she often went out to find food. So, even though there was a door between them, she could vaguely hear some of the things they said. She didn't know anything about blood types. She only knew that she was going to be sold because of it. Every time she woke up, little Jiao would think of the house in the village. The sisters were distant and indifferent, the parents had different attitudes towards their children, and coupled with her own personality, it created an accumulation of contradictions. But even so, even if she was often beaten until she was covered in wounds, even if the family didn't even let her sleep on a proper bed, little Nine would still go home. Kinship was a very strange thing. But this time, the conflict had intensified. Little Nine's previous hope had completely vanished. There was an old lady in the village who had once told her that people must have faith in order to support themselves through difficult times. Little Nine didn't think so in the past, but now that she was locked up in this 10-square-meter room, she wished she had faith. However, what exactly was faith? She was still very vague about the concept of this word. Little Nine looked around and her gaze landed on the bag of sweets on the table. This was a request she made to those people after she was locked up here. Seeing that she was still quite cooperative, or perhaps it was to fill in a sweet date with a stick, one of them went out to buy a bag of candy and threw it to her. However, little Nine felt that this candy was not as delicious as the milk candy she ate a few days ago. Looking at the production date on the bag, it was more than a year ago. It must be the cheap goods that the child in the village who often wore beautiful dresses and showed off everywhere was talking about. Little Nine counted his own wishes with his fingers. If he could get out, he would work hard to earn money to buy candy. If he could get out, he would earn a lot of money to buy his own house. And raising a cat was not bad either. If he could get out, he would never go home again. Just as she was thinking about what other wishes she had, little Nine heard the door lock ring. She thought that those people had come and didn't get up. After the door lock rang, there was no more movement. However, little Nine didn't care. After a while, the door lock started to ring again. This time, it was the sound of the key opening the door. Creak. The subtle sound of the door opening was very clear in the quiet room. Little Nine frowned and turned to look at the door, ready to see what these people were up to. At the door, there was no one. As if sensing something, he looked down. A black cat. Little Nine. Seeing the black cat's first reaction, little Nine rubbed her eyes, her face full of disbelief. She really didn't expect to see this cat at this time. Why was it here? Where were those people? Why did it have a key? How did it open the door? However, Zhang Tan didn't wait for little Nine to think too much. He saw little Nine in the room and this girl didn't seem to have any problems, so he ran out. After running for 2 steps, he turned back to look at little Nine, indicating that she should leave quickly. She didn't have time to think too much and didn't care about taking the key from the door. Little Nine quickly followed. She just wanted to leave this place immediately. Moreover, she didn't know why, but she felt that if she followed this cat, she would definitely be safe. She didn't even think about the possibility that this black cat in front of her was in cahoots with those people. Zheng Tan went downstairs. When he reached the staircase, he looked around vigilantly, his ears twitching. That person called Sickle was still bathing inside, but he should be done soon. Snakehead and the other person hadn't come back either. He didn't hear any other movements on the first floor. Seeing the black cat's vigilant look, Little Nine followed behind and went downstairs quietly. When she was in the village, she would sometimes eavesdrop in the corners for fun. Moreover, she was still wearing the pair of cloth shoes that she wore in the village, so she wasn't used to it. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for Little Nine to move quietly and quickly. Zheng Tan looked around this floor. If they wanted to leave, they could only go through the main door. The main door was a thick security door. When Little Nine opened it, it made a caw-caw-caw sound. Hearing this sound, Zheng Tan quickly rushed out. Little Nine quickly closed the door and ran out with Zheng Tan. Sickle, who was bathing, heard movement at the main door and shouted a few words. He thought that Snakehead or the other person had come back, but after waiting for a few seconds, he didn't hear any movement outside. He suddenly had a bad feeling. He opened the door and looked outside. He shouted a few more times, but there was still no response. He didn't bother to wipe off the water on his body. Sickle ran and looked around a few rooms. At the same time, he put on his clothes. When he ran upstairs to look, he found that the door to Little Nine's room was open, and his key was in the door lock. On the other side, Zheng Tan and Little Nine hadn't gone far when they bumped into Snakehead, who had just come back from buying things. So unlucky! Zheng Tan cursed in his heart. Snakehead didn't notice Zheng Tan. All his attention was on Little Nine. Once he saw Little Nine, Snakehead knew that something had happened to Sickle. He threw the big bag of things on the ground and immediately chased after them. Previously, Zheng Tan was prepared to bring Little Nine back to Tsinghua University. When they returned to their own territory, they would have help. But now, Zheng Tan could only bring Little Nine in another direction. But if they went from here, where could they hide? Could they take the long way back to Tsinghua University? They would probably be caught before that. It was better to find a place to hide. No matter what, they had to run first. They met some pedestrians on the way, but Little Nine didn't call for help. She didn't know if it would be useful. She didn't know if anyone would help. Also, she was afraid of attracting more enemies. Find a random passerby? She didn't know if those passersby would wallow in the mire with those people. She was now in an unfamiliar environment. She was very cautious of her surroundings. She didn't trust the strangers around her at all. Also, the cat in front didn't stop. She just had to follow closely. Zheng Tan decided to bring Little Nine to the streets first. When there were more people, whether Little Nine called for help or found a suitable place to hide, the success rate would be very high. Little Nine was still young after all. Her physical strength couldn't compare to Snakehead's. Snakehead was already quickly closing the distance. If it wasn't for a person pushing a fruit stall passing by and blocking Snakehead, Snakehead would probably have caught Little Nine. But if that happened, Zheng Tan would definitely jump up and kick Snakehead without hesitation. Zheng Tan slowed down. If Little Nine, who was running behind her, left her too far behind, she would not be able to react quickly if she was caught by the Snakehead. When he looked back, Zheng Tan noticed that Sickle behind Snakehead was also chasing after them. Although Sickle wasn't as cautious as Snakehead sometimes, his movements were definitely fast enough. While he slowed down and ran to wait for Little Nine to catch up, Zheng Tan also paid attention to the surrounding situation, looking for places to hide. After running past a narrow alley, Zheng Tan suddenly came to an abrupt stop. She quickly retreated, looked into the alley, and then ran in. It was that blind old man. Just now. He had only taken a quick glance and was quite far away. Zheng Tan had only been suspicious. Now it seemed that it really was him. Zheng Tan really wanted to shout out loud at this moment. Blind man, I really King love you to death. Zheng Tan knew that Elder Kuan's place was quite a distance from here. Also, when he followed Elder Kuan in the past, this old man didn't pass by here. But no matter what, Seeing this old man, Zhang Tan was confident that he could escape. Yi Hao and the others had said before that this blind old man actually had people following him. It was just that no one usually noticed. Also, the people who followed this old man to protect him were all experts. To be called experts by Yi Hao and Celestine, they were definitely not ordinary people. They should be more than enough to deal with Snakehead and Sickle, right? To little Nine, at this time, she should run towards a crowded place. There was a shopping mall in front, and there were many people there. She could just run inside and find a place to hide. But the black cat in front of her walked towards that small alley. However, although she was confused, little Nine still ran in with Zhang Tan. To Elder Kuan, today had not been a happy day. This afternoon, there were people quarreling at the bridge, and there were even people who wanted to commit suicide. One of them shouted that he wanted to jump off the bridge, which attracted a lot of onlookers. It seriously affected Elder Kuan's mood to play the arrow. Thus, the old man packed up his things and left. On a whim, the old man wandered around the area for a while before taking a shortcut back. The surroundings were much quieter, but there were too many crisscrossing narrow paths. If a taxi drove in from one of the paths, people couldn't walk on it. They had to wait for the car to leave before they could continue walking. On the other hand, taxis couldn't enter the paths, so there were basically no cars in this area. Even though there were many paths and there were steps on the road, making people who didn't have a strong sense of direction feel dizzy here, it wasn't difficult for Elder Kuan. He would walk here a few times every month. As he walked, Elder Kuan's ears twitched and he stopped in his tracks. He turned around. The moment he turned around, Zhang Tan rushed to Elder Kuan's side. Chapter 2:12. Seeing the girl run into the narrow alley, Snakehead was delighted. He was afraid that the girl would run to a crowded place or start shouting on the streets. He didn't expect her to run into an alley. Didn't she know that this kind of alley was even more dangerous? Usually, there were many people doing shady deals in the alley. Fights often happened, and there were even cases of people dying. The people who lived there mostly followed the principle of self-preservation. Even at night, when they heard the words "catch a thief," they would close their doors and not come out. Who would care about what you were doing there? Little Nine was prepared to continue running, but she realized that Zhang Tan had stopped beside the old man and was panting. However, he didn't seem to be in a hurry. Looking at the old man again, she remembered that only blind people would use things like bamboo poles or sticks to explore the way. And this old man was only blind. How could he be of help? Going around the old man, little Nine ran a few steps. Seeing that Zhang Tan didn't follow her, but was instead standing beside the old man, she hesitated for a moment. And at this moment, Snakehead and Sickle had already entered the alley and caught up. Stopping, little Nine called out to Zhang Tan in a low voice, indicating for him to run quickly and not implicate others. Furthermore, this was a blind old man. Snakehead and the rest didn't look like good people. If the blind old man went up against them, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Seeing little Nine's anxious look, Zhang Tan didn't know how to express his thoughts. After thinking for a moment, he raised his claws and hooked onto Elder Kuan's trousers. He wanted to hug his thigh, but in the end, it was unknown whether it was because the material of Elder Kuan's trousers was too bad, or because Zhang Tan's claws were too sharp, but he used too much strength and directly cut the trousers. Elder Kuan and little Nine. Hearing that Snakehead and the rest were approaching, Zhang Tan gave up on hugging his thigh and hid behind Elder Kuan. He only poked his head out to look in Snakehead's direction. Since Elder Kuan had already stopped, it meant that he was willing to help. Otherwise, this old man would continue walking and wouldn't care about what was happening around him. Snakehead's face was a little twisted. It was unknown whether it was because he was angry or because he was tired from running over. In short, he looked a little angry, as if he wanted to eat someone. When little Nine saw Snakehead in this state, she had the urge to break into a run. But when she saw that black cat again, she had a very strange feeling. It seemed that it was better to stay here. Zhang Tan's gaze was not entirely focused on Snakehead and Sickle, who had followed closely into the alley. Instead, it was focused on the intersection. At the same time, he pricked up his ears and paid attention to the direction behind him. At the intersection, after Sickle came in, another person came in. That person did not seem to have anything special about him. He really looked like a passerby, but Sickle did not notice that there was someone behind him. Snakehead had only heard of Lord Kuan's name but had never seen him before. Therefore, even if they were to meet face to face, he wouldn't be able to match the old man in front of him with the awesome Lord Kuan. Although he had his doubts for a moment, looking at the equipment on the old man in front of him, he really couldn't imagine how this blind man in front of him could be a threat. Moreover, Snakehead was currently in a rage. After his doubts, he didn't think too much. What he wanted the most now was to catch Little Nine. This was 400,000 yuan. Just a little more and this 400,000 yuan would have escaped. Snakehead angrily ran over and looked in Little Nine's direction. Run! Run again. Let's see where you can hide. Then he roared at Lord Kuan. Scram, old thing! Just as he reached out to grab the old man's collar and fling him to the side, Snakehead's arm that wasn't bitten by the dog was bent into a twisted angle in the next moment. He didn't even have time to scream before he fainted. The scythe behind Snakehead had been taken down a few seconds before Snakehead's misfortune. The sound of the entire process could not be compared to the noise coming from outside the alley, and Snakehead did not even notice the movement behind him. Little Nine stood about 5 meters behind Lord Kuan. She looked in Snakehead's direction. She had seen everything that had happened very clearly. From the moment that person approached Sickle to when Snakehead fainted, the entire process was too short. She didn't even have time to catch her breath. Just as Little Nine was puzzled, a person approached from behind her. He didn't pay attention to her and just walked past her. Only then did she focus her attention on the person who had just walked past. This person still looked very ordinary. There wasn't anything special about him at first glance. At least, Little Nine couldn't tell that this person was different from the people she had seen on the streets before. She saw that person quickly walk over to that side. Then, he and the person who had knocked Snakehead unconscious each dragged one person as if they were supporting a drunk person and left the alley. Some of the residents who lived in the surrounding area had also seen the situation. Although they didn't see it clearly, they could roughly guess that there was some kind of conflict. Adhering to the principle of self-preservation and not minding other people's business, they pretended that they hadn't seen it. After all, this kind of thing happened often. Now they were numb to it. Zhang Tan let out a sigh of relief. As expected, Lord Kuan had people around him. After taking care of Snakehead and those two fellows, Little Nine was temporarily safe. Lord Kuan slowly turned around and continued walking along the original path. When he passed by Little Nine nervously swallowed her saliva. She felt her entire body stiffen. Even a fool now knew that this old man wasn't ordinary. No wonder that black cat wasn't worried at all when it hid behind him. However, they were strangers after all. Moreover, these people didn't look like kind people. Little Nine didn't know if these people would sell her out like Snakehead and the others. Come here, Lord Kuan said when he passed by Little Nine. Little Nine was stunned. She looked to the side and then looked at Lord Kuan. She trembled a little and said, "Me." Lord Kuan didn't reply and continued walking forward. Zhang Tan was puzzled. What did Lord Kuan want to do? However, since Lord Kuan had already spoken, Little Nine had to follow even if she didn't want to. Zhang Tan accompanied Little Nine and followed Lord Kuan around this area. If it was Zhang Tan alone, he would get lost after walking for a while. The only way was to jump onto a roof to find the direction. He didn't expect Lord Kuan, who was blind, to be so familiar with this place. He didn't even stop and kept walking at a constant speed. When Lord Kuan returned to his room, there was already a document placed on his table. It was written in Braille. Zhang Tan didn't understand it. He only saw Lord Kuan flipping through it and stroking it with his fingers. He couldn't see anything from Lord Kuan's face and didn't know what this old man was feeling. However, based on intuition, Zhang Tan felt that this old man didn't have too many emotional fluctuations. He wouldn't be angry or happy. It was a good thing that he didn't have any emotional fluctuations. Little Nine was arranged to sit on a wooden chair not far away. Although she drank tea and tried her best to act natural, it was obvious that her skills weren't enough. A person walked in. Zhang Tan had seen this person the last time he was here. After that person came in, he looked at Lord Kuan. Seeing that Lord Kuan didn't instruct anyone to stay away, he directly opened his mouth and said what he had found out about Snakehead and the others. It was much more detailed than what Zhang Tan knew. Little Nine also sat on the chair and listened attentively, especially the part about herself. When she heard that Snakehead and the others had committed many crimes and even killed people, her hands trembled. She now felt that she was lucky to be able to escape from those people. Looking at the black cat lying on the table next to the vase, little Nine thought, "This cat really does bring luck." Previously, because he heard some rumors, Brother Qing asked his subordinates to warn them not to commit crimes here. "I didn't expect them to be so daring." The person continued to speak. From this person's words, Zhang Tan also knew that other than Snakehead and Sickle, the person who went to get the car was also found. The criminal law didn't directly target the crime of human organ trafficking. Moreover, most of the donors were willing, so it wasn't easy to deal with. Even if Snakehead and the others were caught by the police, the act of buying human organs and then reselling them was, in essence, a business operation. Human organs were prohibited in the country, so this kind of business operation was considered an illegal business operation. However, Snakehead and the others had other things to do. This was serious. Any one of these things could be heavily punished. He just didn't know how Elder Kuan would deal with Snakehead and the others. No matter what, Zhang Tan heard that person's tone, Snakehead and the others wouldn't have a good ending. Elder Kuan didn't say anything. He slightly raised his hand and the person left. Elder Kuan told Little Nine to stay here and told Zhang Tan to go home. Zhang Tan looked at the pendulum clock. It was indeed not early, but he was worried about Little Nine. Just as he was hesitating, he heard Elder Kuan say, "You can come here tomorrow to see her." Seeing Little Nine nod, Zhang Tan left. With Elder Kuan's status, he wouldn't make things difficult for Little Nine, right? When Elder Kuan and Celestine were talking about cooperation, Zhang Tan had heard a little. The old man shouldn't be lacking in a few 100,000 yuan. The next day, Zhang Tan ran out after sending little Pomelo. When he passed by the overpass, he took a look. The old man was still sitting there playing the arrow. Zhang Tan ran up to him and walked around twice. The old man only cared about playing the arrow and didn't have any other reaction. After leaving the overpass, Zhang Tan followed the path that Elder Kuan took him the first time and found Elder Kuan's residence. He raised his paw and knocked on the door. The door quickly opened. It was the same person who opened the door last time. Seeing Zhang Tan, the person didn't seem surprised at all. When Zhang Tan saw Little Nine, the girl was reading a book. Zhang Tan looked at it. It was a first-grade textbook. The textbook had been used by someone else and there were some crooked words on it. Seeing Zhang Tan come over, Little Nine immediately put down the textbook. She looked very happy. Her eyes were filled with hope and there was no depression. Little Nine told him about her choice and Elder Kuan's arrangements for her. Elder Kuan gave her a few choices. She didn't choose to go home or to the orphanage. Elder Kuan asked her to follow someone first. She would leave with that person this afternoon. However, she would stay in Chuhua City and wouldn't run to other areas. From Little Nine's words, this girl actually wanted to follow Elder Kuan. She had a sense of admiration for Elder Kuan. However, to put it bluntly, she didn't have the qualifications. Not everyone could follow Elder Kuan. Ability was one thing. It hadn't even been a day since they met. Elder Kuan didn't know Little Nine well and he didn't lack people. He wouldn't make a decision so easily. Moreover, Elder Kuan didn't specialize in charity. He wouldn't help you just because you were pitiful. Zhang Tan felt that Elder Kuan had other plans. Unfortunately, Zhang Tan couldn't get an answer from Elder Kuan. From Elder Kuan's attitude today, Zhang Tan didn't think that Elder Kuan didn't notice his existence. Although he didn't quite understand Elder Kuan's plan, at least for now, Little Nine was safe. She hadn't been sold or sent to a bad place. She still had a chance to receive an education. Even if she didn't want to study, she still had to go to primary and middle school. Zhang Tan raised his hand to look at Little Nine. This girl's eyes had a glow that he hadn't seen before. Was it because she could study or because of something else? Zhang Tan couldn't see clearly. Little Nine had made her own choice. He didn't know if it was an immature idea or after careful consideration. With such a young child, even if she made up her mind, how long could she last? When she left, Little Nine said that she would look for Zhang Tan if she had the chance. Zhang Tan didn't take it to heart. What Little Nine could do was still up to Elder Kuan. Thinking about this, Zhang Tan didn't pay attention to his surroundings when he returned to the eastern courtyard. When he was called, he realized that Feng Xiaokong, who he hadn't seen in a long time, was here. "I'm not here to look for you today," Feng Xiaokong said. Zhang Tan looked at the security guard. Mao was already waiting there. Why was Feng Xiaokong here? Zhang Tan followed them to the third floor.
Third uncle, have some tea first.
Mao served the tea obsequiously. Feng Xiaokong took the tea and didn't say much. He looked in the direction of the cat nests. Are the two cats asleep? Yes, they've been messing around all morning. They've been sleeping in the afternoon until now. Before Mao finished speaking, Zhang Tan saw two cat heads poke out from the two cat nests. They looked at Feng Xiaokong warily. Yo, they're really alert. Feng Xiaokong was obviously very satisfied. Chapter 213. Feng Xiaokong took some time out today to visit the kittens. In fact, he had heard about Mao's cats giving birth a month ago. Mao's brother Wang Bin had also mentioned this to Feng Xiaokong when they were chatting. At that time, Feng Xiaokong did not take it seriously. Later, when Feng Xiaokong's family in Beijing called, Feng Xiaokong found out that his daughter had always wanted to raise a cat, but had not found a suitable one. What was suitable? The family did not quite understand Feng Mengming's requirements for cats. After all, for many people, cats were cats. If it was purely about raising pets, those who had the means and status would be more inclined towards some precious breeds, but Feng Mengming always looked down on them. The family thought that the child was just thinking about raising a cat on a whim, but when it came to choosing, she was hesitant. After knowing this, Third Master Feng, who had been busy with his career and did not have much time to spend with his wife and children, inevitably felt a little guilty about his children, and decided to come and take a look. Zhang Tan watched Feng Xiaokong take out a 10-centimeter tall device from the bag he was carrying. There was a camera on the front. After adjusting it, Feng Xiaokong put the device aside and teased the two kittens with some cat toys that Mao handed over. However, what interested Feng Xiaokong was that when he was teasing the two kittens, they were vigilant at first, then slowly walked out of the nest and approached Feng Xiaokong. Then they moved their paws perfunctorily, squatted one step away from Feng Xiaokong, and stopped moving. However, as long as Mao came over with the same cat toys, the two kittens would jump left and right as if they were possessed by a lunatic, playing very excitedly. They were still wary of Feng Xiaokong. A stranger. Are they trying to see who it is? Feng Xiaokong was not annoyed. He dragged a small stool and sat by the side, watching Mao tease the cats while carefully observing the two kittens. Zhang Tan also squatted by the side and watched. He didn't expect these two kittens to have such personalities. It made sense. After inheriting the special genes of the Monseigneur, it would not be the kind of cat that only had a head but not a brain. Its IQ should be higher than the average cat's. At noon, Zhang Tan picked up little Pomelo and went to Zhao Wei's restaurant for lunch. When he came back, he found that Feng Xiaokong was still there. Who knew which one he had chosen, or was he going to take both? Curious, Zhang Tan pushed open the half-closed door and walked in. In the living room, Feng Xiaokong was fiddling with the small machine. He then chose a place and adjusted the angle, pointing the camera at the two kittens while talking to someone on the phone. Okay, you can see it this time, right? Okay, then take a good look. Daddy will bring back whichever one you like this weekend. Two won't do. These two will fight when they are together. Have you heard that two tigers cannot live on the same mountain? Hey, that's the situation in other people's homes. Your brother Mao's situation is special. You see, these two cats are different from other cats, right? While Feng Xiaokong was talking nonsense, Zhang Tan didn't think that Feng Xiaokong knew the difference between the two cats. He guessed that Feng Xiaokong was purely trying to dissuade Feng Mengmeng from raising two cats at the same time. Mao was trying to play with the two cats. Then, Feng Mengmeng, who was in Beijing, would observe the two kittens through the video sent over here and decide which one to raise. Some people thought that raising a cat depended on fate. Perhaps Feng Mengmeng was such a person. She liked the two cats at first sight. Although it was just a video, it felt different. She had seen several cats in the past few days, and none of them could compare to these two. Otherwise, she wouldn't have proposed the decision to raise both. Feng Xiaokong was overjoyed when he heard that his daughter liked it. As a father, he had finally found something to please his daughter. However, he only wanted to take one of them away. Judging from their temperament, one was enough to cause trouble. Two of them would definitely cause a ruckus. It was a joke for children to take care of cats, but if Feng Mengmeng couldn't take care of them all, there were others to help. Pleasing his daughter was one of the reasons. Feng Xiaokong mainly wanted to cultivate Feng Mengming's sense of responsibility. Feng Xiaokong actually didn't have much expectation for Demi. After all, There were very few cats like the black cat next to him, and relatively few were smart. How is it? Have you thought about it? Which one do you want?
Feng Xiaokong asked.
Feng Mengmeng still couldn't decide. She felt that both of them were good. In order to let Feng Mengmeng observe the two cats better, Feng Xiaokong controlled the small machine to move towards the cat's nest. At the same time, he wanted to see the reactions of the two cats. After waiting for half an hour, Feng Mengmeng still couldn't make a decision. Feng Xiaokong thought for a while and asked, Mao, these two cats are a male and a female, right? Yes, Demi is female, and Xiaomi is male, Mao answered. No matter which 1/3 Master Feng took, it was the same to him. Ah, I see. Feng Mengmeng thought of something and said, I want a little female cat. Little female cat? Then I'll choose Demi. Which one is Demi? Feng Mengmeng asked. That's Sanhua. Mao pointed at Demi, who was holding a stuffed toy and chewing on it. Sanhua, it's the same as Dad. Just right. I'll choose Demi. Feng Mengmeng felt it was a pity that Xiaomi was a male cat. Otherwise, she would have wanted to persuade her dad to raise two more. After choosing, Feng Mengmeng was urged by her mother to take a nap. Only then did she leave reluctantly. Feng Xiaokong took out a pet bag and asked Mao, if I just take it away like this, will it bite me? Even if it doesn't bite, it will scratch, right? It's okay. It's still a kitten. It doesn't have much strength, Mao said casually. Feng Xiaokong looked at the sofa in the living room that had been scratched. Mao didn't say anything. These two kittens really couldn't be compared to the usual kittens. Each one was harder to deal with than the last. Actually, Mao could tell that these two kittens didn't inherit much of Black Rice's personality after they learned how to crawl and walk. They were probably similar to their father and would be difficult to please when they grew up. Feng Xiaokong stayed with Mao for a while. He planned to spend more time with Demi and get to know it better. After we take it away, will it cause a ruckus for a while? Feng Xiaokong asked. Kittens are all like that. It'll be fine in a few days. Even so, Mao was still reluctant when he put Demi into the pet bag. After all, he had been busy preparing the kittens before they were born. When they were born and he saw them grow so big, it was impossible to say that he didn't have any emotions. After Demi was taken away by Feng Xiaokong, Demi looked around and cried for a while. Mao was in a dilemma. He wondered if he should leave Demi behind. Seeing Demi like that made him feel depressed. However, after lunch in the afternoon, when Mao went to the toilet to pee, he found that Demi's nest had been dragged to the side of the sofa. There were scratches and bite marks on it. Demi usually didn't bite its nest. He looked at Demi again. Demi was sleeping in its nest. Mao called it twice, but it only made some noises from its nose. Demi then changed its position and continued sleeping. Mao scratched his head. As expected, he was thinking too much. He looked at Black Rice, who was sleeping in the bedroom. After Demi left, it only looked around and cried for a while before stopping. It continued sleeping and its appetite for dinner didn't change. Mao didn't know if other people's cats were like this. At least, it was like this in his house. However, Demi was sent away. What about Demi? Who should he give it to? Qin Tao said that Tang Kai wanted to raise it. Unfortunately, everyone knew that she wouldn't be able to raise it for long. She didn't dare to take the risk now. It was better not to harm Demi. The next day, Zhang Tan was secretly playing online at home when he heard a knock on the door. Zhang Tan was shocked. He quickly turned off the computer and moved the mouse back to its original position. He also erased any suspicious traces. When Zhang Tan turned off the computer, he heard a voice outside the door. Black Charcoal, are you home? It was Zhao Lu. What was Zhao Lu doing here at this time? It wasn't the weekend. Moreover, Zhao Lu had graduated a long time ago. Every time she came over, it was on weekends or holidays. Most of the time, she didn't have time. He had to ask for her help to send things over. How did Zhao Lu have time to come over today? Zhang Tan was puzzled. He walked quickly to the door and opened it. Zhao Lu was at the door wearing a business suit. Looking at her formal attire, she probably came directly from the company. As usual, Zhao Lu would bring a lot of food and cosmetics for Jiao Ma every time she came over. To her, these things were really nothing. After placing the items on the sofa, Zhao Lu grabbed a disposable paper cup and filled it with water from the water dispenser. After catching his breath, he told Zheng Tan, "I've already sent a message to your mother. I'll leave the items here for now. However, I have another purpose for coming today." Zhao Lu carried her bag and walked to the door. "Black charcoal, let's go and see Mao's kittens." She came for the kittens too? Zhang Tan followed Zhao Lu to the third floor. Zhao Lu should have already contacted Mao. When Mao opened the door, it didn't show any surprise. It was still in a daze and probably didn't sleep well. It probably stayed up late playing games last night. "Hey, Xiaomi is sleeping in the nest. You can go and see for yourself. But be careful. Although this guy is still young, he has a bad temper." Mao pointed at Xiaomi's nest. Xiaomi ignored Zhao Lu at first, just like how it treated Feng Xiaokong yesterday. However, there was some curiosity in its eyes. Perhaps to it, the cat teaser was not as interesting as the person in front of it. After looking for a while, Xiaomi slowly yawned and walked back to the nest to continue sleeping. Unfortunately, it was dragged out by Mao. After putting Xiaomi into the pet bag, Mao thought for a while and put Xiaomi's nest in a bag and passed it to Zhao Lu. At the beginning, let it sleep in its own nest. It probably won't be able to adapt to an unfamiliar environment. Third uncle said that he made a lot of noise last night. In the afternoon, he will send someone to take away some of Xiaomi's things. He said that this will reduce its anxiety. Otherwise, it will continue to make noise tonight. Zhao Lu nodded. Other than Xiaomi's nest, he also took a few plush toys. Although these plush toys were already listed by Mao as items to be thrown away, Zhao Lu decided to take a few back just in case. Chapter 214. After Demi and Demi left, Mao's life returned to its original carefree state. However, recently, Mao had been running around outside during the day. Black Rice was quite quiet. Zheng Tan didn't hear it barking. It had probably adapted to life without its cub. Zheng Tan had seen it once recently. Black Rice seemed to be in good spirits. After stretching, Zheng Tan came down from the tall parasol tree. The afternoon was suitable for sleeping, but he couldn't sleep today. Zheng Tan decided to go out for a walk. It had been a while since he went to the bridge. He was going to see the blind old man. The cars honked incessantly, but Zheng Tan could still hear the sound of the arrow. The old man should be in a good mood today. However, when Zheng Tan walked to the bridge, he saw an unexpected acquaintance. In the shade under the bridge, Xiao Jiu was leaning there, reading a book. When Zheng Tan walked over, Xiao Jiu just happened to look around. After seeing Zheng Tan, Xiao Jiu's eyes were filled with surprise. "I have half a day off today, so I came over to try my luck and see if I can meet you. If I don't, I'll just sit here and read for half a day," Xiao Jiu said happily. This place was close to Elder Kuan, so there must be Elder Kuan's people around. Xiao Jiu wasn't worried about meeting other bad people. Xiao Jiu carried a backpack on his back and looked very new. After putting the book in his backpack, Xiao Jiu called Zhang Tan to a quieter place and briefly explained the situation. "I have a new life. The household register is under the name of the big sister who brought me here. My name is now Huang Jiu." Xiao Jiu said, "Yellow wine? I'm still red wine." Zhang Tan cursed in his heart. Xiao Jiu took out a cup from his backpack and poured some water on the stone slab by the side of the flower bed. He dipped his finger in the water and then wrote his name on the ground. Probably because he hadn't practiced writing for a long time, his handwriting wasn't good, but Zheng Tan could see clearly which two words it was. In the past, Little Nine was directly called Little Nine at home. Zheng Tan wasn't too sure about the household registration, but he saw that Little Nine was quite satisfied with her new household registration and liked the name. After talking for a while, Xiao Jiu told Zhang Tan to wait here while she quickly ran into the nearest supermarket. 10 minutes later, Xiao Jiu ran back with her bag. Luckily, it's not the weekend today, so there aren't many people around. The drawer over there is empty too. I went to a supermarket last Saturday, and there were so many people. Zheng Tan felt that this girl had become a lot more talkative now. She liked to talk about every little thing. Perhaps to Little Nine, these were happy things that she wanted to share with others. Xiao Jiu came to the side of the flower bed and sat down. She opened the zipper of her bag and took out a bag of candy. "Here, help me bring this to your little master. I want to thank him for the candy he gave me." It's a pity that I didn't eat much of that bag of candy. What a waste. Xiao handed the bag of candy to Zhang Tan. The bag wasn't big and wasn't a challenge for Zhang Tan. However, this bag wasn't wiped with paper. Under the influence of his little misophobia, Zhang Tan hesitated. I have pocket money every month, but it's not much. This month, I only have 10 yuan. I can only buy this. It can't compare to the candy your little master gave me. When I have money in the future, I'll treat you to better food. Xiao looked at Zhang Tan with anticipation. If Zhang Tan didn't catch it, Xiao would probably think that he was disgusted with the candy. Forget it. Zhang Tan opened his mouth and caught the bag of candy. Only then did Little Nine smile and begin to speak again. I can't come every weekend. I'll be busier in the future and have to rush for classes. After all, I'm much older than the first graders. I can't be looked down upon by them. I haven't been to school for a long time. I've forgotten some of the pinyin and Chinese characters that I learned in the first grade. That sister said that she hopes that I can directly enter the third grade. I think so too. I can't be with those brats who are 2 or 3 years younger than me. How embarrassing would that be, right? After talking for a while, Xiao had to leave. She had to go back and study. However, even if he didn't hear Xiao say all this, Zhang Tan could see that this girl's life was not bad recently. Her eyes didn't have too many worries that didn't belong to a child her age. This was a good sign. Seeing Zhang Tan walk back with the bag of candy in his mouth, Xiao worriedly added, "Don't lose it." So long-winded. Swinging his tail, Zhang Tan still stopped and turned back to look at Xiao helplessly. Seeing Zhang Tan like this, Xiao laughed and waved her hand. Carrying her bag, she ran in the opposite direction from Zhang Tan. Probably because she was in a good mood, she jumped a few times as she ran. Zhang Tan walked back with the bag of candy in his mouth. On the way back, he directly waited for little Pomelo at the entrance of Fu Elementary. Black charcoal, who bought this? Little Pomelo walked out of school and took the bag of candy. She looked at it and asked Zhang Tan. She also looked around but didn't see anyone who could have sent the candy. Zhang Tan couldn't answer right now. After returning home, when little Pomelo was preparing to do her homework, Zhang Tan pulled out little Pomelo's drawing book. This was little Pomelo's own drawing book. When she had nothing to do, she would draw in it for fun. It wasn't an art class exercise book. Zhang Tan flipped through it and found a drawing that little Pomelo had drawn during the summer vacation. The drawing was of Xiao carrying a small bucket and a sickle. It's her. Little Pomelo was surprised. Why is she here? Zhang Tan didn't know how to answer this question. On Friday night, Celestine came over with an invitation for his wedding during the National Day holiday. Although he had told Auntie Zhao about it before, Auntie Zhao had also said that there was no need to send another notice as it was too troublesome. However, in order to appear more formal, Wei Ling still specially sent an invitation card over. Zhao Ma liked to talk about this topic. She chatted with Celestine for about 10 minutes. She didn't even say anything about Celestine taking Zhang Tan out to play and possibly not coming home for the night. Zhao Ma saw that Zhang Tan's spirit had improved a lot. He had gotten rid of his previous depression, so she only gave Zhang Tan a few words of advice. As long as he was in good spirits, she didn't ask for too much for the time being. At the door of the 3rd floor, Mao was already waiting. Walnut was also on his way to the night building. Today, they had a good gathering. The next time they got together would be at Celestine's wedding. Moreover, there would be some elders present, so they definitely wouldn't be so comfortable. On the way, Mao didn't stop talking. He was even more talkative than Celestine. From teasing Celestine to lamenting about raising a cat, he still hadn't finished talking by the time they arrived at the night building. Yi Hao was also at the night building today, but he wouldn't disturb Celestine and the other two. However, he had something to say to Zhang Tan. Celestine went upstairs to the private room first, leaving Yi Hao to talk to Zhang Tan. Exclusive private room? Zhang Tan listened to Yi Hao's words and nodded to himself. Not bad. It seemed that Yi Hao still remembered this. When Zhang Tan came to the night building, he didn't hear Celestine mention it. He thought that Yi Hao's promise of a private room had been left unsettled. He didn't expect that it would really be settled. Yi Hao still had things to do, so he couldn't stay here for long. He signaled Tiger Liang, the person in charge of the night building, to take Zhang Tan to have a look. Although Tiger Liang didn't have much contact with Zheng Tan, he knew some of the cat's legendary stories from the conversations between Leopard and Ron Chi. Otherwise, his boss wouldn't have specially opened a private room for a cat, so he knew that he had to treat it seriously. Zheng Tan followed Tiger Liang to the third floor. The room that Yi Hao had arranged for Zheng Tan was right next to Celestine's. Some time ago, Yi Hao had renovated some of the private rooms on the third floor, and he had also arranged a private room for Zheng Tan. Just like Celestine's door, this one also used a card, but it wasn't a card inserting type. Yi Hao had specially arranged for someone to install a card-swiping device similar to the one in Tsinghua University's East Courtyard, but with much higher privacy and security. It was obvious that Yi Hao had put in a lot of effort. Zheng Tan looked at the small round card in Tiger Liang's hand. It was similar to the cat tag he had in the East Courtyard. In other words, this was an imitation of Zheng Tan's cat tag. This private room was a little smaller than Celestine's, but a lot of effort had been put into the renovation, especially the walls and ceiling. There were corridors for cats to crawl and walk on, and the corridors for cats hanging from the ceiling didn't look messy. Zheng Tan walked up diagonally from the wooden planks on the wall, and jumped onto the suspension bridge that led to the ceiling from a fork in the corridor. After playing around for a while, he felt that it wasn't bad. The patterns were basically cat paw prints, cat head portraits, and so on. There wasn't any other style. What made Zheng Tan blush with shame were the scratching boards and the hanging plush toys. If Zheng Tan was really a cat and not a cat with a human heart, he would definitely like these settings. For a real cat, this place was like a mini playground. In addition to these, there was also a karaoke set, which made Zheng Tan feel very satisfied. He didn't know if Yi Hao and the others were thinking that if Zheng Tan was depressed and wanted to howl in the future, there would be a special place for him to do so, instead of tormenting everyone's ears at Yi Hao's or Celestine's place. This place wasn't bad. In the future, he would bring his friends here to play. Zheng Tan thought. But Zheng Tan lay on the soft sofa and counted with his paws. It seemed that there weren't many people he could bring over. The sheriff and Huang wouldn't come, and Depang was always guarding his grandmother. Peanuts? To be decided. Monseigneur? They weren't familiar, and Monseigneur wouldn't care about it. It had come here many times when it was with Yi Hao, but now that it was with Master Tang VII, it probably didn't care about this kind of place anymore. It seemed that it still didn't have enough friends. Tiger Liang had been observing the black cat in the room the whole time. He secretly sighed. It was indeed a very special cat. No wonder Ron Chi always wore a pendant to ward off evil spirits. After looking around the room for a while, Zheng Tan went to Celestine's private room. The three of them were talking about the people who would be attending the wedding, such as Celestine's former comrades and current friends. Zheng Tan wasn't interested in these people. What made Zheng Tan curious was the master that the three of them were talking about. Celestine said that his master was still healthy and had nothing to do recently. The old man said that he would come over when he had time to see the living environment of his three disciples. Zheng Tan felt that it was a pity that Celestine's master's cat, Dashan, wouldn't be coming. As for Mao and the other's master, what kind of person was he? Chapter 2:15. Wei Ling's wedding was set on the second day of the National Day holiday. Mama Jiao didn't plan to take the children on a long trip this year during the National Day holiday. There was too much traffic during the National Day holiday. If they went on a trip, she wouldn't be able to take care of two children and a restless cat. Celestine said that he wanted to send a car to pick her up, but Jiao Ma refused. Celestine was the star of the show today, and he would be very busy in the morning. He still had to snatch the bride, so he would need a lot of people and cars. Besides, the Jiao family had cars, and Jiao Ma knew where the wedding was going to be held. It was just Shaoguang Hotel, and she was familiar with it, so it wasn't worth the trouble. Mao ran away early in the morning after checking the cat food. It had to help Celestine today. It was very busy last night and came back very late. If it weren't for the cat at home, it would have slept outside. After going downstairs, Jiao Ma stopped the car at the gate of the courtyard. Zheng Tan looked out and saw two people standing at the gate. Zheng Tan felt that they looked familiar. He looked down and saw the cage in the hands of the little girl, who was not much older than little Pomelo. It suddenly dawned on him that they were from this family. There was a guinea pig in the cage. Zheng Tan had seen it before. He remembered that Celestine called this guy Chestnut. 2 years ago, This little guy was almost eaten by the sheriff and Huang when it came out on its own. Zheng Tan also saw Celestine at that time. The mother and daughter were the wife and child of Celestine's comrade. Unfortunately, that comrade died in a mission. Celestine and other comrades in arms had been helping him. Celestine often came to visit the mother and daughter. This time, Celestine definitely had to attend Celestine's wedding. Jiao Ma gestured for the two men to get into the car. She had already contacted them last night. Anyway, she would help Celestine bring the two men over. Since Jiao Pa was not around, the car could still fit two more people. Zhang Tan and little Pomelo were in the back seat. When the mother and daughter came in, they were a little surprised to see the cat. The little girl was more guarded. After all, many cats were not very friendly to guinea pigs. Seeing that Zhang Tan had been sitting quietly beside little Pomelo, the mother and daughter were relieved. "Don't worry. My black charcoal is very sensible. He won't bully other animals," Jiao Ma said. "That's right. Black charcoal never bullies the weak, unless it's a bad rat that steals things." Jiao Yuan turned his head to look behind him, his eyes fixed on the furball in the cage. However, the mother smiled and didn't say anything. She didn't think so. Fortunately, her guinea pig was kept in a cage, and the cat couldn't get in. Little Pomelo and Jiao Yuan, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, were mainly looking at Chestnut. On the way to the hotel, Jiao Yuan was more talkative and took the initiative to ask about the guinea pig. "I should have left Chestnut at home, but the child didn't want to. He said that he wanted to take Chestnut out to play," the mother said. "That's right. My guinea pig is the same. I have to take it with me everywhere. But my guinea pig is very sensible. It doesn't run around." Jiao Ma smiled. In front of outsiders, of course, they would pick the good things to say. Jiao Ma didn't expose Zhang Tan's secret. However, Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo felt a little guilty. They knew very well how black charcoal was like. As long as the weather was good, this guy would run around most of the time during the day. Zhang Tan didn't blush when he heard Jiao Ma's somewhat exaggerated praise. Even if he did, it wouldn't be obvious. He lay on little Pomelo's lap in a serious manner. However, the guinea pig in the seat next to them was restless. It even barked at Zhang Tan a few times. It wasn't sure if it recognized him. Zhang Tan glanced at it and ignored it. This guy was a little bigger than the first time he saw it. It looked about 20 centimeters long. Its appearance was indeed likable and harmless. It was no wonder that children liked it. "Chestnut doesn't seem to be afraid of black charcoal," the girl holding the cage said. After all, she had raised Chestnut for so long. She could definitely get the general meaning from Chestnut's barks and some of its actions. It probably knows that this cat doesn't have any bad intentions. Animals have a very good sixth sense. The mother smiled. It took some time to get from Tsinghua University to the hotel. On the way, Yuan Zi called once. Jiao Ma couldn't drive, so Jiao Yuan picked him up. Yuan Zi said that he would leave later. He had originally planned to bring some people along if there were too many people in the Jiao family. Since it wasn't necessary, he wasn't in a hurry. Some of the people in the company who were close to Celestine, such as the few comrades that Celestine had introduced to him, ran out before dawn. Today, Celestine looked a lot more decent. During the wedding ceremony, everyone's attention was on the newlyweds. Zhang Tan squatted on the stool and couldn't see anything. He had his back against the wall, so he didn't have to worry about people behind him. Both sides were well covered by little Pomelo and Jiao Yuan. If he wanted to look out, Zhang Tan could only see half of his head peeking out from under the table. He had to cover his ears to prevent others from seeing him. Although the people at this table didn't care, there was no guarantee that the people at other tables wouldn't mind. He had to save some face for Celestine. As for Chestnut, it had been hidden in a special bag. It was even worse than Zhang Tan's. The table was filled with familiar faces. Yuan Zi took time out of her time to come over today. One reason was because of Wei Ling's wedding, and the other reason was to chat with the Jiao family. She also wanted to see the fortune cat. Usually, this big boss was very busy and didn't have much time. Now that she finally had some free time, she wanted to get some fortune chi. This was a live version of the live version, not the fortune cat ornament in his office. At this table, except for the Jiao family, Yuan Zi, and the mother and daughter, the others were all Celestine's comrades. Some of them often helped the mother and daughter, so there was no awkward silence. He heard from Air Mao that they had hired someone to take a video. Zheng Tan could just watch the video. Anyway, he wasn't very curious about that. Although she couldn't see what was going on outside, Zheng Tan could hear Air Mao, Senior Walnut, and a few other people who she had never heard before cheering loudly when the wedding was going through certain procedures. Zheng Tan felt so hungry that he wanted to sleep. He had digested the food he had for breakfast, so he was hungry and bored. When the wedding banquet finally started, Zheng Tan just buried himself in the food. Anyway, there was no shortage of people who helped him to take food, especially Yuan Zi. He was so active in taking food that the others at the table were confused. When Celestine came over to propose a toast, he wanted to signal to Zheng Tan, but Zhao Yuan and little Pomelo blocked him so tightly that Celestine could only see black pointy ears. After the banquet, many people who were busy with work or had other things to do had to leave. Celestine also booked some rooms in the hotel. Those who had nothing else to do in the afternoon and wanted to play cards could go upstairs and rest. He also arranged dinner. After Yuan Zi left, Jiao Ma took the children and the mother and daughter upstairs to rest. The 3 children prepared to play cards while the 2 mothers talked. Zheng Tan wanted to sleep, but Chestnut, who was released from the cage, kept coming to Zheng Tan's side. Zheng Tan raised his foot to push it away, but in a few seconds, it came to him again. Annoyed by the disturbance, Zheng Tan jumped onto the back of the sofa and ignored Chestnut's calls. Before Zheng Tan could sleep for long, Air Mao came over. Black Charcoal, do you want to come over and play? Air Mao looked at the black cat lying on the back of the sofa. He knew that whether he could take the cat away or not depended on the cat. If it agreed, the Jiao family would at most say a few words or say a few words. Basically, they would not object. Zheng Tan thought for a while. Anyway, it was boring to stay here, so he followed Air Mao and went to see the legendary master. Air Mao was originally in the big suite with a few brothers who had not seen each other for a long time, but as they chatted, it became the master scolding his disciples one by one. Celestine was the star of the show today. He came to the room for a while, and when he saw that the situation was not right, he ran away with the excuse of accompanying the bride and entertaining the guests, leaving the other brothers there to be scolded. Especially those who had not been caught by the master for a long time, including Air Mao, they were the main targets of the scolding. Therefore, Air Mao thought of the black cat that was still in the hotel and planned to pull Zheng Tan over to divert his attention. After all, the master was also a cat owner. Although the cat in the master's house was very special, if the cat came over, the master's attention should be diverted from them. Black Charcoal, be careful later. Well, anyway, be careful and be smart. Air Mao could not help but say one more sentence before opening the door. Air Mao did not finish his sentence. Zheng Tan did not know what Air Mao was trying to say. Was there any danger in there? Probably not. When Air Mao opened the door, Zheng Tan followed behind him and went in. There was no smell of smoke inside. It was rare that a group of men did not smoke. Or was it because of the master that they did not smoke? However, there was no smell of smoke. There were other smells. Other than the smell of strangers, there was something else. Other than Air Mao and Senior Walnut, Zheng Tan did not recognize any of the people sitting in the room. Air Mao was the youngest. In terms of age, other than the only old man, there were a few middle-aged men who looked about the same age as Senior Walnut. In the past, when he heard Celestine and the others talk about it, it seemed that there were older people counting up. It was just that they had important positions and were entangled with work. They were so free that they could not leave. The big red packet must have been in Celestine's hands. That bastard Celestine was probably counting the money now. Zheng Tan had a very strange feeling from the moment he entered the room. It was as if someone was hiding in the dark and spying on him. With so many pairs of eyes staring at him, it would be nonsense to say that he did not feel pressured. However, Zheng Tan felt that these people did not have any ill intentions, so he relaxed a little. They were mostly sizing him up, especially the old man who looked to be in good spirits. At first glance, this old man had a tough style. However, after a few more glances, he felt a lot more slippery. When he looked at Zheng Tan, he was playing with the pai gao in his hands. He did not know if Air Mao's habit of playing cards had been learned from him. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. The people in the room did not speak after Zheng Tan followed Air Mao and the others. They played cards, drank tea, and picked their teeth. Everyone was busy with their own things. At the same time, they looked at Zhang Tan as if they were expecting something. Zhang Tan's feeling was even stronger. He always trusted his intuition. Since the enemy did not move, Zhang Tan decided to make a move first. Zhang Tan lifted his feet and walked from the door to the sofa. He kept his ears up and was alert to the movements around him. His eyes were focused on the few people sitting on the sofa. Unfortunately, he could not see much from these people's eyes. They were indeed Celestine and Ermao's seniors and juniors. Each one was better at pretending than the other. As the feeling grew stronger and stronger, and at the same time, it sensed movement behind it. Zhang Tan suddenly turned around and swung its claws out. It didn't even look at the attacker carefully. Its claws hooked onto the attacker's clothes, and with a turn of its body, it threw the attacker away. Chapter 2:16. Ha 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 ha. The old man who was playing Pai Gao with an expressionless face threw it on the coffee table, slapping his leg and laughing heartily. The people sitting on the sofa also laughed out loud, with surprise and curiosity in their eyes. In contrast, Ermao and Walnut's first reaction was not to laugh or be surprised, but to breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this cat has the ability, so it didn't lose out. Ermao thought. Zhang Tan didn't care about the people on the sofa, but stared at the attacker he had just thrown out. The one who had attacked Zhang Tan wasn't a human, but a monkey wearing a small suit. It seemed to be the kind of macaque that was shown on TV. Macaques were widely distributed in the country, and were considered a relatively common species of monkey. However, there were not many people who had the right to raise them. Other than the acrobatic troupes, zoos, and some tourist attractions, Zhang Tan had only seen one in real life. At this moment, the macaque had already gotten up and ran to a person's side, squeaking. Zhang Tan didn't know what it was saying, but from the way the monkey pointed at Zhang Tan and then at the small suit on its body, it was probably complaining. F***CK, you dared to complain when you took the initiative to attack. The atmosphere in the room began to liven up again. Some were talking about the trick Zhang Tan used to throw the monkey, some were making fun of the monkey, and most importantly, they had made a last-minute bet when Ermao went to find Zhang Tan, betting on who would lose out. Strangely, except for the owner of the monkey and two other people, the others, including Walnut and the old man, all bet on Zhang Tan. Now these people were busy collecting money. What were they saying just now? Woo, song. Hit. Who? Ha ha ha. Walnut and the others who had won the bet shouted in unison. This group of people's personalities were really bad. Zhang Tan cursed in his heart. Ermao also took some time to talk to Zhang Tan and told her about the monkey. The man who raised the monkey was also Celestine and Ermao's senior. He was also He Tao's junior. His name was Pei Liang, and he used to be a soldier. After retiring from the army, he returned to his hometown and opened a shop. Pei Liang's family was located in a tourist area. It was close to a mountain. The shop he opened was a tourist business. His life was pretty good. However, one day when Pei Liang went to make a delivery, a little monkey suddenly ran over and jumped up from his trousers, hugging Pei Liang's arm and not letting go. Later, he found out that it was a tourist who met a little monkey without a mother while traveling. Out of curiosity, he wanted to bring it back to play. Who knew that the little monkey would find an opportunity to escape? For some reason, it grabbed Pei Liang's arm and refused to let go. After the tourist left, the little monkey was brought back to the mountains by the person in charge of that place. However, after a period of time, the little monkey somehow found Pei Liang's house and ran to his house every few days. The people living nearby would sometimes encounter monkeys, but after all, it was not often. Sometimes, in order to prevent the monkeys from going down the mountain to steal things, they would take some protective measures. There were not many incidents like Pei Liang's house that always had monkeys visiting. The monkey that Pei Liang encountered at his house was an exception. Gradually, it became familiar with Pei Liang's youngest son and did a lot of catching fish and birds. It helped pass the shovel to the children at home when they dug traps. It also followed the children at home when they went to join in the fun. However, it could not be like this all the time. Under his son's strong request, Pei Liang went to find someone to go through some procedures. After all, without the approval of the relevant Forestry Administrative Department, the practice of privately raising nationally protected animals was illegal transportation and breeding. When he was naming it, Pei Liang wanted to just call it the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal. It sounded domineering, but Pei Liang's family was more particular and felt that the name could not be too high. Therefore, he removed heaven and sage and left cheetah. However, cheetah sounded a little like someone's boss. Pei Liang felt that it was too troublesome to think of a name, so he directly added the word "de" at the back. Therefore, cheetah, the name that Zhang Tan felt was very awkward, hung on the macaque's head and would accompany it for the rest of its life. Cheetah's status in the family was not low. The children protected it, and the elders doted on it. Pei Liang's old mother even wore reading glasses and personally sewed a set of great sage, heaven's equal clothes. In Mao's words, it looked like it was singing an opera. The monkey's IQ was higher than some animals. After interacting with humans for a long time, it naturally learned some things. In the past 5 years, it became even more clever and strange. Therefore, Pei Liang did not dare to let it out at Celestine's wedding. Cheetah, this fellow, learned a lot of bad habits from the children at home. Celestine finally got married. If something happened, Celestine would definitely blame it on Pei Liang. Later on, there was a production team filming a movie at Pei Liang's place. Pei Liang's son brought Cheetah over to watch the show and was fancied. After some discussion, they paid Pei Liang a sum of money to guide Cheetah to make a cameo appearance. Originally, they prepared a trained monkey, but the monkey saw that it was not as intelligent as Cheetah and changed it at the last minute. Reality proved that the effect was not bad. During that time, Cheetah got along very well with the film crew. It was always funny. After that, there were people who went there to film movies, TV series, scenes, documentaries, and promotional videos. It was unknown if the film crew had contacted each other, but they went to look for Cheetah. This monkey became very popular, and even Pei Liang's family business flourished for a long time. Now, many tourists went there for a vacation. When they heard Cheetah's name, they curiously went to take a look and even took photos. Cheetah, this monkey, loved to take photos. Who knew how many photos there were at home? When it looked at the camera, it naturally posed in a pretentious manner. Did you hear that? Whose pet can make more money than people? This is also supporting the family. Pei Liang sighed and showed off. He wanted to save some face for his monkey. Cheetah next to him also chirped a few times, as if it was responding. However, when they heard Pei Liang's words, pets make money to support the family, Mao and Walnut looked at Zhang Tan at the same time, but did not say much. A few people around them noticed Mao and Walnut's actions and asked a few questions. However, Mao did not elaborate. He only said that this black cat also made money to support the family, and it was a rich man. It turns out that this mongrel cat is more powerful than Cheetah. This is too low-key. We haven't seen any news about this cat, someone said. That's because its father doesn't allow it to be high-profile, Mao answered. That's right. The old master slammed the coffee table. Several people looked at the coffee table at the same time. After making sure that the coffee table was not broken, they continued to talk and laugh. They were all muttering in their hearts. When would the master change his bad habit of slamming the table? Fortunately, the old master knew not to destroy things in the hotel. The old man didn't feel that he had done anything inappropriate, so he continued, "This is to protect the cat." Nowadays, some people are blinded by greed and will do anything. Besides, animals don't enjoy some protection like people do, especially those that are not listed in the national protection level. They can only accept it if they suffer, so it's better to protect them. Pei Liang, you should learn from this. Yes, yes, yes. Pei Liang nodded. It's not because my home is in the mountains, unlike the big cities where there are many people. I'm not the only one raising monkeys there. Are other people's monkeys as popular as yours? The old master glared. No. Pei Liang withered. I will definitely pay attention. Cough, speaking of which, this cat is really strong. Someone received Pei Liang's pleading look and changed the topic. Sure enough, once the topic changed to cats, the old master stopped talking about Pei Liang. What's so strange about that? Cats can't be judged by common sense. My cat has caught prey several times bigger than this one, the old man said in a matter-of-fact tone. The person who spoke just now curled his lips slightly and did not say anything. Anyway, the old master had his reasons and was not allowed to refute. As for the cat in the master's house, looking at the black cat not far away and thinking about the cat in the master's house, how could they be the same? Apart from the problem of strength, this cat's reaction was also very fast. When the black cat attacked, Dada had just jumped out. Its reaction was really fast. One person said, Mao, did you leak the secret? Did you tell the cat that there was a monkey in the house? Another person asked.
No, definitely not.
I only told it to be more alert. Mao denied. The old master nodded.
This cat was alert from the moment it entered the door.
When its ears moved, I knew that the cat had noticed Dada. It must have known that the monkey would attack from behind, so it was prepared.
Zhang Tan.
You flatter me. I really do not have the ability to find that stupid monkey. Also, from the perspective of human psychology, Zhang Tan did not want to be compared to other animals. It felt like he was bullying the weak. You guys.
The old man raised his hand and pointed at Mao and the others one by one.
You guys are not even as good as a cat. Mao and the other disciples all looked like they were choking at the same time, but no one refuted. Well, no matter what topic they were talking about, they had to be scolded. Zhang Tan listened to this group of people chatting, and noticed that the old man was either scolding them or praising his cat. Zhang Tan, who had experienced it himself, knew that the words that came out of his cat's mouth were all kinds of good things, but when he actually saw the cat, he knew that it was all kinds of bad things. Dada, who was hiding next to Pei Liang, had been thrown and now did not dare to go near Zhang Tan. It probably saw that Zhang Tan was not a soft persimmon, but a dangerous creature. It did not dare to go near him, but it kept provoking him. For example, it threw melon seeds and peanuts at Zhang Tan. Zhang Tan was angry. When he went near, the cat would hide next to Pei Liang and squeak. Later, Zhang Tan was too lazy to care about it. He changed places and jumped onto the back of Walnut's sofa. The cat did not dare to throw things. If it accidentally threw things at Walnut's level, both the monkey and the people would be scolded. After eating in the afternoon, they went back home. Mao and the others went to the bridal room to make a scene. Zhang Tan was not in the mood to follow them. He was a cat, so why should he join in? Originally, Zhang Tan thought that after Celestine's wedding, he would not see that monkey again. But a week later, Mao asked Zhang Tan if he wanted to go out and play. It said that Dada missed him. It turned out that Pei Liang had brought this cat to Chuhua City this time. First, it was to attend Celestine's wedding. Second, it was to film a movie in a city near Chuhua City. Dada was going to make a cameo appearance. It was said that the pay was quite high. He went to film the day after the wedding and only came back yesterday. 2 weeks later, there was an animal show in Beijing. During this time, Pei Liang stayed at Walnut's house. Mao drove Zhang Tan to Walnut's house. That monkey is probably holding a grudge. It's probably thinking about how to take revenge this time. Black Coal, you have to be more careful. Don't get beaten up. Beaten up? How is that possible? Just because of that monkey. After arriving at Walnut's house, just as he entered, Zhang Tan heard a sound. Looking in the direction of the sound, Dada was riding on a big dog. It looked at Zhang Tan proudly and raised its chin. Chapter 217. Hey, Senior, why do you have a dog here? Mao stared at the dog. Seeing that the dog didn't show any hostility towards Zhang Tan, he let out a sigh of relief. Zhang Tan also saw that the dog in front of him was very vigilant at the beginning. After staring at him and Mao for a while, it became much more amiable and didn't seem to be aggressive. However, it still blocked Zhang Tan and Mao at the door and didn't seem to want to leave. But the monkey on the big dog's back saw that the big dog didn't show any aggression for a long time and barked anxiously. It even pulled the collar on the dog's neck. Black Gold, come here. It's a guest. Walnut's voice came from the study. The big dog in front of Zhang Tan and Mao immediately moved away and walked towards the study. This made Dada even more anxious. It seemed to feel embarrassed and pulled the collar on the dog's neck a few more times to make the big dog turn around. Unfortunately, not only did it not make the big dog change direction, it was also thrown off the big dog's back. Rolling on the ground, Dada got up and looked at Zhang Tan. Seeing that Zhang Tan's eyes weren't good, it quickly ran to the study to find a backer. It didn't want to be beaten again. When Zhang Tan walked into the study, he saw that the big dog was lying next to Walnut, ignoring everyone else. Dada jumped to Pei Liang, probably to complain. Another tattletale. Zhang Tan felt disdain in his heart. This is a Kunming dog, right? It looks like it has served in the army. Air Mao's eyes lit up as it looked at Black Gold. Most men would prefer to have a dog. Just like when Zhang Tan first met Walnut, Walnut had said, "I'd rather have a dog than a cat."
Yes. Walnut was very proud when he heard Air Mao's words.
Black Gold is a military dog that retired early due to injury. It belongs to a friend's company. Although a dog's status can't be compared to a person's, it's still a soldier, isn't it? People say that every carrot is a pit. It's also a weapon in the military. Even if you want it, you don't necessarily have it. I spent a lot of effort to get it here. After it came here, I still had to break it in. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. 2 days ago, he even helped me catch a drug dealer. This dog is really awesome. But I don't dare to take him to the police station. This kind of dog usually doesn't bite people casually. If it really bites, it's even more vicious than a wolf.
You raised it without a word.
That day at the hotel, when everyone was bragging about their pets, I didn't hear you say anything about dogs. But then again, don't you have police dogs? If you wanted to raise a dog, you wouldn't have waited until now. Air Mao asked. Isn't that right? Furthermore, after bringing it back, it took some time for it to get used to this place. If it was someone else with a strong temper, I wouldn't have been able to invite it back at all. He Jin might be able to help. He could help catch criminals when he was outside, guard against thieves when he was at home, and even help collect shoes when it rained. According to my friend, when he was in the company, Black Gold was often ordered by those people to steal other people's shoes so that he could make a fool of himself during an emergency assembly. Once, he even stole from his company commander. Lying on the ground, He Jin's ears twitched from time to time as he paid attention to his surroundings. Occasionally, he would hear a few familiar words and raise his head to look at Walnut. When Walnut talked about his friend and the company, He Jin whimpered from the ground. Walnut leaned over and patted He Jin's head. You miss them, right? Zhang Tan suddenly felt that the atmosphere had become sad. Even Chi Dada didn't move. His eyes were wide open and he didn't know what he was thinking. Hey, Air Mao, let me show you some photos of Chi Dada from a while ago. Pei Liang spoke to break the sad atmosphere. Look, there's also a popular female celebrity. I also have her autograph. I can sell it for a lot of money. Zhang Tan was speechless. So he was trying to get her autograph so that he could sell it for money? These photos can be used to show off on shows and increase popularity. Pei Liang treasured these photos and specially bought a few albums to store them. When the time came, he would use them to show off. They're filming a period drama and they're wearing costumes. Senior Pei, aren't you afraid of being investigated for showing off their photos? Air Mao pointed at the photos in the album. It's okay. I've already asked for permission. They're happy to do it. This is also a kind of publicity that can increase their popularity. Obviously, this wasn't the first time Pei Liang had encountered this kind of situation. He was very familiar with it and had considered many aspects. While Air Mao was looking at the photos, Pei Liang took out his digital camera and said to Zhang Tan, Come, 3 friends. Let's take a photo to commemorate this. You can take a photo, but don't let it leak out, Walnut said. I know what to do.
Pei Liang waved his hand and motioned for Zhang Tan to go over.
He Jin, Black Charcoal. They're both from the He family. It's fate. Who knows when these two will work together? After all, they both have experience in solving cases, Walnut said jokingly. To take a photo, Zhang Tan looked at Chi Dada who was flirting and then looked at He Jin who was obediently squatting there as if he was carrying out a mission. Zhang Tan thought for a while and jumped onto a small chair. If he was short, he had to stand taller. Otherwise, if Chi Dada and He Jin came over, Zhang Tan would look thin and small. Chi Dada didn't dare to stand close to Zhang Tan. He let He Jin stand in the middle while Zhang Tan and Chi Dada stood on both sides. Zhang Tan didn't care if he stood in the middle or on both sides. He just needed to take a photo. After returning home, Zhang Tan thought he wouldn't see that monkey again. However, a few days later, Pei Liang brought Chi Dada to visit him. Actually, Air Mao didn't allow them to enter the house. They had to come to the Jiao family. As soon as Chi Dada entered Air Mao's house, He Jin started to roar. Air Mao didn't care about anything else. His cat was more important. As for the monkey, It was better for him to stand outside the door. Mao cared about his cat, but Pei Liang cared about his monkey even more. After sitting at Mao's house for a while, Pei Liang discussed with Mao and asked Mao to bring them upstairs. After all, Zhao Ma didn't know Pei Liang. It was Saturday. Little Pomelo and Jiao Yuan were both doing homework in their room. They didn't want to bother when they heard that there were guests. However, when they heard that there was a monkey, they immediately put down their pens and ran to the living room. Qi Dada was wearing a thin windbreaker today. It was wearing a hat just now. I didn't look carefully just now. I thought it was a kid. After hearing Mao's introduction, Zhao Ma welcomed Pei Liang and Qi Dada warmly. It's a pity that we don't have bananas at home. We don't have much food left either. Don't bother. Just give it a glass of water. Pei Liang quickly stopped Zhao Ma, who was about to go out to buy food. Auntie Zhao still washed some fruits and brought them out. There were also some snacks. Pei Liang selectively let Qi Dada eat some. It was easy to get a stomachache if he ate anything. After all, this foodie was not human. When Qi Dada followed Jiao Yuan to play with toys in his room, there were only a few adults left in the living room. Today, Pei Liang came to visit. He wanted to see what kind of family raised Zhang Tan's special cat. Secondly, he wanted to take a picture of his 3 friends and talk about some things. Pei Liang took out a cigarette and was about to smoke. However, he remembered that there was only a woman and 2 children in the house. He put the cigarette down again. It's okay. Go ahead. No. If I take out the cigarette, Qi Dada will waste another one of my cigarettes. Oh, it even smokes. Zhao Ma was surprised. Yeah. Pei Liang began to complain. From smoking to drinking, now it even knew how to play cards. This guy even has its own wardrobe made by its family. There are also some souvenir clothes from the crew. Qi Dada is so arrogant. Even if its clothes are torn, we won't throw them away unless it dislikes them. It's been spoiled by its family. This triggered Mama Jiao's response. My family's too. It's been spoiled. Its temper is bigger than a human's. Zhang Tan, who was listening in the room, was speechless. Qi Dada got along well with the children. Maybe it was because it had more contact with children since it was young. It wasn't like other cats and dogs that ran away when they saw naughty children. Now, Qi Dada was bullying the 2 little Brazilian turtles in the tank. When the little turtles stuck their heads out, Qi Dada would poke them with its paws. When they stuck their heads out again, Qi Dada would poke them again. It looked like it was asking for trouble. Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo were laughing at the side. Participating in a show in Beijing? In the living room, Zhao Ma was surprised. Yes, the invitation was sent out 2 months ago. Because of this, my family has been preparing with it. My mother even bought good cloth and made a new Monkey King costume for it. It was sewn according to the appearance of Sun Wukong in the old version of Journey to the West on TV. She's waiting to shock everyone. I think your cat can participate too. Many of the animals participating in the show are very smart. Many of them have been on TV series, and movies before. They're half a star. I heard that your cat has also acted in commercials. It's definitely qualified. You can call and sign up. Did you sign up like this too? Zhao Ma asked. No. Pei Liang shook his head. Speaking of this matter, he began to show off again. Our family was invited by the production team personally. They didn't even need to check their qualifications because Qi Dada had already filmed many films and taken photos with many celebrities. As for the reason why we were invited to the show, a few months ago, there was a heated discussion about eating monkey brains. The show's crew suddenly saw Qi Dada in a TV series, so they came up with this idea to ask people to show mercy. My cat did the same thing, Zhao Ma said. We went to act in a public service advertisement because of the cat abuse incident. It could attract more public attention. Sigh, people nowadays. After a while, Zhang Tan heard Zhao Ma's exclamation and looked over. He saw Pei Liang showing off the photos of Qi Dada with the stars. Even little Pomelo and Jiao Yuan ran over to see. Before Pei Liang left, he left his phone number and the address of his restaurant. If the Jiao family wanted to travel there, they could inform them in advance. They would reserve a room for them, provide food and drinks, and even provide a tour guide. That was Qi Dada's territory. The show that Qi participated in happened to be broadcast on a Saturday, usually around 8 o'clock in the evening. In the past, Zhao Ma would be watching a TV series at this time. However, today was an exception. The three Jiao family members and Zheng Tan were gathered in front of the TV. The show had been filmed a long time ago. Pei Liang had already brought Qi home, but the first broadcast was that night. When Qi went on stage, he was dressed in the Monkey King costume with 2 pheasant feathers on his head. It looked 70% to 80% similar to the costume of the Monkey King in Journey to the West. As soon as he went on stage, he danced with the golden cudgel and somersaulted. The audience applauded and cheered. After the performance, he bowed to show that he was not only talented but also polite. Zheng Tan couldn't help but sigh. Qi had acted before. When he interacted with the host, he could always draw the audience's attention away from the pretty host and onto Qi. As the host said, Qi was a monkey spirit. There were other talent shows after that. Many pets had performed simple arithmetic before, but Pei Liang wasn't going to let Qi perform that. Qi can dance with a stick on stage and help with cooking at home. He's so versatile. However, I still have to ask, does Qi have any other talents to show? The host asked Pei Liang, as if he didn't know anything. Pei Liang pretended to think for a while. Then let's have a poem with emotion. The audience at the scene and in front of the TV were curious. How could this monkey recite a poem with emotion? They didn't have to wait long before they finally found out. Qi faced the audience. Behind him the background screen showed, goose, 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 curving its neck to the sky. White feathers floating on the green water. Red palms plucking the clear waves. Pei Liang read it once. Qi followed suit. G G G G G G G G G. G G G G G G. G G G G G G. In addition to this poem, Pei Liang read a few more lines, and Qi followed suit. Although the audience couldn't understand, Qi punctuation, rhythm, and change of tone were all done very well, which made the audience laugh. Zhao Yuan looked at the TV, threw a piece of chocolate into his mouth, and said, I think Black Charcoal can also go and meow a few poems. He'll definitely do better than Qi. Little Pomelo nodded in agreement. Zheng Tan. I won't go even if you beat me to death. After the show was funny, it began to stir up emotions. Pei Liang's acting skills were not to be trifled with. Although most of the narration was true, it still needed some embellishment to make people feel more deeply and understand the sense of responsibility. Many times, pets were treated like another child in the family. Perhaps many people could not understand, but those who had the same experience nodded their heads repeatedly. The host also contacted Pei Liang's home. Pei Liang's grandmother answered the phone. After the old lady received the call and heard the host's explanation, the first thing she said was, Qi, it's your grandmother. The host laughed and whispered, Pei Liang is at the back. The audience was also laughing. Hearing the voice, Qi looked around but didn't find anyone. Pei Liang handed the microphone to it. Come, talk to your grandmother. Qi grabbed the phone and chirped. No one could understand what it was saying, but it seemed that this monkey was very emotional and its eyes were wet. Come back early after the show. Be careful on the road. Before the call ended, Pei Liang's mother said this to end the call. After the call, Qi jumped into Pei Liang's arms. Pei Liang patted its back as if comforting a child. You must be homesick. Let's go straight home after the show. After that, there wasn't much to talk about Pei Liang and Qi. The show was coming to an end, and the theme had to be introduced. The background screen showed some pictures of monkeys in cages, and the uneasiness and fear in their eyes. This was the popular topic of eating monkey brains during that period of time. Chapter 218. Zheng Tan opened one of the compartments in the hidden drawer of the cat tree. This compartment was specially cleared by Zheng Tan to store business cards and other things. He had never thought about business cards before. After all, who would give a cat a business card? But now that he knew more people, there were bound to be some special people with different ideas. For example, on the day of Celestine's wedding, Zheng Tan had received a lot of business cards in the suite of Mao's brothers. At that time, Mao had helped to keep them, and later gave them to Zheng Tan when they returned to the villa complex. Those who had business cards gave business cards. Those who didn't had business cards cut a piece of paper about the size of a business card and wrote down some addresses. For example, Mao's master did the same. He asked Zhang Tan to visit him when he had time and get to know Dashan. He didn't know whether the paper was for Zhang Tan or for Zhang Tan's Jiao family. The latter was more likely. In these people's eyes, a cat could understand everything. It was already very capable to receive business cards. Pei Liang's business cards were quite professional. They were exquisitely made. Pei Liang often went out and interacted with many people, so he was more particular about business cards. Pei Liang also allowed Zhang Tan to travel there with the Jiao family when she had time. They could go sightseeing. Zhang Tan really wanted to travel, but he couldn't travel alone in his current cat form. The 3 Jiao family members couldn't leave either. Even if it was the holidays, Jiaoma didn't dare to take the 2 children far. If they wanted to travel, they had to wait for the Jiao Pa to come back. Zhang Tan counted the days. It had only been half a year since the Jiao Pa left. He had to wait. Celestine was now married and had a wife. Recently, he was busy making babies. He quit smoking and drinking and didn't go to the nightclub. He was very well behaved. Mao, on the other hand, often went out. He didn't know where to go with Qin Tao and the others. Thinking about it carefully, the only people who acted as Zhang Tan's transportation vehicle and drivers were these 2. Now that the 2 of them were busy with their own things, it was impossible for Zhang Tan to go out and have fun. As for Feng Xiaokong, he was busy and had a big family business. Zhang Tan didn't count on him. After looking at the business card, Zhang Tan sighed. He locked the drawer again and hid the key. He stretched and decided to go out for a walk. Huang and the sheriff were staring at the sparrow under the trees in the courtyard. De Pang was lying on the grass, basking in the sun, looking lazy. Zhang Tan walked out of the courtyard and decided to walk around the campus. There weren't many people at this time, and there weren't many cars coming and going. Zhang Tan casually walked on the main road. Suddenly, he heard a scolding behind him. He turned around and saw a modified 3-wheeled bicycle. It was more like a heavy-duty bicycle used to pull goods. However, the back of the bicycle was smaller and didn't need to be stepped on. It could be used as an electric bicycle. There was also a basket in front of the bicycle. The person riding the bicycle was an old man. Behind the old man's bicycle was a border collie. It was the target of the old man's scolding. At the moment, it was running with the bicycle. Before it was scolded, it smelled something and ran into the grass. Looking at its size, this border collie should be underage, but it was full of energy. When the old man scolded it, it immediately rushed out of the grass and continued to run with the bicycle. The old man controlled the speed of the bicycle. It wasn't fast, but because the border collie was distracted, it fell a little far away. After the old man rode past Zhang Tan, the border collie ran past Zhang Tan like a gust of wind. Zhang Tan walked on the sidewalk. The old man rode his bicycle on the driveway. He didn't pay attention to Zhang Tan on the sidewalk. After the border collie ran past Zhang Tan, it suddenly stopped and looked at Zhang Tan. It wagged its tail and ran towards Zhang Tan. It seemed to be very curious about Zhang Tan's cat, but it didn't show any malice. If it were an ordinary cat, regardless of whether it had any malice, when it saw a big dog running towards it, its first reaction would be to run. If it didn't run, it would bow and growl. However, Zhang Tan didn't intend to pay attention to the dog. It would soon be called away by the old man anyway. Sure enough, before the border collie could get close to Zhang Tan, it was called away by the old man riding in front of him. It seemed to be quite obedient. If it were the Sahara, it would pretend not to hear you even if you called it a few times. It might even run away. After climbing up the hill, Zhang Tan saw the border collie jump onto the old man's bicycle and squat in the loading area. It put its chin on the edge and looked around curiously. Zhang Tan thought about it and was sure that he had never seen the dog before. Perhaps it was because he hadn't walked around campus for a few months. In June, in order to avoid people who knew him putting the title of mythical beast on his head, he rarely ran around campus. He went out for walks more often. Then he stayed outside during the summer vacation. In September, although he walked around, there were still many places he didn't go. Maybe there were new members, so it was normal that he hadn't seen it before. He shook his head and stopped thinking about what had just happened. Whether there were new members or not, it didn't have much to do with him. He then walked slowly along the main road. When he passed by the School of Physics building, Zhang Tan glanced over there and saw the three-wheeled electric car parked not far from the door. The border collie near the car was sniffing around on the grass. As for the old man, there were 3 people standing at the door of the building. One was the old man riding the bicycle, one he didn't know, and the third one Zhang Tan was familiar with. Speaking of which, he hadn't seen Lord Zheng for a while. Thinking about it, Lord Zheng was also a busy man. Lord Zheng was still the same as usual. There was always a sense of seriousness on his face, and he stood there with a strong aura. However, the other 2 people obviously had some status. Looking at the way they spoke, they were not so restrained and were very casual. It seemed that these 3 people were acquaintances. Zhang Tan was still some distance away from the gate of the School of Physics. Originally, he didn't intend to get close. He just passed by when he was taking a stroll. However, when Zhang Tan was about to leave, the border collie sniffing the wildflowers on the grass saw Zhang Tan. It immediately wagged its tail and ran towards Zhang Tan, looking very excited. Zhang Tan was speechless. F***ck. It's just a cat. Why is this dog so excited? Ignoring the over-energetic dog that was blindly jumping in front of him, Zhang Tan walked along the original route. The old man riding the bicycle was talking to 2 friends, but he was also paying attention to his dog. When he caught a glimpse of his dog rushing out, he looked over there.
It seems to be the black cat I saw on the road, said the old man.
The other 2 people also looked over there, especially Lord Zheng. Black charcoal. What? Yi-hee, do you know that cat? Whose family is it? Asked the old man. Yi-hee is Lord Zheng's real name. The students gave her such a name because Lord Zheng's name was similar to Yehenera's, and the aura of the official was enough, while the teachers all called her Dean Yi, Professor Yi, Teacher Yi, and those who were familiar with her status would call her Yi-hee. Tan Fong. Hurry up and call your dog over. Don't bite the cat, Lord Zhang said to the old man. It's okay. Cola won't really bite. It just wants to find a friend to play with. It just came here not long ago and didn't know many friends. It's so excited because it saw a new friend. There used to be a black cat in my son's house. It had no companion at home, so it pestered the cat to play. Unfortunately, the cat ran away as soon as it saw it. The more it ran, the faster it ran. It always scared the cat to hide on the high cabinet. Now Cola is here. It's lonely at home. It can be seen on the road just now. It's estimated that it feels like a cat that looks like an old friend and has a sense of intimacy. The old man told Tan Fong about what had happened on the road. Tan Fong's first impression of Zhang Tan was that the cat was either too stupid or too brave. Otherwise, how could it be so calm in the face of a dog that was many times bigger than it? Yi-hee, do you think the cat has a problem with its IQ or something? Tan Fong asked Lord Zheng. Nonsense, the cat is smart, and it's not afraid of dogs. Its family lives in the East Courtyard, a teacher's family in the Academy of Biological Sciences. The cat is very famous in the East Courtyard. Almost everyone there knows it. I only knew about it because of a student. Tan Fong, call your dog back. Lord Zheng was still worried that the dog would do harm to Zhang Tan. All right. The old man called the dog back, but he was thinking that he would take the dog for a walk after dinner today. Tan Fong moved to the West Courtyard this summer. He used to live outside. This year, because his granddaughter was admitted to Tsinghua University, he decided to move into the school and live with his granddaughter. He could take care of her at ordinary times. He really didn't know a lot about the school. When Zhang Tan continued to walk around the school, he didn't know that the old man on the electric bike was inquiring about him everywhere. Tan Fong was surprised when he inquired about it. Although he knew that these things were not comprehensive and there were exaggerations, he could see that the cat was smart enough, especially when it came to catching thieves. It was said that dogs were nosy. What about the cat catching thieves? He did all the work of the dog. As for how credible it is, it's just a rumor. It can't be completely believed, but it's not without reason. It's not easy for his dog to find a playmate in school. He's idle, so it's good to go and have a look. After dinner, Zhang Tan lay on the sofa and pulled his ears. He looked at the old man and the dog in the living room reluctantly. Next to the sofa, Zhao Yuan and little Pomelo were surrounding the border collie named Cola. Maybe it was because dogs were more likely to arouse children's enthusiasm, but Zhao Yuan and little Pomelo had a good attitude towards the border collie. Jiao Ma was chatting with the old man with the surname Tan with a warm smile. Tan Feng only said that he was a retired physics teacher, but Jiao Ma had good eyesight. When the old man in front of her said Lord Zheng's name casually, she knew that this person's identity was similar to Lord Zheng's. Jiao Ma was more or less nervous about a big name who was similar to Lord Zheng. Even if the person in front of her looked very easygoing, Jiao Ma didn't dare to be careless. It didn't matter if he was from Jiao Pa's school or not. It would be good for Jiao Pa when he came back. These old men were very capable. Therefore, Jiao Ma had been very polite. Most of the time, when people communicate with their pets, it's faster to get familiar with each other. The old man mainly talked about pets, but he also led Jiao Ma to talk about her own cat. Unknowingly, the pressure in Jiao Ma's heart lessened a lot. But soon, the smile on Jiao Ma's face froze. I take Cola out for a walk every week. Since your cat is so sensible and often goes out, I'll take your cat out for a walk when I take Cola out, Tan Feng said as if he was doing her a favor. Chapter 219. Jiao Ma regretted praising her cat too much. Now, she couldn't take back her words even if she wanted to. Deep down, she wanted to tell the man in front of her to give up on the idea. She knew very well that people like him were men of their words. If he said it today, he might just take her cat out tomorrow. Mr. Tan, my cat is actually a troublemaker. He has a bad temper and I can't control him. It's fine. Didn't you say it yourself? This isn't the first time I've taken him out to play. Besides, your cat is much stronger than Cola. I have to use a leash when I take him out. Otherwise, he might just jump off the leash if he sees any other cat or dog that catches his eye. But I don't have to use a leash on him at school. It's safer there. It's not as chaotic as outside. As soon as Tan Feng opened his mouth, he started rambling. Before Mama Jiao could reply, the old man looked at his watch and said, "It's getting late. I won't disturb you anymore. I'll go back first." Jiao Ma saw that Tan Feng was about to leave. She wanted to say something to stop the old man from taking her cat out, but before she could say anything, Tan Feng raised his hand and said, "You don't have to see me out. You're too kind, Ms. Gu." Jiao Ma. Tan Feng called Cola and hummed a little tune as he went downstairs. When he reached the third floor, he saw Old Man Lon, who had just come out to throw out the trash. The two men knew each other and chatted on their way downstairs. Jiao Ma, who had wanted to explain more, retracted her foot. She didn't know how to deal with these two old men. Jiao Ma turned around and closed the door behind her. She sat on the sofa and sighed. Then she looked at Zheng Tan and said, "Black charcoal, why do you always know people like this?" Zheng Tan tugged at his ears. He really couldn't answer this question. He did want to go out for a walk. He had already walked around the surrounding areas of Tsinghua University. If he went further, he wouldn't have gone there as often. Only the road to Zhao Yuan School was a little further away. The other directions were basically unfamiliar. Of course, if Jiao Ma insisted on not agreeing, he would ignore the old man. Jiao Ma stared at Zheng Tan for a while before letting out a long sigh. She got up and walked to the bedroom. She decided to send an email to her husband, who was far away in the ocean, to tell him about it and let him make a decision. It wasn't just because of what happened today. Her cat was always running outside. In the past, when she was brought out by Wei Ling and Er Mao, she wasn't very happy. Now that there was another person, if this continued, would her cat become more and more wild and eventually run away from home? Jiao Ma's colleagues in the office all said that cats didn't love home as much as dogs, so she couldn't help but worry. If Zheng Tan knew what Jiao Ma was thinking, he would think that her worries were unnecessary. He really didn't want to leave the Jiao family. Although the Jiao family wasn't a rich family, the place they lived in was small, and the family members had no power or influence. Zheng Tan felt safe here. That was enough. If something happened to the Jiao family and they needed money, Zheng Tan could learn from Xianxia and go out to earn money. If Xianxia could earn money to support his family, how could he be any worse than it? Jiao Pa didn't know how to reply to Jiao Ma. 2 days later, Jiao Ma said to Zheng Tan, "If you want to go out to play, then go. But be careful. Bring the cat tag with you. Be careful." Tan Feng was a man of his word. The day before he went out, he told Jiao Ma that he was leaving. The next day, he rode his electric 3-wheeled motorcycle to the eastern courtyard. Zheng Tan had been waiting in a tree in the courtyard. The border collie named Cola was sitting on the 3-wheeled motorcycle. It was probably excited to see the other 3 cats in the courtyard. It wanted to come down, but it was scolded by Tan Fong and stopped. It still had a leash around its neck, so it couldn't jump down even if it wanted to. Zhang Tan looked at the basket in front of the motorcycle. There were things in it, so he could only squeeze with the dog. He jumped down from the tree and onto the back of the 3-wheeled motorcycle. Although the space wasn't big, it was enough to accommodate a dog and a cat. The 2 bottles of wine didn't take up much space, so Zhang Tan didn't feel crowded. However, the border collie next to him kept swinging its tail. Zhang Tan was annoyed, so he kicked it, but he didn't use much strength. Woof! Cola barked after being kicked, but it wasn't really angry. Be quiet, Cola. You're riding a bike. Tan Fong didn't turn around and shouted. Cola looked at Zhang Tan and moved to the side. However, its tail was still wagging happily. This guy seemed to be in a good mood and didn't care about Zhang Tan. It kept looking at the people and things on the side of the road. Sometimes, it would even bark at someone's dog. Zhang Tan didn't take the main road with a lot of traffic. After leaving the area around Tsinghua University, Zhang Tan was unfamiliar with the surroundings. He didn't care about Cola's wagging tail. He carefully looked at the surrounding buildings and road signs. It wasn't easy to walk around, so he had to remember the way. After turning a corner, they entered a small street. There were more people buying sundries and snacks on both sides. There were also people riding 3-wheeled scooters like Tan Fong. However, they were carrying 2 children, while Tan Fong was carrying a cat and a dog. The scooter was driving slightly faster. When it caught up from behind, that person even talked to Tan Fong. He often came here, so he was familiar with him and they could chat for a while. That person was carrying his twin granddaughters. The 2 children were dressed exactly the same and had the same little braids. From their reactions when they saw Zhang Tan and Cola, it could be seen that although they looked the same, there were differences in their personalities. The 2 scooters were side by side for a few seconds. A cat and a dog on one side, and a pair of twins on the other, stared at each other. The child closer to the scooter had a more lively personality. She even wanted to reach out and pull Zhang Tan's beard, but Zhang Tan dodged her. However, Cola went up and licked the little girl's hand, causing the child to laugh so hard that her eyes disappeared. After all, the road wasn't wide, so it was impossible for the 2 scooters to stay side by side. Tan Fong slowed down, and the scooter ran in front and gradually went away. Tan Fong's destination was a normal university. This university wasn't bad, but it was slightly far from Tsinghua University. It would take too much time for Zhang Tan to walk here by himself, so he had never been here before. Just now, he was wondering why there were so many small shops on the street. It turned out that they were near the university. Tan Fong went through the side door. The guard here was very familiar with Tan Fong, and even took the initiative to greet Tan Fong. When the scooter stopped, Zhang Tan looked around. It should be the staff dormitory area of this university. The building was older, but it was newer than the building in the east courtyard. On the second floor, an old man was standing on the balcony and watching. When he saw Tan Fong, he went downstairs with a chessboard and a bag in his hands.
Wait, I'll bring these 2 bottles of wine up for you first.
Tan Fong turned around and took the wine. Just leave it there first.
No one will take it anyway, said the old man.
Other polite words like, "Why are you bringing wine when you're here?" were not said. Before Tan Fong went upstairs, the old man's wife came downstairs. She waved her hand and asked the 2 of them to go play chess. She could still carry these 2 bottles of wine. It wasn't troublesome. "Oh, why is there a cat this time?" the old man asked curiously. Then, he immediately scolded, "You brought the cat out of someone's house? You old man, why do you always do such unreliable things?" "How is it unreliable? This cat is smart. It was very well behaved along the way. It knows what's good for it," said Tan Fong. "Aren't you afraid of losing it?" "No, I've asked around. This cat is always taken out by people. It's used to it. A few days ago, there was a cat that took the bus overseas, right? So don't underestimate the cat's IQ." Tan Fong's face was full of disdain. "I'm not going to argue with you. Anyway, you won't listen to me. Anyway, keep an eye on it. Don't lose the cat."
The old man looked at the black cat in the scooter and said, "Oh, I know.
Tan Fong said as he urged him to hurry up and win 2 rounds. If you lose, give me the pot of orchid on your balcony. I met a friend a few days ago. I'll give it to him as a gift. Hey, I don't know who will lose more. The place where the two old men played chess was in the forest next to the staff dormitory area. There were stone benches and stone tables there. For the old men, sitting on the stone benches at this time of the year was a little cold. However, the two old men didn't like to play chess in the house. They said that it wasn't enjoyable there. For this reason, they had specially prepared a tool, a cushion.
The bag that the old man was carrying earlier had a thick cushion in it.
Zhang Tan could tell that the old man's health wasn't as good as Tan Feng's. He could tell that there was something wrong with his legs when he walked too fast.
Perhaps it was because of this that Tan Feng rode over himself instead of letting the old man go to Tsinghua University to play chess with Tan Feng.
Woof, woof. Cola barked twice.
Tan Feng heard the barking and waved his hand.
Okay, go play by yourself. Don't run too far. After getting permission, Cola immediately ran into the grass, sniffing around and peeing at the trees to mark them. Zheng Tan was curious about this unfamiliar place. She planned to walk around, but soon, Cola caught up with her after the excitement had passed. Zheng Tan listened to the conversation between the two old men and found out that Cola couldn't run too far in the past. There were very few dogs and cats around here. Cola would lie by Tan Feng's feet and yawn in boredom. Tan Feng's old man was so enthusiastic that he got himself fixed up so that he could play with his dog. Zheng Tan wasn't in the mood to take care of Tan Feng's dog. Seeing that Cola was next to him, Zheng Tan tried to lift a branch by his feet. Cola immediately picked it up. Zheng Tan lifted it again, and Cola picked it up again. It seemed to be having a lot of fun. Zheng Tan used all his strength to lift the branch away. He saw Cola chasing after the branch and was about to take the opportunity to run away. Suddenly, he heard a wolf howl not far away. A woo, a woo! She turned off the nightlight and covered her shoulders, intertwined with sparks and settling. This phone's ringtone was really unique. Zheng Tan pulled his ear. Just as she thought of this, Zheng Tan heard a familiar voice. She walked towards the voice. Zheng Tan was on higher ground. When he looked down, he saw two people squatting down. They were Mao, who had been missing recently, and Qin Tao, who was nicknamed Beast. Mao sensed something and looked up. When he saw a familiar cat head, the corner of his eyes started twitching. Qin Tao didn't notice Mao's actions. He was busy answering a phone call. Hello. I'm at Beijing Normal University. I'm interested in a girl from Beijing Normal University. She's the prettiest girl in Beijing Normal University. Birthday party? Whose birthday? I don't know. Oh, her. It's been almost a month. Who still remembers what she looks like? I'm not going. I'm not in a good mood recently. I'm not going to work. You don't have to go to the company to find me. You don't have to go to the apartment either. That's all. After hanging up, Qin Tao started to complain to Mao again. When he saw Mao's actions, he also looked up. It's that cat. That look as if it was looking at an idiot. It must be that cat. Qin Tao didn't need to look at the cat tag. He was quite sure just by looking at the cat's eyes. When Zheng Tan saw these two people, his thoughts were, why are these two idiots here? Chapter 220. Why is it here? Qin Tao nudged Mao with his elbow and asked. How would I know? This cat always comes and goes like a ghost. Mao was also depressed. How could a cat be so troublesome? There was still some distance from Tsinghua University to here, right? Could a cat really be able to walk a long distance? But it would be at night. There were so many people and cars in the day. It didn't make sense. Just as he was thinking about the reason, Mao's phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, Mao's eyes narrowed and he immediately picked up. Seeing Mao like this, Zheng Tan and Qin Tao thought something big had happened. They didn't make a fuss and quietly waited for Mao to finish the call. It's really here? Mao's voice went up a notch when he heard the voice. He felt that he was too excited and calmed down. Okay, I'll go back right away. Thank you. I'll treat you to a drink next time. After hanging up, Mao's face was gloomy. Damn it! It's really her. That cat actually dares to come over. Which cat? That little bastard that only shows its teeth when it sees me. Mao said angrily. How long has it been since Black Rice gave birth? I finally had a few days to relax, and this bastard came over again. If they relapse and give birth to another litter of kittens, I'll be tortured to death. When Air Mao said this, Zhang Tan knew that Peanut Candy must have run to the courtyard again. Qin Tao laughed gloatingly. Speaking of which, it's been 4 months since your Black Rice gave birth. She can definitely give birth to another litter. I've seen a mother cat get pregnant again before her kittens left. Shut up. Air Mao raised his leg and kicked Qin Tao. You're asking for a beating. Qin Tao jumped up to avoid the kick and made an orchid gesture. Come on, hit me. Zhang Tan and Air Mao were speechless. They suddenly felt that this person was getting more and more despicable. Air Mao didn't have time to play with Qin Tao. I'll go first. Go find your goddess yourself. If you catch her, I'll treat you to a meal. Got it. Cat slave Mao. Hurry up and go home. I heard that cats are hard to keep. Even if it's on the 3rd floor, it can probably escape. There are many ways that you can't think of. Before Qin Tao could finish, Air Mao ran away like the wind. TSK, look at him. He's just a cat slave. Qin Tao looked at Air Mao's back with disdain. He probably felt too bored and wanted to talk but couldn't find anyone. Looking around, Qin Tao's gaze fell on Zhang Tan. He waved at Zhang Tan and took out his phone to show Zhang Tan the photo album. Qin Tao's mobile phone was a new model with a large color screen. Compared to current mobile phones, it was considered high-end. The screen was slightly larger than other mobile phones, and the photo on it was also clearer. Zhang Tan stood at the top, some distance away from the bottom. He looked to the side and walked down a staircase not far away. He looked at the photo on Qin Tao's phone. Qin Tao squatted down and handed the phone to Zhang Tan. He had to admit that the girl on the phone was quite pretty. How is it? Isn't she pretty? And this was without makeup. Love at first sight. Understand? Qin Tao raised his head and covered his chest as if he was deeply in love. The gentleness when you lowered your head was just like the shyness of a lotus flower in the cool breeze. He even recited a poem. Zhang Tan shook off the goosebumps and despised him in his heart. According to the rumors he had heard about Qin Tao, this guy's love at first sight was too easy and too cheap. Sure enough, the deep love on Qin Tao's face soon became wretched. He raised his hand and drew a heart in the air. Do you know why the heart is in this shape? Zhang Tan looked at him. This is the shape of a woman's buttocks when she bends. Qin Tao shook his head regretfully. TSK, a cat like you won't understand the meaning of this shape. Zhang Tan poked at his sore spot. Zhang Tan wanted to say, King understood it deeply too. Unfortunately, the King god had turned him into this. CK. Do you King know my pain? Just like what Air Mao said before it left, this guy really deserved a beating. As they were talking, Qin Tao's phone rang with a text message. After reading the content of the phone, Qin Tao's smile widened. I won't chat with you anymore. I'm going to meet the beauty. Qin Tao waved the text message on his phone in front of Zhang Tan. He didn't expect a cat to understand it. He just wanted to satisfy his vanity. Zhang Tan looked at it. The sender was Beauty Chen. Before he could read the content of the text message, Qin Tao took the phone back. Qin Tao took out a small and delicate bottle of perfume and sprayed it on his wrist. He touched his middle finger and ring finger on his wrist, then touched the back of his ear, the back of his neck and his hairline. He even combed his hair. Not only did this guy like to be cheap, but he was also very showy. After Qin Tao finished tidying up, he couldn't wait to meet the beauty. Zhang Tan sighed in his heart. Another good cabbage had been eaten by a pig. However, Zhang Tan recalled the familiar feeling he felt from Qin Tao. Only then did he remember that he was also like this in the past. However, now it seemed that compared to Qin Tao, Zhang Tan didn't have the capital to squander like Qin Tao. He didn't know why he thought he was so awesome in the past. Zhang Tan suddenly felt that looking down on Qin Tao's behavior was very funny. It was like mocking himself in the past. As he was looking, Zhang Tan felt a pain in his head. A branch fell on his head and then fell beside his feet. Fortunately, the branch wasn't too thick. In addition, Zhang Tan's resistance to attacks was stronger. Zhang Tan didn't get a concussion from the hit. He looked up and squinted his eyes to look at the culprit. That guy was panting with his tongue out and barking at Zheng Tan. Call your grandfather. F***ck, he even knows how to sneak attack. Zheng Tan ran up the stairs and slapped Cola twice with his paws. After Tan Fong finished a round, he saw a cat and a dog chasing after each other. He said happily, "Look, these two are playing so well." At the same time, Tan Fong was happy for his wise decision to bring the cat along. Even though he had just lost a round, his mood wasn't that bad. After slapping Cola a few times, Cola saw a mouse and went to block it. Zheng Tan wasn't in the mood to play with the mouse. He decided to walk around. Maybe he could see a few beauties. The staff dormitory area was at the edge of the school. It was closer to some of the side streets outside. However, it wasn't the end of the school day, so there weren't many students walking around. As he walked along the side of the side street, Zheng Tan looked at the snack bars on both sides. He really felt a little hungry after smelling the food. As he walked, Zheng Tan saw a few young people in front of him. Originally, Zheng Tan didn't plan to pay attention to these people. However, after hearing their conversation, Zheng Tan slowed down his footsteps. You think you're so great just because you drive a car that costs 100,000? You're just a frog in a well. That's right. He even wants to hit on Beauty Chin. He's overestimating himself. He's looking for death.
If he dares to go again, it won't be as simple as getting hit with a stick.
Okay. The leader handed the phone in his hand to another young man. Return the phone to Beauty Chen from your class. Don't let her know about this. Beauty Chen? Isn't she the prettiest girl in a certain school that Qin Tao mentioned before? Then, the looking for death these people were talking about couldn't be Qin Tao, right? Looking at these people, it seemed like they had just finished beating someone up. Two of them were carrying a long bag in their hands. Judging from the shape of the bag when it shook, it seemed like something like a steel rod. When they walked past Zheng Tan smelled the smell of blood. There was also the smell of Qin Tao's perfume. Sure enough, Qin Tao must have been beaten up. Hey, did you guys do something bad again? A girl riding a bicycle came out from the side door and asked when she saw them. No, we just finished yoga. There are yoga mats inside. Do you want to see?
A young man shook the long bag in his hand and said with a smirk.
The girl pursed her lips. Obviously, she didn't believe him. However, she didn't say much and rode away. She didn't dare to take these people seriously. The young men didn't care about the black cat that had just passed by them. There were many cat owners around here. They didn't have the interest to pay attention to a cat. Zheng Tan looked in the direction that the young men had come from. He turned a corner at the fork and went into a slightly more secluded alley. Not long after, Zheng Tan smelled the smell of blood. He quickly ran over to take a look. The person who had confidently gone to pick up a girl an hour ago was now lying on the ground with a pig's head. Next to him was the new phone that used "The Legend of the Hungry Wolf" as its ringtone. At this moment, the screen was broken and the battery was thrown out. Mao was right. That brat was really beaten up. Zheng Tan walked closer. Seeing that the person was still breathing but didn't open his eyes, he raised his paw and patted Qin Tao. Qin Tao opened his eyes and saw a black cat's face in front of him. He then pulled the corner of his mouth and said, "Fortunately, it's you. Otherwise, if other people saw me like this, they would lose a lot of face." Qin Tao sat up, touched the blood from his nose, and casually wiped it on his clothes. He sat there without making a sound. Zheng Tan thought for a moment and ran out of the alley. When he passed by a shop, he saw a roll of toilet paper in front of the door. It was probably dropped when the shop owner was moving goods. It was the kind of low-quality toilet paper used in restaurants. It hadn't been used yet and wouldn't fall apart even if it was rolled. When Qin Tao heard the noise and looked over, he saw the black cat playing with a roll of low-quality toilet paper used in food stalls like it was playing with a toy. Although Qin Tao usually didn't use this kind of toilet paper, the situation was different now. He picked up the toilet paper at his feet and used some to wipe the mud and blood on his body. At least he didn't look so bad. It was better than going out with blood all over his body. Feeling the rough texture of the low-quality toilet paper, Qin Tao said to Zheng Tan, "Don't tell Mao and the others. It's too king embarrassing." After a pause he said, "When a tiger falls, he will be bullied by dogs." After wiping, Qin Tao took out a twisted cigarette from his pocket. The lighter was still working. He lit the cigarette and sat there smoking in silence. After finishing the cigarette, Qin Tao used a tissue to wipe the blood from his wound. It was F**king painful, but fortunately, he had protected a few vital parts. His life was not in danger. After smoking, Qin Tao got up and took off his jacket that was full of blood and footprints. However, he didn't throw it away. He put it on his shoulder. "Thank you, brother cat." Zheng Tan was worried about Qin Tao. Although Qin Tao was not a good person, he was Mao's friend after all. It was better to keep an eye on him. Following Qin Tao out of the other end of the alley, Zheng Tan looked around. This place was a little closer to the staff dormitory. It was in a V shape. After walking out, they found that it was not far from the other entrance of the side street. After coming out of the alley, Zheng Tan saw that the windshield of the car parked not far from the alley had several holes. Zheng Tan looked at the car and felt that it was quite familiar. Just as he thought of this, he heard Qin Tao say in a relieved tone, "Fortunately, this car is Mao's. It's cheap and not worth much." Zheng Tan. No wonder it was familiar. Last month, Qin Tao lost a bet with Mao. They exchanged cars. Mao bought a car that was worth about 100,000 for Qin Tao to drive, and Qin Tao's luxury car that was worth 1 million was driven everywhere by Mao. Previously, Qin Tao was quite depressed, but now it seemed that if his car was smashed, the loss would be great. However, if it was really his luxury car that was worth 1 million, would these people really dare to smash it? Shaking his head, Qin Tao stopped thinking about it. No matter what, it had happened. What should be done was done. Some people around pointed at the car, but Qin Tao did not care. He opened the door and got in. There were a few stones in the car. They were probably used to smash the car. If it was my car, it would not have been smashed so easily. Mao's cheap car is really lousy. While complaining, Qin Tao picked up a few stones from the car, took out a bag, and put a few stones in it. He threw them on the passenger seat, together with his coat. Qin Tao's eyes looking at the stones made Zheng Tan feel uncomfortable. He mourned for those people in his heart. How could Qin Tao take this lying down? However, Zheng Tan did not have the leisure to care about that. Qin Tao could do whatever he wanted. Those people did not look like good people. They must have done this kind of thing often. However, was it really okay for Qin Tao to drive like this? What if he suddenly became dizzy and had an accident? Qin Tao was not worried about this at all. After tidying up the car, he checked that the car could still be driven. He waved to Zheng Tan and left. Chapter 221. After that incident, Zheng Tan did not see Qin Tao for a while. Qin Tao would occasionally come to the courtyard to look for Mao, but he was probably afraid of losing face and wanted to wait until his injury was better. Zheng Tan passed by the 3rd floor one day when he went out. The door was still open, and he could hear Mao talking on the phone. Mao was very angry. He could not find Qin Tao recently, so he asked around for some information. After he found out, Mao did not intervene because Qin Tao said that he wanted to solve it himself. Mao let him do whatever he wanted. With Qin Tao's ability, he would not lose face if he was prepared. During this period, Zheng Tan followed Tan Fong to Beijing Normal University a few times and heard some gossip. From the students, Zheng Tan knew that Qin Tao had taken revenge. Basically, everyone who was involved in that incident was beaten up and sent to the hospital. They would be hospitalized for at least 1 or 2 months. When the students who were shopping on the side street were talking about this matter, they didn't know that the other party was Qin Tao, but this didn't stop them from gloating. Thinking about it, the number of students who didn't like those people and had suffered losses at their hands wasn't small. Just like what the students had analyzed during their discussion, neither side was easy to deal with. Qin Tao had taken revenge, but the discussion about this incident in Beijing Normal University's BBS was still ongoing. Even Tan Fong and Mao mentioned it once when they were playing chess. However, it was only mentioned as a topic, and it led to a sentence that many people lamented: students nowadays. When Zheng Tan saw Qin Tao again, it was almost New Year's Day. When Qin Tao came to look for Mao, the injury on his face was no longer visible. He even asked Zheng Tan to come down from upstairs and bought a lot of imported cat food to express his gratitude. Zheng Tan stared at the pile of cat food and wanted to kick Qin Tao's face. "You can eat the cat food yourself." Mao looked at the cat food and tried to hold back its laughter. "Beast, don't you know that this cat does not eat cat food?" Qin Tao looked at the unhappy Zheng Tan. I also asked my friends over there. They said that no matter what breed the cat is, it will definitely fall in love with this cat food. And I don't know what kind of food it likes, so I bought some of each kind, dry and wet food, and even canned cat food. As he spoke, Qin Tao even took out a disposable cup from Mao. He opened a bag of dry food and poured some into the cup. Then, he placed the cup in front of Zhang Tan. Zhang Tan pulled his ears and looked at Qin Tao. He slapped the paper cup filled with cat food in front of him. You can King eat it yourself. Black Rice, who was lying on the sofa, saw the cat food scattered on the floor. It jumped down and sniffed, then sneezed. Look, my family doesn't even eat the black rice. You know, my black rice has always been eating cat food, Mao said. Qin Tao's expression changed, and he threw the bag of cat food on the ground. CK, those bastards lied to me. Maybe not. Cats are still picky about their food. No matter what, this black coal won't eat cat food. It's a waste to throw it away. Leave it here. I'll send it to the rescue station and feed it to the cats there. Up to you. Qin Tao waved his hand. He didn't want to talk about this anymore. He turned to the black cat and said, Brother Cat, I don't know how to thank you. When you go to Pearl City, I'll take care of your food and drink. If it was in the past, Qin Tao would never talk to a cat like this. Ready to go? Mao asked. Yes, my mom is urging me. No matter how unwilling I am, I have to go. Otherwise, I'll be dragged back to the capital. Pearl City is better than the capital. If I stay in the capital, I'll probably be nagged to death by the old man. That's right. If you go back to the capital, you'll be beaten up first. And you can't fight back. After that, you'll be watched. Mao nodded in agreement. It was just like how it didn't dare to go back to the capital. I've fixed the car for you and modified it. It's much better than your old car. Qin Tao threw the car key to Mao. You should be more careful in the future. Don't get tricked again, Mao said. I know. I was too careless this time. I was too proud and didn't keep my guard up. Before Qin Tao left Chuhua City, Mao and a few other people who were close to him sent him off. They went to have fun for a night. Qin Tao wanted to send Zhang Tan along, but Zhang Tan didn't go. He still had to earn money to support his family. Every year at the end of the year, especially during Christmas and New Year's Day, Xiaoguo was especially busy. He arranged all kinds of activities in the pet center and was busy making more money. The employees in the shop were also very enthusiastic. Everyone wanted to perform well at the end of the year. Maybe they could get more year-end bonuses this year. The calendar year was coming to an end. Xiaoguo was going to organize an activity to film a summary of the year. It was to celebrate the new year and promote the new products in the shop. Now that Xiaoguo's pet center had expanded, there were more kinds of pet clothes sold. Nowadays, many young people like to cosplay with their pets. The pet clothes shop was also accepting orders to make pet outfits. It was not the kind of low-quality clothes, but really good materials. Many customers were not short of money now. It was said that the clothes sold well in that shop. Zhang Tan also heard that during the big Comic-Con in November, several dogs in Xiaoguo's shop were lent out to be models. Especially the pug dog, who wore a forehead protector and pretended to be a ninja dog. It was said that the scene was very popular. Countless people ran over to take photos with it. Even the popularity of the club was very high. So, don't ignore the role of an animal. That day, Zheng Tan went out with Xiaoguo's team. Now Xiaoguo was more and more particular about the effect of the shooting. Every time, he would book a place with someone and take the team out to shoot. After shooting a part, Zhang Tan rested on the side. The person responsible for serving Zhang Tan was still Charlie. They had worked together many times. Charlie knew a little about the character of this cat. Charlie felt that this cat was probably the only cat in the pet center that acted like a big shot and no one said anything about it. Not to mention that it came late and left early. Every time after shooting, it would walk around in a bad mood. Otherwise, it would be angry and not cooperate. The food it ate had to be prepared separately. The water it drank had to be clean water that no one had drunk before. It never used a leash. Moreover, these were all tacitly approved by the boss. Other staff members who had worked together for a long time saw this, but they did not say anything. Charlie could only say that it was lucky that it was only a cat. If it were a human, Who would like such a bad temper? Zhang Tan did not care about what Charlie was thinking. It lay there and ate something. It was bored and watched the staff members put on props and pose for a few good-looking cats in the store. Now, the registered users on the Pet Center's official website had multiplied several times compared to last year. Every time a new video was released, it was the time when the website had the highest number of online users. There were also a lot of people leaving comments under the video. Most of them were loyal customers of the Pet Center. No wonder Xiao Gua now had so many requirements for the shooting. Yawning, Zhang Tan rolled around on the recliner. Suddenly, his ears moved. Zhang Tan heard a familiar dog bark, but it was a little far away. He could not see anything from here. Zhang Tan glanced at the shooting progress. It estimated that it would take a few more hours, so he got up, jumped off the recliner, and prepared to walk around. Charlie saw this and knew that the cat was going out for a walk again. The first time, he was scared to death. Gradually, he knew that there was no need to worry at all. Come back quickly if you want to walk around. Don't walk too far. Although your part is finished, it's hard to say when it will be res hot. Boss takes this shoot very seriously. Zhang Tan turned its head and looked at him, then continued to trot in that direction. Charlie looked at the cat running away and sighed. Although he was not sure, Charlie felt that the cat should be able to understand what he said. It came from his intuition as a veterinarian. It was not good for the cat to be too smart. It was easier to take care of the stupid ones, such as the ones that were being handled by the staff members on the set. Zhang Tan came out of the set. The wall was just a decoration for the cat. Over the wall, Zhang Tan moved his ears. Now that the dog was not barking, he recalled the direction of the sound. He walked a few steps in that direction and jumped onto a tall tree. Zhang Tan immediately found the target location. It was not that Zhang Tan had sharp eyes, but that place was too eye-catching. There were several police cars there. It would be strange if he did not notice it. He got closer and jumped onto a tree. Zhang Tan decided to watch the situation from the side. After all, there was nothing to do at the set. There were many villas around. The people who lived in this area were more or less of a certain status. There was some distance between the villas. There was a cordon around one of the villas. There were a few people in police uniforms talking outside. Some people were questioning the surrounding residents and making records. Zhang Tan also saw Senior Walnut. He was talking to a few people. However, after Senior Walnut was promoted, shouldn't this kind of thing be handled by his subordinates? Why did he come here personally? As for the dog that had barked earlier, Zhang Tan looked over and saw that the dog was being led around by someone. It seemed to be sniffing something and could not be stopped no matter how hard one tried to yell at it. The police officer who was leading it was being forcefully dragged along, and it looked like the dog was leading the man around. The greenery in this area was done well. There were many trees around. The grass was no longer green, but the surrounding evergreen trees did not give off the bleak feeling of autumn and winter. There were several holes in the grass. They were all the work of He Jin. The surrounding residents were already looking at them with disdain. This made the police officer who was leading He Jin feel a lot of pressure. He was only helping his superior look after the dog. His superior had told him to lead the dog around. Perhaps he could find some clues. However, from the looks of it, there were no clues at all. The dog was purely causing trouble. It was almost causing trouble in the grass of the neighboring family. Hey Jean, don't cause trouble. The police officer pulled on the leash and scolded. Hey Jean turned to look at the police officer and bared its teeth. It seemed to be unhappy with the police officer's scolding. It looked around and found Zhang Tan on a tree not far away. Woof woof woof. Hey Jean barked at Zhang Tan a few times. It even went over to Zhang Tan. Zhang Tan ignored it and pretended not to know it. The police officer who was leading He Jin did not know Zhang Tan. Seeing He Jin's reaction, he said helplessly, "You really just think it's fun. Don't scare other people's cats." Zhang Tan looked at He Jin, who was coming over from under the tree. He felt that He Jin was seriously looking for something. It was still sniffing around the ground. Suddenly, it smelled something. It dug around and pushed away some of the leaves on the ground. It growled and raised its head to bark a few times. "You're doing it again." The police officer touched his forehead. "Since you can't dig holes in the grass, you're digging holes here." Chapter 222. The officer pulled on the leash in his hand, intending to take He Jin away. But He Jin didn't want to. It insisted on staying there, so the man and the dog pulled each other. He Jin was probably also annoyed by the young officer's actions.
He turned around and pounced on the young officer as he opened his mouth and shouted at the young officer.
The officer saw that He Jin was about to bite him. He got nervous and let go of the leash in his hand. He fell to the ground and took a few steps back. But He Jin didn't run away. It stayed there, sniffing around, but didn't dig anymore. Seeing that He Jin didn't run away, the officer was relieved. But he didn't want to come into contact with the dog again. It really scared him. He really thought that the dog was going to bite him. He didn't expect it to just scare him. But this dog was much fiercer than the dogs he saw in the station. It just looked obedient on the surface.
Shaking his head, the officer looked at where his superior was and ran over there.
It was better to get someone else to take care of the dog. He really didn't have the ability. After the officer left, Zhang Tan jumped down from the tree and walked over to where He Jin was digging. He Jin, who was sniffing around, looked at Zhang Tan and immediately rushed over to guard where the hole was dug. To be exact, it was where the black bug was. It was as if it was afraid that Zhang Tan would mess it up. Zhang Tan walked towards the bug, and He Jin immediately let out a warning growl. He retracted his foot. The warning immediately stopped. He raised his foot again and He Jin growled again. After testing a few more times, Zhang Tan didn't plan to walk in that direction anymore. He looked at He Jin, then stretched his neck and sniffed the bug. He ignored He Jin's warning. He knew that as long as he didn't touch the bug, He Jin wouldn't do anything to him. He Jin only growled a warning. It didn't even bare its teeth. Compared to the officer from before, its attitude was much better. Wretch, he felt like vomiting. Zhang Tan immediately retracted his neck and moved away. What the F***ck is this smell? How disgusting. Zhang Tan could not tell what the smell was. Not only was it smelly, but it was also disgusting. It made Zhang Tan want to throw up all the food he had eaten at the filming location. They could smell the unpleasant odor even before they got close. For humans, this odor could only be detected if they put it under their nose and sniffed it carefully. But for cats and dogs, it was too easy. Ignoring the bug, Zhang Tan jumped back onto the tree. He could hear someone coming their way. It was the young police officer. He was bringing Senior Walnut over. Along the way, he looked at the holes that He Jin had dug on the lawn. I didn't find anything. There's nothing unusual either. I even used a wooden stick to turn the place over. There's nothing buried here, the police officer explained. When he first saw the black gold digger, he was excited. He thought that he had found some evidence or a corpse, but there was nothing. There were no traces of the soil being turned over. Although his professional knowledge was not very good, he still knew some basic things. It was obvious that no one had touched the soil here. At least, no one had touched it for more than a month. Okay. Senior Walnut nodded. After looking at the small holes that He Jin had dug, he looked in the direction of the black gold digger and walked over. When Senior Walnut came over, the black gold digger wagged its tail vigorously. It seemed to be asking for praise. Senior Walnut touched its head. He did not immediately look at the holes dug by the black gold digger. Instead, he looked at the black cat in the tree. Black charcoal. Senior Walnut called out. Zhang Tan moved his ears, but did not raise his head. He continued to stare at the place where the black gold digger had dug. He did not look at Senior Walnut. It was as if he was not the one being called. Anyway, he did not have a cat tag on him. Do you know this cat? The police officer asked. Walnut shook his head. I think you're mistaken. This cat doesn't look like it was raised by someone here. There's nothing special about the breed. It probably came from somewhere else, but it looks quite strong, the police officer said. The cats raised by people around here should be the kind that was different from the rest. There were very few of them. Without saying anything, Senior Walnut turned to look at the holes dug by the black gold digger. There did not seem to be anything special about it. Just then, someone called out to him. Senior Walnut took the black gold digger and left. The black gold digger was not very happy, but it still followed. Zhang Tan squatted in the tree with his ears propped up. He listened to some of the people around him talk about what had happened there. Two people were talking. Their voices were not loud, but Zhang Tan could still hear some of it. It seemed that there had been a murder in the villa. Moreover, The person in the house did not look like a human anymore. Only the bones were left. Zhang Tan did not sneak in to see the crime scene, but he could feel the hairs on his back standing up as he listened to the two people's conversation. He felt that the two people were exaggerating. Yes, they were exaggerating too much. A gust of wind came out. Zhang Tan shivered. It was better to go back to the filming location. It was better to be bored than here. Not long after Zhang Tan left, Senior Walnut, who had finished dealing with people, looked in the direction of the tree. Seeing that the cat was no longer there, he laughed softly. Did he make a mistake? How was that possible? How could he not have noticed that the cat in the tree was not black charcoal? But was the cat also sniffing there? When he was led by the police officer to look at the hole in the grass, he noticed that the black cat was sniffing at the spot where the black gold digger was guarding. If there was nothing unusual, why would the cat and dog sniff there? This really misunderstood Zhang Tan. Zhang Tan had sniffed there out of curiosity. There was only one black bug there, and the rest was soil and dead leaves. There was nothing else to sniff. Zhang Tan did not find anything unusual. He Tao stood in place and thought for a while. He asked the police officer to wait for a while. He held the black gold digger's hand and walked back to the tree. The black gold digger was very excited. It pulled on the leash and ran in that direction. If it wasn't for Senior Walnut, it probably would have rushed over. After carefully searching the small pit, He Tao confirmed that this was the bug that He Jin was looking for. He Tao then took out a clean paper bag and put the fingernail-sized bug into it. After that, he checked the other small pits on the lawn, but he didn't find any similar black bugs. On the other hand, after Zhang Tan returned to the filming location, Charlie breathed a sigh of relief. Although he knew that the cat would come back on time, he was still worried every time. After all, if anything happened to her, he would take the biggest responsibility. Overall, the shoot was quite smooth. Zhang Tan felt that there was not much skill involved. Almost all of them passed in one go. The ones that were dragging time were the other few. When he got home, Zhang Tan did not think about what happened during the day. He went back to his usual routine and thought about where to go in the future. Around Tsinghua University, only the Zhao Yuan school was further away. Zhang Tan decided not to go there in the near future. There was no need to look at the construction site. After all, it was mostly built. Which path should he take? Zhang Tan decided to look at the map when Jiao Ma and the others were not at home. There was a detailed map of the campus and its surrounding area on the desk in the master bedroom. He would choose the right path when the time came. That night, Zhang Tan slept peacefully, but some people did not sleep at all. For example, He Tao's wife. He Tao did not return home the whole night. Yesterday, he said that he had something to do, but there was no reply. His phone could not be reached either. In the past, when he was working on a case, he would turn off his phone. However, this time, He Tao's wife felt uneasy. She waited until dawn, and after her child went to school, she called Mao. Mao was still sleeping at that time. For Mao, 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning was the best time to sleep. When it was woken up by the call, it did not sound very happy. It wanted to directly reject the call, but when it saw the caller ID, it immediately picked it up. After hearing his sister-in-law's words, Mao's sleepiness disappeared. His phone has been turned off. When I called his colleagues, they said that He Tao left a long time ago. However, it seemed that he had something urgent and left with He Jin. They still haven't returned. No one in the bureau knows either, He Tao's wife said anxiously. Have you called Senior Brother Wei? No, I don't know the exact situation yet. Little Wei just got married not long ago, so I didn't bother him. I'm just worried. Yes, I know, sister-in-law. I'll ask a few friends first. He Tao's wife knew about Mao's background and knew that he had some ability. Otherwise, she would not have called him. After hanging up the phone, Mao scrolled through the numbers and called a few friends. An hour later, Mao scratched his head in annoyance. The situation was not good. Brother Walnut's car was found, but he was nowhere to be seen. The bureau obviously knew that there was something going on, but they did not tell his sister-in-law. As expected, his sister-in-law's worry was justified. After a while, Mao received an email. This was the information that he had asked someone to get in a short period of time. It was not comprehensive, but it gave him a general idea of what had caused this. In general, This was a bloody incident caused by a business war. It seemed very normal, but these two people were quite famous in Chuhua City and their companies were quite big. After reading it, Mao sat on the chair and thought for a while. Brother Walnut left with Hey Jean. What did he need to find with a dog? Mao decided to ask the cat on the 5th floor for help. It was better to be safe than sorry. Although he could borrow a well-trained dog, Mao trusted the black cat on the 5th floor more. Even if he did not like the cat on a daily basis, he had to admit that he could only ask it for help at critical times. Especially now that the situation was related to his brother. When it came to the sense of smell, cats did not necessarily lose to dogs. The reason why people often use dogs to help instead of cats was that cats were not willing to be manipulated and were not easy to train. Cats were temperamental, and their many strengths were usually fully displayed when it was beneficial to them. After sending little Pomelo home, Xianxia took a stroll outside. He was about to go home and look through the map to find a place to take a stroll when he saw Mao knocking on the door. Chapter 223. Xianxia looked at the scenery outside the car window. The car had already left Chuhua City, but he didn't know where it was headed. An hour ago, Mao had brought Xianxia out in a hurry. Mao had called Jiao in the car and made up an excuse to take Xianxia out to play. It might take a day or two. This was just a conservative estimate. From Mao's expression and words, Xianxia felt that it might take even longer. When they were leaving the city, Xianxia listened to Mao briefly explain what had happened. He only said that Walnut had gone missing while working on a case. Before he went missing, he had taken Hey Jean out. The bureau was still hiding it from Walnut's family. No matter what had happened, they had to find Walnut first. Compared to those people, Mao trusted himself more. Just as he was leaving the city, he received another text message. A friend who had helped him with the investigation had sent him a few addresses. These were the possible addresses of other transactions that the company that had declared bankruptcy had done in secret. Mao wasn't interested in those illegal transactions. He wasn't a police officer, nor was he Superman. He only cared about finding people. The few of them were familiar with each other's habits. Moreover, they had a unified behavior. If they felt that something was dangerous, or even life-threatening, they would carve a mark at a certain place. Each of them had their own unique mark and habits. Even if others knew what they would carve, they might not be able to find it. Xianxia watched as Mao drove the car off the highway and stopped at a deserted place. There were a few brick houses scattered around. Most of them were vegetable fields, and there were also some trees. Mao told Xianxia to stay in the car while he got out to confirm. After Mao got out of the car, Xianxia leaned against the car window and saw Mao approaching a low brick house. Mao stood in front of the house and gestured with his hands. He didn't know how to do it, but he spread his fingers and pointed his palms down. Mao turned his palms horizontally to the east, then turned his palms towards the south. Mao ran towards the direction his thumbs pointed. He saw a tree that wasn't tall and looked at a branch. Then he returned to the car and drove to the next place. Next, they went to 3 more places and repeated the same action. 3 times, Mao returned disappointed. It seemed that senior brother Walnut was not at these places. When they arrived at the 5th location, Xianxia was still in the car, looking out at Mao looking for the marks left behind by senior brother Walnut. There was a small stream here, and there were no green-tiled houses nearby. Further away, there was a large field where people could be seen walking. Just as Xianxia was thinking about how desolate this place was, she saw Mao return after searching a tree. Unlike the previous few times, Mao's expression was different this time. There was no disappointment in his eyes. It seemed that this was the place. Mao parked the car and got out of the car to ask Xianxia to follow. It wasn't convenient to drive in that direction. Black coal. Can you smell anything? Mao looked at Xianxia. Xianxia sniffed and didn't seem to smell anything. There were a lot of other people's scents, including those of other animals. It was too disruptive, or it had been too long. The scents had dissipated, and it wasn't easy to smell. If they wanted to search for it, they would have to expand their sniffing range. However, Mao seemed to be in a hurry and had a target in mind. It did not seem to rely on Xianxia. Xianxia only sniffed at the same spot and followed Mao. Xianxia didn't think that one day he would be used as a tracking dog. In terms of skill, he couldn't compare to those trained dogs. Even if you had a good sense of smell, If you didn't know how to make good use of it, it was useless. Mao wasn't too disappointed with Zhang Tan's performance. It was still looking for the marks left by Walnut. It would be faster to track him. He brought the black cat with him as an extra layer of insurance. Although the marks left by Walnut looked like simple marks, they contained a lot of information. Zhang Tan looked at a few of them out of curiosity.
He found that the marks looked like the side of a person, which was the left part of Walnut's surname.
Moreover, every mark was different. It wasn't written directly, nor was it a simple direction. Perhaps only Mao and the others could find the correct information from these marks. Seeing Mao's outstretched hand gestures, Zhang Tan knew that it was more complicated than he thought. Zhang Tan followed Mao not far behind. He didn't need to do anything now. He just needed to keep up. Mao had said that it might not ask him for help, so Zhang Tan didn't feel much pressure. However, he sincerely hoped that He Tao and He Jin were safe. Although they weren't familiar with each other and had only met a few times, because of Celestine and Mao's relationship, Zhang Tan hoped that everything would go well for Walnut. As he was thinking, Zhang Tan's footsteps paused. He raised his head and sniffed. He looked in a direction that was slightly off from Mao's route. Zhang Tan thought about it and ran in that direction. As the smell got stronger, Zhang Tan saw a black bug crawling by his feet. Looking forward, there were even more bugs crawling on the ground. If it wasn't for the dried leaves blocking the way, he might have seen more. Mao, who was following the mark, noticed the situation at Zhang Tan's side. It turned around and jogged over. "What's wrong?" Mao asked. Zhang Tan ignored him and continued walking until she came to the side of a dried-up ditch. It looked like it had been used as a canal in the past. There were more trees around, and most of them were deciduous. Someone had swept the leaves from the ground into this ditch, so the leaves were piled up slightly thicker. If not, the place Zhang Tan had just walked through would have more leaves. And the place where there were more bugs seemed to be slightly more protruding than the other places. Now, Zhang Tan and Mao's attention wasn't on the leaves, but on the bugs. Why are the bugs so active in this weather? Mao frowned. He also smelled something unpleasant. Zhang Tan watched Mao walk towards the ditch. He stayed on the side and watched. He didn't want to get too close.
Those bugs were the same as the ones he had seen in the villa that He Jin had treated as evidence. Thinking about the words he had heard at that time, Zhang Tan felt a chill down his spine. He was very nervous. What was under those leaves? Mao had already used a branch to push the leaves aside and saw the object under the leaves. It was a body that had been gnawed to the point where only the skeleton was left. But what made Mao feel a little relieved was that this person was shorter than Walnut Sr. Zhang Tan glanced over and didn't look again. Based on Mao's expression, this wasn't Walnut Sr. He was relieved. But it was just as those people had said. Only the skeleton was left. It seemed that the bugs had gnawed on it. Forcing himself to divert his attention, Zhang Tan walked around and smelled the scent of Walnut Sr. and He Jin. He had been too nervous just now and had paid attention to the bugs and the smell of the ditch. He had missed the tracks of the man and dog. Although Mao could find the general route left by Walnut Sr., this place wasn't on that general route. Zhang Tan tried to identify the smell and followed it to the back of a big tree. There was a slope here. If the light wasn't good, it wouldn't be easy to notice someone lying here. It seemed that Walnut Sr. and He Jin had stayed here for a long time. The smell they had left behind was more obvious. Guessing that when those people were dealing with the ditch, Walnut Sr. and He Jin should have been here to watch. Walnut Sr. only continued to follow after those people left. Mao finished looking over there and took a few photos. Then, he covered the leaves again and followed Zhang Tan. After seeing the situation here, he could guess what had happened. Good job, Black Coal. After confirming that Zhang Tan hadn't found any other clues, Mao continued to look for the markings. After searching along the road for a while, Mao stopped. The markings stopped here. The last mark didn't tell Mao where to go next, nor did it indicate a stop. Could it be that time was too tight and the incident happened so suddenly that Walnut Sr. didn't have time to leave a mark? Mao didn't know. He looked around carefully. There were traces of people staying here. He even found some footprints. There were at least 3 people. There were also some cigarette butts. Those people had smoked here. Then, Mao's gaze fell on the narrow cement road about 10 meters away.
Those people had probably driven away. But which way should he go? The information Mao had obtained pointed to a few locations.
There was one nearby, but on the other side of the road, there was another place further away.
Could it be that he was going to investigate both places? Mao stood there and thought.
He was about to let the cat behind him try, but when he turned around, he realized that the cat had gone in another direction. After Zhang Tan knew that Mao couldn't find the markings, he tried to sniff around. Other than the strange scents, there was also Walnut Senior's and He Jin's scents, which weren't easy to detect.
He Jin's scent was more obvious.
When Zhang Tan was looking for the scent, he found something unexpected and stopped there for a while.
There's something? Mao asked. At the same time, he took out his folding knife and squatted down to dig the soil.
With the skeleton that was almost gnawed away, Mao would think about what had happened here when he saw the cat paws.
He also found that there were traces of the soil being moved.
Although the area wasn't big, it could be seen.
Zhang Tan took a few steps back. After thinking for a while, he took 2 more steps back.
Then he squatted there and watched Mao dig. If Zhang Tan could express himself clearly, Mao wouldn't have to waste time digging. He would definitely stop it. However, Zhang Tan couldn't speak and didn't know how to express himself. Even if Zhang Tan tried to stop it, Mao would definitely do it.
The soil wasn't tightly buried. Mao could easily pick up the soil above.
After a few quick digging, Mao saw what was buried below. A piece of shit.
Mao was speechless. Was it He Jin's poop?
Chapter 224. Mao wasn't sure if the poop belonged to a human or a dog. Even if it was a dog, it might not be He Jin. He was just guessing that it might be He Jin. Zhang Tan was very sure that it was He Jin's poop, but he didn't understand why cats had the habit of burying their poop, especially those in the wild. He had heard people say that it seemed to be a cat's instinct, except for Zhang Tan himself. There were many speculations about this behavior. One was that cats, as an independent hunting animal, would try to hide their tracks as much as possible. Even though they had been brought into human society, they still maintained their wild habits and instincts. As a dog, it would normally leave after pooping. Why would it bother to bury its poop? Was this also one of He Jin's training programs? How hard must it be for the trainer to train it? Zhang Tan was thinking. His ears twitched and he looked in a direction.
He then jumped on a tree nearby and climbed higher to look in that direction.
100 meters away, a pair of dog ears peeked out from behind a dense shrub that didn't have any leaves.
It was unknown what kind of tree it was.
The small bush was surrounded by many withered and yellow plants, and the dense withered grass beside it had been burned.
Therefore, He Jin's figure was not obvious among the yellow and black withered grass.
If it was a human eye, it would not be easy to notice him.
At that moment, the pair of dog ears were moving, paying attention to the situation. It seemed that it had noticed Mao's movement and was cautiously moving in this direction. No wonder it was a professional.
Zhang Tan thought.
Mao noticed Zhang Tan's reaction and immediately became alert. It was about to hide when it suddenly paused and looked at the cat on the tree. The cat didn't look like it had seen a stranger or something very threatening. Instead, it looked like it had seen a familiar person or thing. Could it be? Although it felt that there was no threat, Mao still acted cautiously. It hid and looked in the direction Zhang Tan was heading. Soon, Mao found He Jin. However, He Jin looked at Mao hesitantly. After all, it wasn't easy for it to accept strangers. Even though it had seen Mao a few times, it still couldn't get close to it. Walnut's senior apprentice brother had also spent a few months gradually getting closer to He Jin. Seeing He Jin, Mao was very happy. Unfortunately, He Jin couldn't speak. Mao asked a few questions, but He Jin didn't have much of a reaction. However, when Mao asked about senior brother Walnut, He Jin heard a familiar name and reacted slightly. He then looked in a certain direction. Looking along the cement road, he couldn't see the end. There wasn't even a car in sight. But Mao could tell from Black Gold's reaction where those people and Walnut had gone. It seemed that Walnut had no choice but to leave first. He couldn't take Black Gold with him, so he had Black Gold wait here. After connecting the dots with the new messages he had received, Mao guessed a place and decided to drive over to take a look. Mao asked Zhang Tan and He Jin to wait here while he drove the car over. It was not too far from where he parked his car.
He could already draw a rough route in his mind. Zheng Tan was too lazy to walk. He was happy to wait here. After Mao left, Zhang Tan lay on the tree and looked at the road. He estimated the time and wondered when Mao would come back. If Mao got lost, would he have to experience the life of a vagrant again? Just thinking about it made him feel bitter. Zhang Tan's beard trembled. He wasn't willing to be a vagrant. Plus, he was hungry. What food could there be around? Field mice? After all, it wasn't a real cat. Zhang Tan wanted to finish his business and go back as soon as possible. He looked down at He Jin, who was nestled in the grass. Even though most of the grass here was yellow, He Jin would still choose a place with grass or trees. It was good for concealment and wouldn't stay in a place with a wide view for too long. Even if it was burying its poop, it would choose a more secluded place. Perhaps it wasn't good enough, but for a dog, it was already very good. If Walnut's senior apprentice brother didn't come back, or if He Jin didn't meet them, would this dog keep waiting here? Zheng Tan thought it was very likely. After about half an hour, Mao drove over. He got out of the car and opened the back door, motioning for He Jin to get in. However, He Jin just stood there and looked at Mao without moving. Zheng Tan jumped into the car. At the same time, he found the food that Mao put in the car. He also had his own food. If he wanted to work, he had to fill his stomach first. He didn't know if Mao's work was successful. He Jin looked at Zheng Tan, who was lying in the car seat and eating. It tilted its head and looked confused, but it still jumped into the car. Zheng Tan thought that the dog got in the car because of the food. However, He Jin didn't touch Zheng Tan's food after getting in the car. Even if Zheng Tan was merciful and put the food in front of its mouth, it still wouldn't eat. When He Jin was at Walnut's senior apprentice brother's place, it only ate the food that Walnut's senior apprentice brother fed it. It didn't eat the food that other people fed it. Walnut's senior apprentice brother's wife and children are still getting used to this dog. It's rare for them to be close, but they haven't been able to feed it yet, Mao said after seeing the situation from the rearview mirror. Zheng Tan looked at the dog next to him. It was almost drooling because of the smell of the food. He thought that the dog must be very hungry, but it still didn't eat. He was impressed. If it was Sahara, that dog would have run away with the food in its mouth. After driving for about an hour, Zheng Tan took a nap. When he woke up, he looked out the window and saw the mountains not far away. There were many mountains here. Mao wanted to go to a mountain. It wasn't easy to drive there, so he didn't ask the residents at the foot of the mountain to look after it. He found a place to park his car. The car was modified, so Mao wasn't afraid of being stolen. Even if it was stolen, it was nothing compared to Walnut's senior apprentice brother. He Jin got out of the car and followed Mao for a while. Then it began to sniff around. Apparently, it found a familiar smell. It wasn't necessarily Walnut's senior apprentice brothers, but there were other people. Mao saw a mark left on a tree and felt more at ease. Like before, it followed the mark and moved forward. He Jin was a little ahead of Mao. Mao followed the mark and compared it to He Jin's route. As for Zheng Tan, everything was taken care of by He Jin and He Jin. As an amateur, he just needed to follow them. It was winter, so many trees on the mountain had withered leaves. However, there were some evergreen trees, so they didn't look so bare. Zheng Tan was still in the mood to look around as he followed Mao up the mountain. After walking for a while, Mao suddenly stopped and called out to He Jin. It didn't let He Jin go any further. There was a mark that wasn't very obvious. It was this mark that told Mao that there might be surveillance equipment in front of them. Mao took out his phone and found that there was no signal. If there were surveillance equipment in front of them, it would be fine if he was alone. However, the cat and the dog might be exposed. After thinking for a while, Mao told He Jin and Zhang Tan to stay where they were and not run forward. Mao explained for a long time, but he didn't know how much He Jin understood and how much He Jin understood. However, after Mao took a few steps forward, it turned around and found that He Jin had already run to some bushes to hide. It seemed that He Jin had understood some of Mao's words. No matter how much He Jin understood, Mao was fine with it as long as He Jin didn't follow them. Zheng Tan jumped onto a tree with green leaves. He felt that it was safer on a tree. In this season, there weren't many bugs and snakes. Zheng Tan didn't have to worry about them at all. After Mao left, Zheng Tan stayed on the tree.
The surroundings were very quiet.
He Jin didn't make any loud noises. The birds were chirping very clearly, which made the place feel desolate.
There wasn't any human life.
Xianxia lay on the tree branch.
He Jin was guarding below anyway. Even if someone came, they wouldn't pay attention to a cat hiding in a tree. Xianxia was much safer than He Jin. Suddenly, Xianxia's ears twitched. He opened his eyes and looked in a direction. He Jin, who was hiding behind the bushes, also heard the noise. However, it still stayed where it was quietly. Xianxia stood higher, so he could see more clearly than He Jin. It was a field mouse. It was winter, so it probably came out to look for food because it didn't have enough food. Xianxia didn't eat field mice, and he wasn't in the mood to catch them. Therefore, he pretended that he didn't see anything and let the field mouse go. However, seeing that the field mouse was gradually moving towards them, Xianxia realized that it was quite brave. It probably didn't see many natural predators around, but when it got closer, it probably smelled something. It stopped and looked around carefully. Whoosh! Xianxia saw He Jin jump out from the bushes and rush towards the field mouse. Looking at the way it caught the field mouse, Xianxia felt that it was definitely not the dog's first time catching mice. It probably caught mice at home before. The field mouse couldn't escape from He Jin's claws. Xianxia only heard the field mouse squeak twice before it stopped. When he looked again, He Jin had already returned with the field mouse in its mouth. It was lying in the dry grass and eating. When it was eating, it stopped and looked around vigilantly. It raised its ears and listened carefully. When it was sure that no one was around, it continued to eat. Hearing the sound of He Jin nibbling on the field mouse, Xianxia felt that this dog was really talented. Or rather, this dog's previous trainer was really talented. However, at the same time, it could be seen that this dog had lived a hard life. It should have carried out missions with soldiers. He heard Celestine say that sometimes when there was no food on a mission, they had to gather materials from the ground. As for what materials they gathered, there were many types, including field mice, snakes, and other animals. He really should let some dogs that like to spoil food come and take a look. When Xianxia was at the pet center, he saw several times that some dogs licked the dog food and let out 2 grains. After eating, the dog food on the ground would be directly swept away by the staff. The dog owners didn't think much of it, and Xianxia didn't think much of it at that time. But now, he suddenly felt that it was better to be frugal. After eating, He Jin went back to the bushes. Xianxia looked and didn't see much blood on He Jin's body. It was licking the blood around its mouth, and it would be licked away soon. Xianxia didn't know when Airmao and Walnut would finish their work. He lay on the tree and thought. Fortunately, he ate some food in the car before he came, so he wasn't hungry now. But if he stayed like this for a few more days, Xianxia didn't know if he would eat field mice like He Jin. As he was thinking, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He looked in the direction of the mountain. Someone was coming. Not an animal, but a human. He Jin obviously heard it too. It stopped licking its mouth and paid attention to the direction of the sound. Soon, Xianxia saw the people coming. They were 2 strangers with a little accent. They didn't seem like locals. When Xianxia came, he heard 2 locals chatting, and their accent was different from the 2 people. The route that the 2 people took was still some distance from where Xianxia was. When the 2 people went down the mountain, one of them was still talking with a walkie-talkie. Listening to their conversation, Xianxia learned that there was a foothold near the foot of the mountain. The 2 people were going there. Xianxia thought about it, climbed down the tree, and quietly followed them. He Jin, who was hiding behind the bushes, was puzzled.